And we're live, and I've got Rob here, who's Catholic, did you say?
Non-dom.
Right.
Christian, yeah.
Yeah. I must be confusing you with somebody else. Sorry about that. No, non-denominational, meaning not
Yeah,
COE either.
I'm not converted to a particular sect.
Oh, right. So you're so far a cultural Christian or something?
So no, not at all cultural. 40 years an atheist. Did the hard work and came to my own understanding. So yeah, at some point, I think hopefully in the future, I will make a decision, but it's more reading, more research, more decisions. It's, I think it's a personal thing. I don't think your salvation is hanging on whether you go for the Roman Catholic or Orthodox or a Protestant. I think it's how you choose to do God's work, but yeah, non-dom anyway.
Oh, yeah, because when you say non-dom, I sort of think in terms of residence, like non-domicile for tax purposes or something like that.
Yeah, well, similar.
But you mean non-denominational? Is
non-denominational? Yeah, it's the popular. Also considered the cucks of Christianity. We haven't picked a team.
Right. Basically, there's no point asking you. So, which church do you go to? Because you're kind of saying I haven't made up my mind yet, kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And so 40 years you were an atheist, and then you decided to believe, or you're thinking of deciding to believe.
Yeah. Well, I think after 40 years of finding that my sort of nihilistic, atheistic, materialistic worldview was not good enough, I humbled myself enough to go, okay, what's all this other stuff about? So I got into philosophy and religion. Also, if I'm honest, my curiosity and concern of Islam as a cultural introduction and just how ignorant I was got me into trying to understand Islam more. So I thought, well, I'll try and understand Islam more. But I couldn't do that without obviously understanding the Abrahamic faiths, and then got into the apologetics polemics of Christianity versus Islam. And I think after a couple of years of reading it, following it, trying to maintain an atheistic point of view on it morally, started finding myself continually, even a priori, agreeing with Christian worldviews. And then when I came upon those views, much better than I could have put them, I was like, there it is. That's what I thought. And
Christian worldviews, does that mean social conservatism? I just wanted to check before we go any further.
So for me, a worldview is what everyone has. And for me, a worldview means that you're aware of what your views rest on. And I think that quickly establishes the limits or the scope or direction of a particular person's worldview. So whether they're a hardcore materialist or whether they're a kind of pantheist, whether they think dualism is fundamentally true, or not, whether they think objective truth is absolutely foundational. So these things that we find are the stones of our foundation of thinking, whether we're aware
I thought you were going to say conservative or liberal, just to make it easy.
No, much more deeper.
It's like, you've given me such an array of choices that probably won't mean that much to the ordinary person, I guess. Not interested in philosophy.
Yeah. But possibly, yeah. Although I think when you get down to these basic ones, it's where people get so much more excited about philosophy because they suddenly realize it means something to them.
It's political, right? That's. I mean, ultimately, philosophy is political, and particularly when we think of what happened to Socrates and what happened to him just for asking annoying questions.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's all life is political unless you're a hermit in a in a cave with only a bat to talk to. And I think trying to say that as a religious person or as some sort of worldview you have no politics, I think they're generally the most dangerous people ever. They go, I'm not political, but I think the whole world has to change for anything to change, and everyone must agree with my worldview, otherwise they're evil. And you go, so you're not political then? No, oh no.
Yeah, I just want to ban politics, Yes.
Yeah. So we were going to talk about the Trinity. You were fairly sure that it's
yes,
crazy idea.
You think the Trinity is a crazy idea? Was that what you were saying?
No, you thought you were saying you had a run-in with Darth, and you felt that you tied him up on a couple of points on which he was escaping, dodging, on what you think, what your thoughts were on the irrationality of the Trinitarian view.
But you didn't hear it.
No, I did hear
or were
some.
You there?
I think I was there for part of it because I recognised your voice, but I was also doing a few other things at that point, so I didn't. I wouldn't be able to say that I was following it very closely, but I recognised your voice, and it didn't end well. It didn't end badly. I remember that. I remember him sort of saying, "Okay, well, I think he'd decided what your view was, and you wouldn't listen to his." It sounded like a normal sort of.
That's the trouble with these debates. It's like each side probably thought they won the argument, and who knows what the real truth of the matter was. From what I can remember, I asked him about the Trinity, and after he established that I was agnostic, he was saying I had no right to question anybody about the Trinity and to say that Trinitarians are idolaters. But that doesn't answer the question about whether the Trinity is idolatry, and this is what you want to discuss. You're going to tell me that it isn't idolatry, or maybe you say you don't care if it's idolatry.
Oh, it certainly would be very important. The only reason believing Jesus is God, and to believe Jesus is God, you must incorporate a Trinitarian view for it to be consistent. So the only reason believing in Jesus as God would be idolatry is, of course, if he isn't. So we've got a sort of abstract point at which we can at least draw a line and go, if Jesus was not God, then indeed it would be idolatrous to consider him God. So you're fair there. But that, of course, just throws us right down into the massive rabbit hole of the historics and everything else that could help us establish Jesus as God. But if Jesus is God and we believe him to be so, then it could not be idolatrous to worship him as God.
Okay, and you're going to explain to us how Jesus is God.
So it would be, we could say several things of how Jesus is God, but the way that you're asking for how Jesus is God would necessitate in an absolute way to have the absolute knowledge of God. Do we know how Jesus as God, the Son of God, emptied himself into a human body to be a veil, so the flesh is the veil of which he could enter creation to complete his prophecies, to give us knowledge and satisfaction of the truth of God, right? So we're not only are we not in any doubt of him, we know his nature through the veil of the flesh, so we can know a man who was the perfect man, and we can understand what our relationship to that is supposed to be. So that's going a bit into the theology. I suspect you want something more material.
Well, I'm just going to say this is just a form of words. It doesn't really make much sense to talk about seeing through anything through a veil of flesh. It makes me feel rather uncomfortable, like I was in a butcher's shop or something.
Well, there's an understanding from the. Okay, no, we can't go there yet. We're going to have to take smaller steps. So, could you see any reason for a God to present himself as a man over presenting himself to humans in another form?
Well, I find the whole idea contradictory, because if you're going to pray to something, you want to pray to something infinitely, something more powerful than yourself. You don't want to pray to somebody who got crucified and you think, oh, I wouldn't like that to happen to me, and it happened to him. And I think that therein lies the difficulty of believing in the Trinity. You have to suspend your belief, I suppose, Christian theologians would say. But the additional factor in this is that the definition of idolatry is that it is the worship of anything that isn't God. And since Jesus is a man and humanity is part of creation, then it does sound like idolatry to me.
Yeah. Okay, let's take that first one. So we're still absolutely happy with the fact that if Jesus is not God, it must be idolatry. So, but of course, if we're speaking of God, then nothing is beyond that being. There's no sense in saying God that created everything is limited by that which he creates. So it would be illogical to say God cannot, and you're not saying that, God cannot come into a human body and present himself. So just on that, I'm not saying you're saying that, but that would be fine, right? We wouldn't say that there's no way God could do that. We just say there's no way I can see a reason why he would.
Okay, I would raise my hand and say, but he has forbidden idolatry, and clearly there is a disagreement between Jews and Christians on the subject, because Jews are saying absolutely not can God be anything that we have seen or experience, and must not be compared to anything we have seen or experienced, and that is idolatry for us, and therefore, and the penalty for idolatry for a Jew is death.
Yeah, I mean, even saying his name was a stonable offense. So we have the Jews still in their messianic waiting. Now, the Jews post-Christ will claim that the Messiah, or the two Messiahs that are to come, precluding the end of days, are not God, right? Now that's the post-Christian. So they're saying they're waiting for these Messiahs now. They're still in the Messianic age, but those that come will not be God. But we have problems because we have in the Old Testament lines like, the Messiah will come on a chariot riding on the clouds. Now, if we go back to other references, I've got the list with me, we'll see that God is also referenced as a spirit that comes on the cloud. So we have so many references of certainly an angelic, heavenly person coming as the Messiah. It wasn't established that it was God or not. It was God who established it was God when he came as the Messiah. So we have some interesting readings of the Jews in the Talmud and other things of what they expected the Messiah to be. Now, they absolutely expected the Messiah to come as a man, but their description of him was not like just a man. He was going to be the savior of all the Jews, of all of, well, specifically Israel. So that was the understanding of it. Of course, Christians believe that that came into being and was fully explained. But the Jews still would have a difficulty in explaining, just because it's a difficult thing to explain, how, on who this Messiah is. Because is he just a man? They would say no. Is he God? No. Is he an angel? No. He is the Messiah, the anointed one. And we go, well,
but he hasn't arrived, so they would know.
Well, but when he comes, he is the anointed one, right? Elohim, right? Lord, King. And the only true king is God. And so the pre-Christian experiences of what they were expecting as the Messiah have been very adjusted post-Christ to be ABC, anything but Christ. Must be the Messiah, anything but Christ. And so there's, I obviously have my position, my belief, and I'm not knowledgeable enough to try and really take on a Jewish scholar, but
right. But I mean,
most of the intellectual honest ones accept that there is a change post-Christ in the Jewish messianic.
Yeah, and you seem to be referring to scripture. Which verse was it?
I was going to say I don't have the list with me. I wish I was more competent so I could just throw them up.
Do you have a memory of which book it was? This is
Elijah. Elijah, and I can't remember. But yeah, you can take me as honest, if Lord. That
right.
These are the discussions. So we have a man, a Messiah, an anointed one who is to come and be the salvific force to lift the Jews. But again, in text, it says to save Israel. Because, of course, not all Jews knew that all Jews weren't saved. It would only be the righteous Jews, the true people of Israel. Of course, in the New Testament, after Christ, he says that the whole world, right, all the believers in me will be Israel. So, again, the Christians are very satisfied. The Messiah has come. He has now given salvation, fully open up to the world in him. And the Jews are just part of that. No special place, which, again, might be one of the reasons why a lot of Jews don't like it, because it feels that they've lost their special place, rather than them understanding that they now do not have to bear the cost of being the chosen people. They can join the body of Christ with everyone, and they don't have to be set apart, because, as we know, God would promise to punish the Jews, was it 5 times, 7 times, depended, more for the same sin than a Gentile.
Which verse? I suppose
I'm gonna have to start typing these out. So
I thought you might have it all kind of your Bible in front of you.
I'm not there yet. No, I mean maybe.
For ready reference when discussing the Trinity with Claire. But okay, I mean, what I would say is that there is a definite hierarchy to all authorities, and I say that as somebody who's legally trained and taught to do our legal research, and obviously, a legal decision in a lower court would not be quite as persuasive as a legal decision in a higher court on a matter that you are kind of trying to say is the precedent that would suit your client. And I guess I would say that if God were to just say, "Oh, the 10 Commandments, idolatry, it's okay. You can worship you can worship anything that isn't, you can worship a man, it's okay, it's not idolatry. And this is what I think, boggles the mind. And I can, well, be sympathetic to Jews who say, well, where does it say that? Where does it say Jesus is God? And our lot hasn't got better since he arrived. In fact, it just got worse.
Well, it would do, wouldn't it? Because they rejected him.
Yes, so we can interpret it in two ways. So the Jews would say, well, nothing in our life has improved since he arrived, so he can't be the Messiah. And the Christians will say, because you rejected him, that's why you suffer.
Well, that's why we all suffer. They're equal now, you see. This is
but then Islam comes
special
along.
Status. Sorry?
Then Islam comes along and says, we agree with the Jews about the oneness of God. And although we accept Jesus as a prophet of God, we don't think he's God. So I guess the Jews and Muslims have kind of ganged up on Christians to say, well, we agreed on the oneness of God, and you have this difficult to understand view of Jesus.
They say they agree on the oneness of God, but of course Christians agree with the oneness of God. We agree God is one. There's no Christian that says God isn't one. We just say he's a triune God. His nature has a triune aspect to it, revealed to us to allow us to understand God's nature better. So we all believe in one God. The Muslims, and because it was never revealed to them, don't have a triune metaphor for the nature of God.
Well,
but of course, like you say, and this is where it gets difficult as well, the Muslims will say that they believe in the prophet of Jesus as God sent. Now, of course, they are at war now with Jews, just on that simple point, unfortunately. They're also at war with the Jews on the point that it's also Jesus who will come down at the end of days and bring judgment. And so you have some very difficult crossovers that, of course, Christians are not concerned about. We quite enjoy watching Jews and Muslims debating the finer points when they're not ganging up on us, trying to make out we're pagans.
Sorry, what do Jews and Muslims disagree about? I kind of didn't quite get that.
Well, the Jews will not accept that Jesus is a prophet. Quite simply,
no,
at all.
No, they wouldn't, and understandably so. So
Muslims say that they absolutely love Jesus. They state that Jesus is named more times as Isa in the Quran than Muhammad, but they just say he is not God. This is a lie of Shaitan. But they say he is a prophet. He didn't die on the cross, but was taken wholly up to heaven and is still there full-bodied. So you've got some very, very difficult problems between the Jews and the Muslims, that actually Christianity is the fulcrum that can allow it for both. Yes. But they must utterly destroy each other.
Well, I don't think they I suppose I'm not really privy to debates between Jews and Muslims. I was under the impression that they that there's hardly any discussion about things at all. But on the question of the narrative of Jesus not having died on the cross, why do you reject it? Because
they only claim. Well, it makes no sense for us to believe in the same God who deceived the Jews, right? In where the Muslims disagree with their understanding of it.
How did God deceive the Jews? On what matter?
Right. So the Jews believe that the lines of prophets can only come from the line of Abraham, whereas, of course, the Muslims believe that the true faith, the final seal, came through Muhammad, through the son of Hagar, right, who was first given to Abraham. Now, she wasn't part of the line. She was just a slave girl given to Sarah from Egypt. So you've got these very important in the theology, right, in the history, where the Jews will say, of course, no prophet could ever come outside of the line of Abraham. Well, of course, that must be the claim of the Muslims. So that would be one example where it's an incredibly hard problem.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your question, your answer to my question, and I think I might have forgotten my own question. I'm sorry, I was reading the chat.
It was what particular points would the Muslims and the Muslims
yes, what
reject
they would disagree about
Jesus,
and whether Jesus was prophet, and of course you would expect the Jews. Well, actually, the Jews really do hate Jesus because they think of Jesus as somebody who incited idolatry, who was crucified for blasphemy.
Because he claimed to be God. Yeah. He claimed to be the Messiah.
God. Yes.
In the time that they were waiting for a Messiah.
Yes. And
the Messiah to appear as.
And has been a source of suffering to them because of Christian persecution of Jews for 2,000 years or so.
Well, again, this would be a slightly unfair claim. Like, the persecution of Jews with Christians was, in fact, the Christian world hosting the diaspora of the Jews. Now, it certainly wasn't a perfect relationship, and we have at least 240 incidences where Jews were expunged from Christian states, areas. There were several pogroms, and there was definitely persecution of individuals by individuals. There was no church-sanctioned persecution of the Jews. These were state problems. But the Catholic Church managed okay, depending on the Pope. But what we don't see is actually a persecution from the Church of the Jews for killing Christ, because of course we know that the Jews didn't kill Christ. Christ, as God, gave himself up in the way which he chose, and the Jews were a full part of that, and still are. It's the call for the Jews to join back to the vine of Christ, of God.
Yes.
So they're not actually, told like, we hate you. It's actually the opposite. It's a call to join Christianity, and they can't become just a Christian. They have to be a Messianic Jew, as it was told by Christ. He said, and Paul afterwards, right, that the Jew will always be a Jew by the teachings of Christ. He just must accept that Christ was his Messiah, right, and now he is unburdened from the role of the chosen people. It is over. It is done. And so it's a question of the heart of the Jew to give up their suffering, to give up.
So I imagine a Jew would say, but look, we have very strict instructions not to practice idolatry, and we were executed for worshipping the golden calf, and and idolatry is one of the 36 capital offenses of the Torah. But if Paul and Jesus were inciting so many people to practice idolatry, we can't be putting our name and endorsing this kind of idolatry.
But they weren't saying idolize Jesus instead of God. They didn't say Jesus is the best option other than Yahweh, the old fake Jewish God. No.
Sorry, Yahweh is the Abrahamic God. Are you?
Jesus is Yahweh.
So, who says that?
Christians and Jesus.
Okay, so only Christians say Jesus is God, and this triggers Jews into, well, they are triggered because this is associating partners with God, which is a grave sin, and Muslims agree with
he is
on
God.
this.
They misinterpret, or what would you say? They choose to misrepresent a Christian view, right? When a Christian says, "I believe in Jesus," they go, "I believe in the one God," right? But Jesus was the representation, came down and put himself into a man who is called Jesus Christ, right? Making the actual man out of it. Now, that isn't idolatry. God wasn't going, "Here's something to idolatrize." He was going, "You cannot understand me. You cannot fathom me. I have come as the Messiah to save you all and make it all clear and plain, because now you can see me as a man, right? This veil of flesh, which covers my true divinity, which would kill me." All the Jews would accept that no one can be in the presence of God absolute. It would tear up the universe, right? Even when he came down, which was Jesus, God, he still veiled himself in a cloud, right? To protect those from dying, who would just die if they were in the presence of him unprotected.
But perhaps not everybody accepts this narrative, and these are.
But the Jews do accept that aspect of God, and it is consistent with the teachings of Jesus and his claimed.
I'm sorry. What did you say? What do Jews accept? I missed that.
So you remember in the Old Testament, right? When they're out in the desert after they've left Egypt, God commands them to build the tabernacle and the ark, of which he will bring his presence down in, right? But no no priest could go in there apart from particular times. And they even have stories of a priest would go in there to make the cleansing ritual, right? Once a year, I've forgotten the name of it, right? But they would, but if that priest was not clean, he wouldn't be able to go in there without dying, right? Because he was unclean in the sight of God, like a sinner, he would die. And so they would tie a rope to his leg as he went in there, just in case he wasn't clean, and they had to drag the body out. But there are,
what this has to do with the divinity of Jesus, though.
So this is to prove is that the absolute presence of God is impossible for us in this fallen state, in this material state, to be in presence. So even from the very beginning, when God said, "I will be present with you, I will be by your side, build the tabernacle, build the ark, and this will protect you while I'm with you," right? So this was the veil, right? And so, and also when he's up on the mountain,
I'm not familiar with this thing. What verse is this?
In the Old Testament. Let's
yes.
go. So this is Exodus, obviously. Let me get my Bible. So yeah, and then later on when they're on the mountain and he goes up for the 10 Commandments, again, God is veiled in a cloud, said, if anyone else comes up, they'll die. No one but you, who is sanctified, can do it. Let me just get to Genesis.
So you're saying this story means Jesus is divine? I just couldn't make the connection.
Well, certainly that Jesus was divine, and certainly that God's presence can be on earth, but must be veiled, right, to protect the sinners, right, from his presence, because that will just destroy them. And so Jesus, yeah.
I mean,
so that's why Christians will claim that God is holy man and holy God, right?
Well, what about the principle of the excluded middle?
It's God.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your answer, but maybe we can look at the verse.
A logical framework for that which is consistent within the fallen world, a material world, right? A non-transient world, right? Stuck within its own laws, that's fine. Law of non-excluded middle within that which has been created is fine. But when you're talking about the creator, then of course it's illogical to try to apply that which is only applicable in that which he has created.
I'm sorry, this is a word salad to me.
Right, God created the universe.
Muslims
right, God,
are quite all right in believing that God doesn't that Jesus isn't God, and their belief system remains intact, and so does.
No, their belief system is in tatters. It's completely now that it's under academic scrutiny and Western criticism, it's falling apart. Quite catastrophically. But we're going to see that in the next few years, I fear. And there's plenty of good Christian apologetic stuff that are not attacking it to try to steal people's faith. But Muslims are leaving because there's certain claims of Allah, who is the most logical God, the most rational God, and yet the very premises of their God, which is not Yahweh, right, which is not Jesus, it seems to be a completely different type of God. It's a deceiving God. It's one that would trick the Jews and the Christians to believe the wrong thing before they turned up a lot later.
Do you remember which verse? Okay, now we have a verse in the Quran that we need to look up, and we also need to look up this verse in Exodus that you say is proof of Jesus being divine.
Proof that God will veil himself in the presence of man. And so there's no idolatry. He will never show himself
to man. I mean, that's what it means, isn't it? But maybe we can have a look at the words of the verse that you mentioned in Exodus, and we can check, because it seems to me that what it means is that God will never show himself to us. So never look for that. Never expect him to show himself as anything that we have ever seen or experienced.
No, that would be my
interpretation of the verse. Obviously, I can't prove it because I actually, off the top of my head, I can't find it.
Yeah. Well, certainly an Islamic position that Allah is all unknowable. Anything anything that we see in creation is not like him. But that's just an illogical premise. We don't say that.
Can we have a look at the verse in Exodus that you were referring to, if you found your Bible by now?
Yeah, I found it. I'm looking through. Like I say, I'm not a. I usually rely on better studiers, because I go, oh yeah, and then they'll tell me.
You might be sort of searchable. It might be searchable on I guess, one of those Bible websites.
Well, there'll be a couple of, it's because that concept is related through. So it's not the verse that says, and I ask you to build the tabernacle to veil my presence to do it. It's like, create the tabernacle like this, create the veil, create the tent, the house of God. And then all the rules of who can go in at which point. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to get you the reference because I didn't come into this prepared for that level.
Maybe Google will be our friend. Exodus tabernacle. Maybe that will do.
Unless it's in Leviticus. So Old Testament. This is dead air time for you, isn't it? It's not good. Old Testament.
That's all right. But maybe we kind of need a bit of a rest.
The building. Yeah, we haven't even got into the meat of it. It's like, why would God be a triune nature? Just getting into still.
So I mean, I've got
Yeah.
the tabernacle, which is Exodus 26, and it just basically says do
That's it.
this and do that, and how to build it.
Mm-hmm.
And is a verse that you're thinking of before or after
Yeah.
it?
So that's what I referenced, the building of it, and in there. So,
And then 27 is the altar of the burnt offering and the courtyard and oil for the lampstand. So it's kind of ritual.
well, there's much deeper. So what this is the instruction of the house of God, right? You obviously see the tabernacle and the temple portrayed in Jerusalem many centuries after, with all of this meaning, symbology in it. So what we have is the ark containing God in the inner sanctum, right at the very heart of the home, behind a veil, literally a huge curtain. So that was that reference there. So, I mean, you're satisfied that, yeah, the instructions of it, the ark, and you accept that they knew that God had instructed them that he was going to come down into the ark once it was constructed, so he would.
I'd like to see that verse if you can find it, because okay, I'm on the golden calf now. If you can remember whether,
yeah.
But I would be inclined to interpret what you wrote without having read the verses myself to say that
do your own exegesis.
Saying God would never show himself to you in any form that you would recognize.
Oh, well, that could always happen. But that's, it's like when the angel Gabriel comes and says, "Do not fear, I am the messenger." It's by their words and deeds and instructions that we know them to be true, not that they took on a particular form we could identify, but that's a bit of a deeper. So, no, God gave instructions to send the building and tap them out to be.
But I don't think, even if we could find it, it would be, particularly conclusive that Jesus is God. I think the
No, it was just to grant that there is sound reason from the Hebrew understanding of God that he would come into his creation to be with his creation, right? So he makes the whole universe, and then they make his house in order, and he comes down into it to be with them. And so we don't see a contradiction in the Christian revelations of God as Christ saying, "I have come down into my creation to be with you." There's no contradiction there. It's just, of course, the Jews have the right to say they don't believe Jesus was God, but they don't have a good reason, in my view, to say that Jesus could not be God.
Well, they do, in the sense that they don't want to be guilty of idolatry, which for Jews attracts a death penalty.
But it's a circular argument you see there, because you're just going, I don't want to commit idolatry. You're like, great, don't do that, only worship God. I don't believe Jesus is God, therefore it must be idolatry. But you're going, only if you're right. If you're wrong,
indeed, and you have, a mountain to climb to prove that Jesus is God, because it's not obvious. In fact, you might ask a few people who might not even know of what Christians are supposed to believe in, and they will be, surprised, maybe appalled that Christians really think Jesus is God.
Well, because it's so fantastic, isn't it?
Indeed.
It's so unbelievable.
Indeed.
What else would God do?
Well, God doesn't need to
asinine.
break his own rules, because if he already says don't be guilty of idolatry, he's not just going to say, but hey, I've changed my mind. Here
But
I
in
am.
what way would God, right? When Jesus says, I'm God, and he confirms the Old Testament, right? And he reaffirms it in the gospel. I mean, he hasn't contradicted his Father, right? In fact, he says the only way to get to the Father is through me.
Yeah,
right?
but the New Testament
So
is only the word of mortal.
right. So is the Torah,
men.
is studying the Torah, is consuming the Torah idolatry? Is giving some magical property to the Torah idolatry?
No, you're not. You're not giving the magical
Because
property
it's the
to
word
the
of
Torah,
God.
because the Torah is supposed to be
The word of God.
conceptually the word of God,
Right. Right. And Jesus is, as he claims, as he did at the time, that's what made the Jews very angry. He is the word of God. Right?
No, he's not the word of God. I mean,
Well,
you
you don't
can't
know.
say everything
You're
is
agnostic.
word of God, because it's not recorded in testimony that is accepted or even, well, in existence at the moment. So
Right.
all we have
You've got to try to
of what
understand
Jesus did is the New Testament, the testimony of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right?
Right.
Those men said they saw Jesus and all that stuff happened to him. And but unfortunately, they are conceptually not the word of God, but the word of, well, men who were not even Jesus.
So why do you think words written down by man, by divine revelation and divine experiences, recorded but still recorded by man, by the hand of man, should be given any more a divine providence as the word of God than the man himself performing miracles, right? Confirming the Old Testament, using the Old Testament against the Pharisees and the Sadducees better than they were, and showed how they had chosen the law over God, right? They had idolatrized the Torah, right? And they had idolatrized the law.
Idolatrize the Torah is conceptually alien to many people. If you're saying that Jews follow the Torah more than they follow the New Testament, I think you have to grant them that they're entitled to do it, because they think the Torah was handed to Moses on Mount Sinai, and it's their document.
Well, they believe Moses
wrote it. So they would have to favor it and get more authority.
They don't say that. They say Moses wrote the Old Testament. They don't say he was handed it in that literal sense like the Muslims. But even they have difficulty with this idea, because they go, no, the Quran is uncreated.
Okay, I don't know what they mean by the Quran being uncreated, because I think it's just stupid to say, obviously there was a time before the Quran was revealed, so it was created.
Oh, that's fine. No, because if it was, because they say the Quran, the final revelation, is the word of God, right?
Yeah, it's a word of God, but the word of God has to be spoken at some point in time. And there was a time before that revelation was made.
Right, but we obviously understand that God, and this is obviously the Muslims have to hold on to this very tightly, that God is trans space and time. And so he isn't contingent on that time. So you can't really say, well, God only revealed it at this time, therefore there was a before that happened, because there wasn't a before God, and there wasn't a before God's plan, right? Everything.
I'm sorry, I don't say there wasn't a time. Sorry, what were you saying in the last three sentences that you just said? I'm afraid I didn't understand your point.
We're dealing with the issue of the word of God and how it could be understood.
Okay, let me tell you what I mean when I say word of God. It may be that you mean word of God in a different way. So Jews believe that the Torah is a literal word of God, and it was handed to Moses on Mount Sinai. So, for them, it's the word of God in Hebrew, and it's only the first 5 books of the Old Testament. The rest was written by men. Okay, and this is very clear. They call it the Pentateuch, or or Christians call it the
Well,
Pentateuch.
I've certainly heard. I know that the laws, the Ten Commandments, were written by the finger of God. I've certainly heard Jews saying, no, it was Moses, because they say, no, it was other writers after Moses. And they go, no, it was Moses who wrote them. I haven't heard many, I'm not denying it, but they say, no, it was absolutely that book, those writings were literally handed to Moses. He did not put a pen to paper in any way.
Okay, well, I mean, we can look up the words that Jews use to express it. We can look it up in the 13 Principles of Judaism. But the gist of it was that the Torah was handed to Moses on Mount Sinai.
So the words of God were revealed.
Yes, so Moses basically took dictation when he went up to the mountain, and while his people were worshipping the golden calf.
And Muhammad was giving revelations directly from God. They believe the Quran is the word of God,
exactly, the literal word of God.
Right, and Jesus is the literal word of God. That's why John says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So you can see why 600 years after, the Muslims took this developed idea from the Christians and reinvented it back into the old Torah kind of idea of the Word of God being God, the Word of God being with God from the beginning, uncreated, right? And we see how it can be misunderstood. Now, I don't say it's a misunderstanding to say the old Torah is the word of God, but they were told off by Jesus for basically taking that word of God and its laws, right, and then putting themselves in command, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, putting themselves in command of that law and commanding men by it. And then
sorry, what was it what did the Pharisees do?
So so many times that the Pharisees tried to stone God because they said he kept on breaking the law. Right?
Stone Jesus for the sake of clarity.
Yeah. So when he was healing on the Sabbath, right? When
why did they have it in for him? Do you know?
Well, yeah, we can't absolutely know, but we're taught and can understand that when Jesus came in and was not the Messiah that they thought it was going to be, they thought he was going to be this heroic soldier, right? That was going to raise an army, and sweep the Romans aside and raise the Jews up in Israel as the chosen people, right? They believed their destiny was, this high conquering end. So when he came and said, no, you've done it wrong again, right? And I'm now here to save you. Listen to me. And they reject him. Then this is, of course, the continuation of God's relationship with the Jews, which isn't for us to judge. But yeah, you can see why. I mean, as a Christian, they were very upset.
Come to your conclusion. So back to what you were saying about Exodus. Could you find the verse or not?
Sorry, I'd stopped looking. I thought we'd satisfied the fact that God made the tabernacle and put himself in the ark behind the veil, where only those that were sanctified could come. So that's where Moses would go and speak to God.
But I mean, I just don't see what that has to do with Jesus being God.
Well, that was because it's not idolatry for Jesus to be God. It is not.
I don't see how that follows. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
It's not idolatrous for them to worship God, right, in the tabernacle.
Okay, maybe we should just be quiet until we find that verse, because it's really annoying me that you're asserting this thing and you can't find it, and
but we have established it. You already accepted that you read enough and you saw the references that God gave the instruction for the ark, and he put himself in it.
But what's that got to do with Jesus being divine?
Because why is it not idolatrous to make materials for this God? Why is the Hebrew faith not self-contradicting? What is not idolatrous about making all these things, imagining that God had come into this ark, right, and praising God through this ark, through all these rituals? Why was that?
Okay, so you're saying Jews are guilty of idolatry for
why aren't they? No, I'm not saying
doing
that
this tabernacle
they're guilty
thing
of idolatry. They're accusing the belief of the worship of Jesus as idolatrous. But I'm just saying, but God's presence is in that created form, just as it was with the ark, with the tabernacle. God's presence was in a material form here, right? Whether it's an ark or whether it's a human body, what does it matter? It's still the word of God.
It matters because it's a principle of the thing.
Why? What principle?
Just because because you're saying just because the Jews are guilty of idolatry because they
No, I didn't say they were guilty. I said, why would they not be guilty? What's the difference between
because
God's
if you follow the rules, it doesn't mean you're guilty of idolatry. If you follow the correct rules, and the correct rules according to God will be in the Torah.
Yeah. In that covenant. So God made a covenant with the Jews at the time.
They're not guilty of idolatry.
Right, but yeah, so Jesus is not believing Jesus is worshipping Jesus as God is not idolatry.
Why not?
Because he's God.
How so? I mean, I don't see what anything you've said so far is explains.
Well, we were tackling your idea that if Jesus wasn't God, it would be idolatry.
I know, but you haven't proven that Jesus is God.
But what we have shown is that it isn't stupid or necessarily causing idolatry if God came into a man. So God could come into a man and be God, and it wouldn't be idolatry.
Why would he do such a thing?
Why would he come into his flesh to be with his people, to give them salvation?
Why would God be
the same reason he came into the ark?
Why would he be masquerading as a human?
Why not? Well, because why did he do all of these things?
No, because...
Right. Why did he ever have a relationship with man?
Muslims don't need to worship a man to believe in God. So why
No, but we don't worship a man to believe in God. We worship God as a man. Because we're so stupid.
Maybe you should.
He made it easy for
idolatry.
Well, no, because there's nothing that he says that is idolatrous. There's no way that you can truly believe in God as Jesus, follow his teachings, and be idolatrous. It doesn't lead you to anything but the Father. It doesn't lead you to anything but Yahweh and the truth from the Old Testament into the New and in our lives and to the future, to the end of days. It is all consistent. There is no contradiction in what Jesus teaches. You don't get rid of the Old Testament.
Jesus doesn't contradict what? What doesn't Jesus contradict?
The teachings in the Old Testament, right? The words of God.
But he said, okay, so he said, I have come to fulfill the law. That's what Jesus said, yes?
Yes.
And so what does that mean?
Well, the law was part of the covenant, right? So to complete the law was to complete the covenant.
And what is a covenant?
Well, the covenant with, at the time of the law, with Exodus, right, with Moses, was to take them out of slavery, right, and bring them to the land of milk and honey and the establishment of a place.
What's that got to do with us now? I mean, reaching the promised land. Okay, yes. So the Jews got themselves into the promised land, but
right.
What's that got to do with us living as we do now?
Surely this is about
what the rules are.
Yeah. Right. So wait. So you accept covenants as a development, right? They develop. They don't go from one covenant destroying the last covenant and contradicting the next one.
Okay.
It's almost like a
Maybe we need
cause and effect,
to
a development.
ask ourselves what a covenant is. What's a covenant then?
Covenant is a promise between God and his creation.
Right. And so there was the old covenant, and then there's a new covenant. And where does, you know,
right, so the end of the law, right, was the end of all the covenants.
Anywhere? Is a new covenant?
It's done. Yeah, so it was finished with Jesus. There is no new
but
covenant.
what is the new covenant? I don't understand. People.
So love Jesus Christ as God, right? That he came and died for our sins to promise us ever eternal life with the Father in heaven, right? So that was everything that Jesus came, right, and showed and completed the covenants and completed the law was done. So it is done, right? So now we live in the final hour, right, in the final covenant. There won't be any more prophets. There won't be any more messiahs. There won't be anyone to come. And as we see with Islam, it certainly wasn't, a necessary or meaningful prophecy. It contradicts everything in the Old Testament and the New.
Oh, it doesn't. Well, sorry, how does the Quran contradict the Old Testament?
The Old Testament, the covenant with the Jews. Well, because it doesn't come from the Abrahamic line.
Contradicts the Old Testament.
Because it doesn't. The prophets, only the prophets come from the line of Abraham, right? Which the Jews spent a long time working on. And when when Muhammad comes along and says his lineage, they're like, no, there's no prophet that comes out of the line of Abraham. And yet the Muslims are claiming it does. So.
So it's all about lineage. I mean, I'm going to be pragmatic
in the covenant,
and I'm only interested in the rules, and I'm saying that the New Testament says nothing clearly, and nothing is in it is supposed to be the word of God, and whatever Jesus said, it makes no sense anyway, and we can't really use it.
Sorry,
we can't use it now.
That's your view.
What?
That's your view. Or is that?
Yeah, well, tell me anything that's useful with regard to telling us what to do in the New Testament that
I tell you
makes any sense.
Right. So Jesus says, right, I mean, you could just take the Sermon on the Mount, but we just go with something. So he goes, you were told that it was wrong to murder, but I tell you, if you even hold hate in your heart for a man, it is as if you have murdered him, right? So that's
a bit extreme. I mean, isn't it just simpler to say don't murder instead of this
it's much
extreme statement? There's something about cutting off your hand and throwing it into the sea. Just some crazy stuff like that, which is
right. So would you?
No basis for any.
So you're more of a Pharisee. You just want to know the law, be able to.
Yeah, I do want to know the law because all this sort of highfalutin, vague, extremist statements serves no purpose to us in our world. And I'm saying,
but it does. It serves most people most of their lives, most of the time.
No, but then it's sorry. What is useful? What's the most useful?
Well, you don't pick a girlfriend by going down the rules and the laws and deciding, well, that must be what, because it doesn't work out that well if you do it as such a, sort of surface level way. Same as science. You don't run a family with a scientific method, right? There's so much of our lives of which we attach value.
You run a family with rules. You don't say. I mean.
Right, but what are the rules there for? The rules are there to help the family flourish and grow. You don't make rules.
And what are the rules of the New Testament?
And trick the family, right? From love. You create rules to bring order into the family, to give it a foundation of which you can grow and flourish.
And the rules have to be clear, and nothing is written clearly in the New Testament.
Right, but the laws, you didn't make a family.
Divine.
But listen, you didn't make a family to give them rules. Right, so the rules are obviously not the primary thing in life.
Oh, right. Okay. So we don't have to follow the rule of law. It's whatever the New Testament
we just
says,
don't
and it
say,
says nothing clearly.
No, you don't go, the rules must be primary, but if they're not, they must mean nothing. You go, no. Rules are there for a reason, but the rules are not the primary reason. You don't make
the primary reason for what?
The reason you would have, so we'll go to the family and then we'll take it out to God, right? So you have a family, right? Because you wish to make something that you can love and have a relationship with, right?
You need to marry before you have a start a family. Maybe.
Of course.
Do we have to agree? Okay, so you don't believe in having babies before getting married because it's a sin. It's fornication, right? It's one of the mortal sins.
It's certainly not good for the child if we go down basic psychological studies now. Of course, the best thing for any child is for a man and a woman to marry and love, only love each other, right? And have a family and give all their love to that family.
After getting married?
Of course. Well, you can't, yeah. Well, yeah,
all
you're
right.
sticking to the Christian view. So, yeah, so that would be the most perfect thing. And even modern psychology agrees with that. They go, yeah, if two people promise themselves to each other, don't stray, get married, but, you know, in the heart, even if it wasn't official, love each other, no other, and make a family. And those children will do measurably much more better than a single parent or same-sex parents or broken families or everything, you know. So we just
exactly know. So the law needs to be clear about what's allowed. So if you have sex before marriage, then you're guilty of fornication, and it's 100 lashes for you under chapter 24, verse 2. Very clear.
Mm-hmm. But what was the purpose of that? Was it to
discourage fornication and unmarried?
Right. So the act of punishment, the act necessitated by the law, isn't actually the healing factor. What would be healing?
Sorry, the healing factor for what? Sorry.
Right, so you do a sin.
To discourage or encourage certain behaviors, and if there's no law against fornication, then people will fornicate away until most parents in your society are unmarried.
Right, so the law speaks to an ideal. So we have the ideal.
It's not a minimum standard.
Or the ideal, right? It speaks to the ideal. It demands a minimum standard. That's why law has so much charity in it if it's good law, and so little charity if it's bad law, as you will know.
Well, right? Whether law is good or bad, it's
that's why we have a judge. Otherwise, we just have lawyers, and they would be the judge.
Well, obviously, you need a legal system to administer the law that you assume is correct laws. So I'm saying that the Quran says things in a clear way, while the New Testament, well, what does it even say? It doesn't say anything clearly, and therefore it is not suitable to be used for any rule, because it's not clear on so many things. And we were talking earlier about this covenant thing, and it's like this new covenant, old covenant. So what was the old covenant, and what is the new covenant? And no Christian can answer that question.
Yeah, it's the continued relationship with God and the promises of God, which ended with Christ.
This is just subjective and of no practical.
It's very practical.
What is it? I mean, other than the confused approach of usury amongst Christians. So
you think that somebody
Christians avoided usury,
You're
and then they say,
no
it's
use.
Okay now.
But there's total social. There's a Christian, a well-lived Christian society on the ideals of Christian values is clearly superior.
What are Christian values?
To love God, right, as yourself, to love your neighbors, right?
That's from the Old Testament.
No, that is in the Old Testament. It's also in the New Testament, because he doesn't contradict the Old Testament. He confirms it.
All right, but there's nothing. There should be something new to it, because Christianity.
Well, there is. I gave it to you. I said, "Do not murder." But I tell you, if you have hate in your heart, right, then it is as if you've murdered. So the law to not murder. No, the law that was given the Jews to help them live a righteous life was there as a crutch, right, as an educational aid. Now Jesus tells him that tells us the true purpose of that law, right? So like you say, the law of the punishment to murder was to stop people murdering, but the reason to stop murdering is to not have hate in your heart. Now, what God wishes you to live is a life of love and love for him and his creation. If you love him, then how can you hate his creation? To him,
well,
you having, of course they do. We're all sinners, right? That's why we have to be
this is
saved.
completely unrealistic. It's like,
no, nothing's unrealistic with God. With God, everything is
don't do
possible.
this, don't do that.
There's nothing impossible.
Now you're saying,
there's nothing impossible with God. Your claim is, if we're speaking about God, there is nothing impossible. If we're speaking in a world where there is no God,
wishful thinking, isn't it? I mean, we're saying we would like clear laws that people understand and remember and can follow, and
laws have to change and adapt over time.
You're speaking in metaphors and hyperbole, and which sounds.
I'm not speaking that much hyperbole, and the metaphors are not that. I'm pretty light on the metaphors.
Okay, so you just. And you've done it, really. You think of, I'm so angry I could kill somebody, and you've actually killed them. That's what you seem to be saying.
No. I was saying to you, if we are to love God, right, as he loves us, right, and all his creation, then is it not a sin to God to have hate in your heart for his creation, even for yourself? It's a sin to God to hate yourself.
Oh,
right?
Come on.
No, that's true.
We want clear rules. It's like at least the Ten Commandments tell us not to envy.
And you know it's true in your heart. Of course you know it's best. Of course you would love to live a life with no hate. Right? So you've got the ideal. Now God is going, that isn't possible. Right? He knows you. Right? And you're already saved. Right? You just have to accept it. That you will sin. Right, and it is okay.
There will be laws that will punish you if you go over.
Right, but you don't want to live in a society.
What is legal into what is illegal, and the Quran clearly says, "Don't do this, or whatever." And there's no guidance at all in the New Testament. And when I ask you, which bit is a new covenant and which bit is the old,
the Quran is not that clear. Sharia law was not in the Quran, right? Sharia law is mainly made up from the Hadiths. Now, the Hadiths are, of course, the sayings of the Prophet, which are used to establish the purposes of the verses in the Quran.
Okay, but I think we know where they all come from. They might have, changed it a little bit or a lot here and there. But at least it is about the law. Well, the New Testament is just sort of vague extremist allegories that nobody knows what the hell it means. But you insisted it's better because
lots of people that understand.
Apparently Jesus is God, and you can't explain this.
All Western justice and morals are basically based off the Sermon of the Mount, right? So if you want
utility, I read it and it makes no sense. I mean, do we really need to be told not to build a house on sand?
Yes.
Really?
Have you not seen houses built on bad foundations by people that are not doing the job right? They seem to constantly still need to be told to build their goddamn houses properly.
Yes, but I think most
so we seem to need to reiterate that point. And allegory is a very efficient way of doing that.
So foundations need to be strong.
Right, and what should be your foundation? What would be the strongest foundation? Right, we're going to use some of this nonsensical, meaningless allegory. What would be the best foundation for a house?
Solid ground.
Rock. What does God call himself? The rock.
Yes, right. It is a metaphor, but I mean that doesn't help us in ordering our affairs. And
well, it does if you use it. You're going, what am I basing my life on? Right, in an existential way, or even in your daily life. Now, by the sounds of the type of person you are, very good at establishing solid foundations, like law, like rules, like this material world, right? And you want to go, that is my rock. But you find it's insufficient. You cannot actually gather.
I'm simply finding the Sermon on the Mount insufficient for
No,
anybody
your
trying to
life. You're
establish
going,
a theocracy.
I want to build my house, obviously, on a rock. And so I ask you, what
Yeah,
are
but we
your
want
rocks?
solid foundations, and the New Testament is not solid foundation for any rule of law. When
It is.
How so when you compare it to the Quran, which
Because
is
the
full of
Quran's
rules?
laws, right? That's why they have bid'ah. That's why they have all sorts of innovations. That's why I have to use the hadith and understand them as strong or weak, right? And they use all these.
Yeah,
Who was the guy who was, several hundred years after, but created the Sharia law, right? And all these details, and they say, oh, it comes from Islam, right? And they can say it comes from the Quran, but actually it doesn't come from the Quran directly. It comes through interpretation. So you actually have a very strict, concise way, which hand to use when you wee, which foot to put in first in the toilet, how many times to wash your hands.
that's all the hadith. If
Yeah.
they want to obsess about little details like that, let them. But the Quran doesn't talk
No, you
about these
can't do
things.
that. You can't.
I
It's
think
very
you
detailed.
can.
You're saying, but you're going, this is just worrying about pointless little details.
No, I'm talking
and I'm
about.
going,
Okay,
who are
I'm talking
you?
about public morality. I don't care which
Public
foot
morality,
they use, whatever. So
right.
That's completely irrelevant. We're just talking about the rule of law. We're trying to find out which laws are right, and I think we've discovered that the New Testament contains nothing that is suitable to base any rule of law on. Wow. The Quran.
No, I already told you that. I said it absolutely does. Like the reason, right? What the gospel does to bring the good news is to give you the reason of the word, right? To give you access to the logos, right? So you don't just sit there and go,
the logos.
The word. The word of God, the logos.
Okay, but the New Testament was not written by God. It was written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Paul, whoever.
Yeah, who were in the presence
of
God.
They're not God. They're not even Jesus. They're not even Jesus.
So what? They were there with him.
Yeah, but when
and
you
it
have
was his
a
word.
highest rate of scripture
But it was
that
his
actually
word.
comes from God.
This is so weird. You're going, God gave Moses, right? But even you accept, yes, it could be by divine revelation. You're not saying, no, absolutely, I believe, I know that Moses on the mountain was given all the old books, right, of the Torah.
Conceptually, the Torah is the word of God. This is what Jews believe. We can say it's all lies, but
Jesus
they think
is the word of God.
From God. And conceptually, Muslims think that the word of God is contained in the Quran, revealed through Muhammad as God's mouthpiece or God's messenger. And they're saying it wasn't Muhammad who wrote the Quran, which a lot of people seem to think he did, but he was just reciting the words in a trance, and out came those words. They were not his words, and it couldn't be his words because it would be like, I don't know, a black cab driver reciting the words of Shakespeare or Chaucer or something of that nature.
So when it was God's
because
words
of the language and the style.
You must kill the Jew. You must fight the unbeliever. You believe that was the absolute pure word of God?
It doesn't say you must kill the Jew. Unless you're going to cite me a verse, and if you're going to cite me a verse, it's not going to be from the Quran that you cite the verse. It will be from the Hadith, which is the mortal and fallible word of men, of mortal and fallible men. So I think we can discount that because, it is of a lower status. The Hadith is of a lower status to the Quran, which is the primary source of the word of God, if people were being logical about it. I know the Muslims prefer the Hadith, but that's them. I mean, maybe they've idolized their Hadith, and maybe that's where they went wrong, because they preferred the traditions, even though they may be wrong, because it's
vast majority of the Muslims are clearly in the wrong because they use
that's why they
I'd agree with you, of course.
And I think we can do better. and just by the exercise of logic. So, and why would you not use the Quran when it's a better source of law than the New Testament?
Because the Quran in itself doesn't provide any clear law.
Have you read it?
I've read some of it. Yeah, I've certainly read.
Okay, so you haven't read all of it. I'm going to say
it doesn't require me to read all of it.
Because if you're determined to dismiss it because you don't like it, because you prefer
I didn't say it. You can't constantly keep strawmanning it. You've got to stop for a second and establish whether what you're saying is true with me when you are trying to present my views to me. Right? As a lawyer, judge would step in and go, "Oi."
What? What have I said? You can always deny.
That I don't like the Quran, that I dislike it. You've given me all these. I think I have evidence that the Quran itself does not establish clear law. The clear law is established
give me an example of how the Quran does not establish clear law when it does.
Well, then can you establish your claim of saying how clearly the Quran established law in our life? How it is clearly shown a clear way to live by laws that don't contradict, that don't cause problems, that don't need
the way I interpret it won't cause any problems at all. But you haven't read it, but you're going to say it contradicts itself, but you haven't read it, and I have read it, but you still insist that you know better than me. I guess I can't argue with you if you're going to say I haven't read the book, but I know more about the book than you do.
No, I didn't say I know more about your book. I said it's not your book, sorry. Or is it? Are you Muslim?
No.
Right. So what I'm saying is that reading and watching, I haven't read the whole Quran, but watching and listening to debates and discussions, going through the Quran, going through the laws, showing how different laws. I didn't read the whole Quran, I just got presented.
Okay, but perhaps you can give an example of how the Quran is not clear.
Very interrogatory. So, contradictory claimants in the Quran. So we've got two parts of the Quran. What should we go with? Right. So in the Quran, it says a man can only marry 4 women, but Muhammad could marry more. And that reason was because he was the prophet.
Fair enough.
Right. And what was the reason that a man can only have 4? And what was the reason that he could have more? Why
because he's a prophet of God, and since he's the last prophet, that there's not going to be anybody following Muhammad to have more than 4 wives.
Right. Okay. Well, people try to live by that. They go, no, he said it was 4, so it is 4. We do not need to know any underlying reason for the law. We just have to accept the law prima facie.
Yeah, it's like he's a prophet, and apparently he didn't even have sex with most of them. He only married them to give them status because they were the widows of his companions and associates, and he didn't want them to be his servants. So he kind of called them his wives to preserve their dignity, and he had more than 4 because of stuff happening, and his comrades getting killed, and his obligation to provide for them.
So it wasn't an absolute law.
No, it wasn't. But he did it anyway, and he only had, I think Aisha was his favorite, and there may be another. But anyway, the point is that he didn't really have sex with all of them, and they were quite old anyway, and he only had his favorites, and it was basically Aisha and his first one.
We don't know that. We do know that in the Quran it was revealed that the Prophet said yes, he can have. Allah said he can have.
It doesn't, upset me that Muhammad had more.
I'm just saying that there's a contradiction. There's something that's not clear.
Of his life.
But it isn't clear. Like, it's not clear why. Like,
it won't set a precedent because the Muslims already say that Muhammad is the last prophet. So nobody else can sort of saunter up and say, "Hey, I'm the the last prophet, and I can have.
Yeah, but Jesus was the last prophet, so that just
Well,
counts the whole
that's what
Islam
you
then.
but it has been
Well, that was the
contradicted
law.
by the
That was the
Quran.
word of God.
Yeah, but you're saying you prefer Christianity.
No,
Why do
I'd
you
say
prefer
I understand the
Christianity?
Logos. I understand when Jesus said he's come to complete the law and completed it and did, and there would be no prophet after him, for there would be no reason. Then at least I know the reason why he's saying there's no prophet. I can go back into it and go, well, did he complete the covenants? Did he complete the law? Well, it seems to be, in my belief, he did. But you're free to go into it and find out with the reasoning behind it. But when we go to the Quran and go, man can only have 4 wives, you know, why? It doesn't say. Muhammad can have more. Why? It doesn't
I've
actually
already
really
told you the
say.
reasons. I've told you the reasons why Muhammad had more than 4 wives. And it's
Well,
like
you
it's
said
the
you
danger of setting a
believe that there are
precedent
these
because he's the last
examples of
prophet.
reasons, but you didn't prove them. So I'm giving it to you.
I've given
That's
you an
your.
explanation, which is up to you to reject, but I just don't find it that hard to explain why
Yeah, but it doesn't
the
lead you
prophet had
anywhere.
more than 4.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so you take those two where he's going, you can see why Jesus would say, there will be no prophet after me. There's a whole.
Did he say that?
Yes.
When? With what words did he say there will be no prophet after me?
I can definitely Google that one easily. So.
Thank you.
Jesus. Sorry, it's nice. Yeah, it seems to be Matthew. Yeah, so is it Matthew 24:11? And many false prophets shall rise and shall deceive many.
Matthew 24.
Yeah, is that right? Matthew 24, verse 11. I should bring up the form. Yeah. Many will come in my name, I am Christ, and they will mislead many. You will hear the wars of rumors, yeah. So there's that one. I think there's a few others as well.
But it doesn't say that he's the last prophet, does it?
Oh, no prophets will come after me. Oh, well, the same as going, there's nowhere where Jesus goes, I am God. But he says, I am the Alpha and Omega. I was there before Abraham. I am.
Okay, but the Jews already say that God is your Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, that's why Jesus really annoyed them. And they knew he was saying, I was God. And then Muslims go, but there's nowhere in the Bible where Jesus says, I am God. Where does it say? And then we go, why were the Jews killing Christ for saying he is God when you keep saying he never said he was God? You know, but he was saying it. I am the Alpha and Omega. And they said, you know, heresy. You say the false prophets and religious leaders will come after him. He won their teachings. Yeah. So yeah, that's that reference. Whether you believe that's sufficient for the Christian's position that Christ said he was the final word. There'll be no Messiah after me. There'll be no Christ. Christ means the anointed one. So that's that. But that's anyway, you could say, oh, well, that's just something that they said. But it was said. And so you could say there it's clear that there will be no prophets. There'll be no one after him that won't lead you astray. That's very clear.
But okay, so we agreed that he did actually say, I am the last prophet.
Oh, yeah, we can agree that Jesus didn't say, I am God.
No, he didn't say, I am the last prophet, even in Matthew 24 that you just quoted.
Yeah, it says no.
He does not say, I am the last prophet.
He says, no prophets will come after me.
I'll read it just for my own satisfaction. I know you've just read it, but maybe I wasn't paying attention. So Jesus answered, watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, claiming I am the Messiah, and will deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nations will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of birth pains. Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death, and you will be hated by all nations because of me. And he's addressing to the Jews, obviously.
Christians, those that believe in him. Those that believe in him will be persecuted, not the Jews. No.
Well, he was talking to Jews because he was...
he was a Jew.
He was talking... Yeah, but okay, the beginning of chapter 24 goes, Jesus left the temple and was walking away when his disciples came out to him to call his attention to its buildings. Do you see all these things? He asked. Truly, I tell you, not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. Tell us, they said, when will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? So this is what he told his disciples. And it's not a public meeting because he was just sitting on the end of on the Mount of Olives, and he was answering his disciples.
Yeah.
So I read about the.
So they were all Jews.
And then you will
at
be
that time.
handed. Yeah, and then he says, okay, I'll read it again. Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death, and you will be hated by all nations because of me. At that time, many will turn away from the faith and will betray and hate each other, and many false prophets will appear and deceive many people. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold, but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved, and this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. So when you see standing in the holy place, the abomination that causes desolation, spoken of through the prophet Daniel, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the housetop go down to take anything out of the house. Let no one in the field go back to get their cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days are for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that your flight will not take place in winter or on the Sabbath. He's talking to the Jews. For then there will be great distress, unequal
there were no
from the
Christians
beginning of the world until now. What?
There were no Christians while Jesus was alive.
Yes. So, but he was definitely
following the Messiah as they believed it. And he claimed he is the Messiah who is God.
Yes, but he was talking to Jews who were living then, and he was saying that you're going to be kicked out of your country.
No, he's saying if you follow me, if you truly believe my words, and I am God, right, what we call a Christian, this will be your fate. And they chose it gladly. For it's the kingdom of the heart that they wanted to enter.
Well, it will be not sufficiently clear to, It can be interpreted in so many ways. And what we really want, Rob, is rules to help us lead our lives. And that is the most important thing. And it can be found
But
in the Quran.
you would agree, but foundationally what we want is rules in our heart that guide us, not rules from the outside which oppress us. You know, we don't want to be going through life thinking we're doing everything fine, right? And then break a rule because we didn't understand the meaning of the rule, right? We just go, oh, well, the rule says this, but if I do it this way or that way, maybe I can get away with it. And that's why you've got gainful employment, right? So we understand that actually, if you know the reason for that rule, you can ascend easily above it. You don't need to live up to this bare minimum. You can rise well above it, as we all
but
do.
first we must know where the bare minimum is. So in order to lead moral lives, we must at least not be criminals.
Correct, and that's why we understand the beauty.
And that's why we need the laws to tell us
relationship with us. We don't. It doesn't. Yeah, we don't discount
which we must not fall.
Yeah, because we don't throw out all those laws, right? But God,
who does not throw out what laws?
Humans don't have to throw out the laws of God from the Old Testament to accept Jesus.
Why would they use the laws of the Old Testament? It's for Jews. It's got 36 capital offences. The Quran is a far more liberal document. And it's just meant for Jews. It's like, unless you want to be stoned to death for breaking the Sabbath or for bowing to idols or for blasphemy.
So then don't you see the beauty of God coming down and going, yes, that was for the Jews as the chosen people, as the exemplar, right, of God's relationship with man. Take that as you will. Right?
No,
but he goes, now those rules truly known and understood through me are for everyone who wishes to be part of Israel. Right? The whole world. That's why he told the Jews to go out into the world of the Gentiles and preach the good news. Right?
They're supposed to be
now their job as a Jew
they're supposed to be teaching Gentiles the Noahide laws, and they haven't been doing this for centuries. They haven't been doing it for centuries. So, what I've noticed is that Christians don't much like talking about the Trinity because they know it's hard to defend. Jews don't like talking about the Noahide laws, which was their idea anyway, but they don't like talking about it in the way that maybe an adolescent doesn't like talking about tidying up his room when he knows he hasn't done it for ages and doesn't want to. So that's their problem. And basically, what the Muslims should be doing is say, look, you're not up to the job of teaching the Noahide laws. Surely God must have chosen you, for a special purpose. And that must be to teach the Noahide laws, and they're not up to the job anymore. And so, basically they should just shit.
But these are just man-made reasonings going, oh, well, we believe what we've been told, and we can have ways of disbelieving what you've been told. So there, but that just makes war and strife and nothing,
Well, what we
get
need
into
to establish is
unifying.
Well, I think
not obliterating. Like the Jews aren't lifted right from their laws, right? What they do, as in what Christ did, is he put those right to rest in him, right? So they could.
It doesn't mean anything. I mean, I don't know why you say these words. Well, say it again and tell me what it means.
Right. So the Jews were the chosen people of God, right? Israel and those laws, right, were made by that covenant between God and the Jews, right? When God came as a man, as Jesus, right, to fulfill it, right, which the Jews believed would be the fulfillment of the laws, right, and they were going to be freed. Well, that's indeed what he did. But if they don't accept it, right, they don't accept that God is the word, right? And those laws were there to help follow that word, right? So you've got to go, right, those laws were there to help, not to hinder us.
Okay,
So
which laws are you talking about? Which laws are you talking about now?
we can stick to the same one with murder, and we'll go back to the hate in the heart. But then every time you go there, you go, that's completely unrealistic. And I don't know why. When we keep speaking about it or going back to it.
No, because I think we already know that there should be laws against murder. It's is stated quite clearly in the commandments and the no-like laws. So and I think any civilized country will know that will have laws that forbid murder.
But laws are made to command murder, right? War, right? We have justifications for war.
Yeah,
is war not murder?
Yes, it is, but it isn't called murder, and sometimes it's required.
Yeah, so these would be right. So you would have a situation where
country.
Right, as you're required to defend yourself. So we understand the difference between killing and murder. So what is murder compared to killing?
Well, murder is the intention killing of another human being. But obviously,
for no righteous reason, right? For no righteous reason.
What?
The killing of somebody with no righteous reason is murder. The reason the killing has no righteous reason is your intent to kill them, right? That is murder.
There will be defenses to the crime of murder. Yes, if that's what you're
so we see
trying
the
to
full
say.
difference
So in
between
certain exceptions, it will be legal. Yes.
Right. So we can see the very difference in our heart between murder and killing. Right. I might not want to kill someone, but if they're attacking someone helpless and it looks like they're going to kill them, I will kill that person.
Yes, I mean, it's legal. It's expected that you would be killing people on the battlefield, and nobody's going to charge you with murder. No, not battlefield.
I'm just talking about the street, right? I'm walking down the street and I see someone attacking someone. It looks like they're going to kill them, right? I'm going to attack them, and if requires, like, I'm going to take something big and smash them with it to stop them, and it might well kill them. But that's not my intention. My intention is not to kill them, right? I don't hate them. Right, I hate what they're doing, and it has to stop.
You might get into trouble about the reasonable force, but
I might well do, but that's not my issue. They go, why did you attack that person? I'd say because it looked like they were killing someone, right, and that cannot be allowed, right?
And they'd ask you. Well, they try to establish if you had reasonable ground to do what you did.
Well, it's established that person was indeed trying to kill that other person, which we would classify as murder, and I stopped them, right? But I am not in the same category as that person because they wished with ill in their heart to kill that person, to make that person suffer, right? There was no righteous reason. It was
I don't know why we're talking about that. I mean, I think it's
well because it's very foundational to the whole purpose of law. And the law of which we're speaking to. So we need to understand
you're interested in
the reason why. You can't
statements.
extrapolate from all scenarios everything and then categorize in situ everything that can be categorized well in this position. That's why we have a judge. That's why we have an ideal.
You don't need to tell me about why we need a legal system. But when you quote me a verse that says, when you think of murder, you might as well have done it. It's a metaphor. No. It's not meant to be some legal.
No, it's literally true.
No, it's not legally true that when you think of
murder, it is literally true that if you have hate in your heart for man, it is if to God you have killed them. He sees it, right? He gave the law, right, to try and show people that if you have hate in your heart, you'll end up murdering them, like Cain killed Abel.
We don't kill everybody we hate.
No, you don't. But to God, it is as if, right?
Well, then the Christian God is an extremist God.
No, he's a divinely loving God.
No, when a little thing like, well, at least you should be.
His creation hates his creation. It is as if it has been murdered, right?
It's impractical. It's basically.
No, it's not. It's extremely practical. And you accept that it's extremely more practical for everyone to try to not have hate in their heart
when they're more sensible.
No, you would agree that in a society, if everyone was freely hating each other, but scared to kill each other because there was absolute certainty of punishment, that's a much less practical society than a society that has no ill will with each other, and so no desire to kill.
And therefore, we should have good government to stop people from hating each other.
Good hearts. Therefore, good governments do not create good people.
Government.
Good
I mean, the
people,
practical effect of
no,
good government is that people don't hate
there
and
is
envy each
never
other.
an example where bad people doing bad things make good government. Right? Good government is made by good people.
And therefore we
do not construct a system that will make a good government, and that will make good people. Good people live in a good system of which the government are servants to,
why
as
would I be
is the
saying
law.
such a thing? It's
because that's where you're going. You're going.
Where do you
good
think
governments
I'm going?
make good laws, right? And that makes good people.
Okay, and are the laws in the country good laws?
The laws are there, right, to serve the society of which it exists in, right? So the laws will represent the will and the wishes of the people. It doesn't work the other way around. Therefore, we must have in our hearts good reason, and that will create good society, and that will create good law.
Pious words that lead nowhere.
No, the individual makes up society. Therefore, the individual is still fully responsible for that society of which they live in.
Okay, so you're responsible for what? What laws are you
life
proposing?
in society?
You
right, so
know
behavior.
a better system of rules, but you prefer the worst ones for reasons of chauvinism, and you don't care.
What's the worst?
You're guilty of idolatry.
How is it? No,
you literally don't care. I mean, you can't prove it. You can't prove that Jesus is God.
Literally
and you still insist on it, despite all reason. You're going to say you're not guilty of idolatry when you worship a man crucified for blasphemy.
No, he wasn't. He was crucified
for blasphemy, wasn't he? And you've been worshipping a man crucified for blasphemy.
You sound so emotional now. Why are you saying so?
Yes,
unless you hate
Christ. Yeah, really. I mean, I'm trying to impress upon you the enormity of what you have been doing and what you continue proposing to do when your civilization is crashing and burning, and you're still saying, yeah, let's go with the idolatry and the blasphemy that we've been doing. Let's have some more of it, right? That's your.
No, I'm going go with love.
That's what you're proposing.
Go with reason.
What reason?
Go with the best example.
Let's hear your reason again for worshipping
Jesus
a
is
man,
clearly the best example.
A dead Jew on a stick.
By far is the most perfect man. An example.
Let's hear your reason for worshipping a dead Jew on a stick.
I just gave it to
Tell
you.
us it. Tell us how it is.
I just did.
Not idolatry to worship a dead Jew on a stick. Come on.
God came into man as the best example for us to follow, and history has not provided us with a better example.
Don't you know?
No, Jesus is God, therefore not blasphemy. Jesus is the best example because there has not been no better.
How is Jesus God again?
How is Jesus God? Because he performed miracles that only God could do.
Like what?
Healing the sick, walking on water, creating the universe.
And this is a testimony of mortal infallible men called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Well, here we're going to go into the lie hypothesis, right? That Jesus made it up, or they made it up. But at some point, you're going to have to explain why these people who knew they made it up died and suffered when all they had to do was just say, I don't believe. So why would they believe?
Do you happen to know when the New Testament was written?
Which part? Mark?
Well, the canonical Gospels.
They were all written. Mark was about the earliest, wasn't it? That was 50, 60 years after.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? 50 and 60 years after the death of Jesus. Come on.
There's nothing.
It's nothing. It's nothing. You don't think that the account should be contemporaneous and it should be written in a particular
It's only the
style.
earliest example.
It
There's
wasn't
no way
really
that we
written by
proved that it
Matthew,
was the
Mark, Luke,
first.
and John. Don't you understand? It wasn't
Yeah,
really
don't you
written by these
understand that
people.
the earliest findings that have been soundly satisfied that seems to be reasonable, that it's 50, 60, is the only earliest found. Of course, it could have been written 4 months afterwards. But as they were being persecuted, harried, and killed, you know, maybe they didn't find a big publisher to help them write it and spread it out. But the word had already got well out by 50, 60. And yeah, that earliest accounting is well established as his writing.
Right. You say you've done a lot of reading on the subject. Have you heard of a book called Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwill?
I haven't.
Oh. Well, they made it into a documentary.
Nice. Is that recent? Is that very contemporary?
I think
or is it quite a classic now?
It's on the past few years. I'll find it for you, and maybe we can discuss that. Where if you watch it, it's quite an interesting theory on the New Testament.
That the Romans made up Jesus for political ends, or is it, or are they that they're is this Constantine and the claim that he compiled the canonical text in the Roman Catholic? Is that side?
It's a really complicated story. It's quite a complicated story. You probably something to do with timelines and I can't remember exactly, but I thought it was an interesting theory. And you said you did some independent research on the scriptures or something.
I've been reading the scripture, and I've been reading the church fathers, and I've been going into philosophy from the classics. So I'm trying to cover all the bases, develop my knowledge, but certainly, now that I'm in the faith, it's in pursuit of that. Not scared of anything that's contradictory. It's just how much time you have.
Which authors have you read? Maybe somebody listening to this might be interested in knowing.
Gillespie, so this was just on philosophy, although he does go in a little bit with the church fathers. Let's have a look at the reading.
Gillespie is what a modern or theologian?
He was writing in 1980s, but doing a fairly nice job. Sorry, that's good.
Well,
so we've got what I've been doing. So right now, no, that's socialist check. You don't care about that for now. Let's go into this. So I'm doing right now medieval philosophy by Armand Augustine Mauer. Also doing that's more. Let's find the Gillespie.
Do you ever listen to what Jews say about Christians and Muslims say about Christians? I mean, just for the sake of good order.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I especially drop in on a Speaker's Corner. Do you follow the debates going on in Speaker's Corner?
They do keep uploading it on their YouTube channel, so I'm familiar with the characters.
Yeah, so I find a great little hotbed of the newest apologetics and polemics, and not only the Muslims and the Christians. I like Josh on the Josh the Jew as well. He's a lovely lad.
He doesn't
so I think it is quite healthy.
He doesn't seem to be saying much.
Josh?
That I can tell. Yeah, Josh the Jew.
Well, I mean, he's very clear on what his position is. I think
what is his position on what?
Well, he's Jew.
No, but other than that.
Oh, so you think there's no point being there because he's just going to be reaffirming or correcting people's misconceptions of God as he sees God, or misconceptions of Jews as they believe?
I actually don't know what he is saying. I mean, I saw him talking to, he was on Joseph Cohen's stream talking to this other Jew.
About?
Maybe you missed that, but I really, I think he was saying, let's not be so Zionist, like, but it wasn't that clear.
Yeah, it's quite based.
Well, that's what I managed to gather from it, and I'm not going to listen to it again. So
no, fair enough. No, I mean, he was doing. He's had several good talks, I think, with Paperboy on the Trinity and combating, refuting the claims of Christians. He did some good ones with Kay, talking just about comparative views of Christians and Jews on things like hell, Satan, the understandings of Genesis and the Old Testament literally or not. So yeah, there's lots of, I think it's just fascinating,
Does he talk about idolatry by any chance?
I haven't seen him coming up. I haven't seen him come up and say, he obviously says Jesus is not the Messiah and just absolutely rejects that. Certainly say what he believes, the Jews believe, is the signs of the Messiah and all of that.
Do you know Jews are not allowed to enter churches? Do you know that?
Which Jews? Like all Jews?
Well, Orthodox Jews who care about this sort of thing, they're forbidden from entering churches which are places of abomination where idolatry is practiced.
They like to use nasty words. I can believe that. Yeah, I mean, Jews are forbidden to do lots of stuff, so it doesn't surprise me that.
But they're allowed to pray in mosques with Muslims.
I think that's because they don't take Islam half as seriously, to be fair. Also, they've had a more contemporary relationship with Islam, and a necessarily amenable one. So I think there's political and very practical reasons why we might find that Muslims live side by side, not without anonymity, but
anonymity or animosity?
Animosity, sorry. Thank you. So yeah, it's. I don't know if there's a big one on that. But I mean, you read some of the Talmud post Christ, and it's some of the, the language and stuff is. I think it's quite damaging.
The boiling and excrement thing.
Well, there's lots of
stuff. Is that what you mean?
But I remember hearing that one. And so yeah, it's like, well, what else were we to expect? And it was just as Jesus said, And
do you think the scatological language about Jesus is something to do with a belief that he has incited idolatry in so many?
No, I just don't see that following Christ as God with his teachings in any way leads you to idolatry, because it puts you with the Father in heaven, not with something against him or beside him. It's not the golden calf. It's not the.
No, but anything that isn't the worship of anything that isn't God is idolatry.
Right, but then you have to convince Christians then that Christ is not God, therefore it's idolatry. But until
Yeah,
then, until
but
you've
the
got
thing
the
is,
very
I
strong
don't.
case.
I mean, I've talked to a few Christians. I mean, they can't really explain it in a coherent, consistent way that makes you think, oh, that's a thing. I mean, they can't. I mean,
Well, you keep
you
claiming these
literally
things, right?
cannot easily explain it. But Muslims, their narrative is clear enough. You may not, we may not agree with them, but they're basically
It's
saying,
certainly not clear. I keep saying, you
I
keep
think it's
making this
clear.
statement, but it's split up so
Okay,
many
how is it
times. There's
unclear?
so many different sects. Well, you've got
No,
Shias that
it's
don't
not
believe
about the
in.
different sects. It's about the narrative of the
Well, then it
Abrahamic
can't
God.
be so clear.
I can tell you, standing on one foot about, of how it is that they explain their existence, and so okay. This was when I had a debate with a Muslim,
Yeah.
and he said, we are here because there was a creation and we are part of creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and
Yeah.
we
We have
Muslims
that in
believe
Jesus.
that creator to be God.
Yeah.
Bang, that's it.
Yeah, we
Easy to
believe the
remember.
creator to be God.
Yeah,
That God made everything. That God is
yeah,
eternal. That God is
yeah,
all powerful.
yeah.
There's
But
nothing that God cannot do. There is a reason for everything that God does, and all that God is good.
okay, I mean, we could ask ourselves why. I mean, okay, I can think of an argument against my position, and you could say, oh, yeah, why would God allow 2,000 years of idolatry and blasphemy to take place in the world? And why would God allow 3 global empires that
We
are
know that.
Christian to rule the world? What could he have been thinking to allow such a thing if Christianity were wrong? You could ask
Yeah,
me
but
that.
you'd say the Jews to the same. Why did God let the Jews err off the path so
Yeah,
badly so many times?
because they, they,
Why
they
was
didn't do
God
what they were
so
supposed to
cruel?
do.
Why
They
was
didn't
God
do.
so cruel that he would tell them what to do, literally, and then they would choose not to, and then he would have to show that he is a just God, right?
Yes, because what he said was I told you to do all this stuff and you didn't do it. You didn't
And what
follow
did
the rules.
Jesus
You're going to
say?
get punished. You're going to get punished. I mean, the Muslims get punished too, right? It's not like they don't ignore the verses that they don't like.
Right. And
You
that's why
never
we
hear
know
them
that the
talk.
law is not sufficient. That's why we
No,
know as a
no,
human
no.
being,
Here's where
law
you're
is a
wrong.
guide,
Here's
but
where you're
not
wrong.
sufficient.
Okay, God, if he exists, would be giving us a rope to hang ourselves. So he's saying, here are the instructions, you better follow them. And quite a lot of us go, yeah, we like this verse, we don't like that. Guess what we're going to do to the verses we don't like? We're just going to ignore them.
But that's all gods. Like all gods give you a rope to hang yourself.
Well, there's only one Abrahamic God, as far as I know, who has given us revelation that is a narrative. Now,
and you've only got one who came as a man, right, to
okay,
witness
you're
to
insisting
us.
on that, and I can give you the explanation of why God allowed the abomination of the idolatry and blasphemy
He gave us free
to
will from the
actually.
beginning.
No, so what he did was allow 3 global Christian empires to prosper and to rise and fall. But what do you think will happen after they fall?
Well, he allowed the
Well,
Jews to carry on being Jews, didn't destroy them. He allowed Muslims to believe that they are Muslims and believe that they believe in Allah, right? He allowed degenerate pagans to carry on believing in their degeneracy, atheists to still be atheists. But what he has now left us with is absolutely sufficient because it is absolutely complete. So we're still left with our free will and we're still left with the choice. But there will be no more prophets. There will be no more covenants. There is no requirement for that.
right. So Christianity could be explained by God allowing people to deceive themselves, such as it's not idolatry to believe that Jesus is God. Maybe that is
just like the snake to Eve.
You
just like the snake, just like the serpent to Eve. If you eat that apple, you shall not die, which was true. They didn't die. But then God said, he didn't say you would die. He said you would know death.
Well, they only ate from the tree of knowledge. They didn't eat from the tree of life. If they'd eaten from the tree of life, they would.
Sorry if I misspoke.
They would be immortal.
Yeah, they'd have eternal life and be God. Yeah. Sorry, I meant the tree of knowledge.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, it is perfectly possible.
So right from the beginning in the Abrahamic faith, the free will of man to do that which is against God's will by that free will that he gave us was there from the beginning.
Yes,
everything
because that is the narrative.
Was an establishment of covenants and laws to help us understand the reason of God, the logos of God, to give ourselves up to that, so we wouldn't even need the law. We wouldn't need outside laws.
We will always need the law because, oh, come on, it's
well,
all
again,
about
we go
laws.
into the Old Testament.
It's about laws, and you're just discounting it because you don't want
Creator.
What?
This is like going, all families are about rules, and you're like, no, all families are about family. All society is about rules. No, all society is about society. You've got a kind of leaning, I think, to go, it's all about laws. We must have laws. And it's
yes,
like, no,
we must have rules
have
because
God, and we must have a reason for being.
Because the whole point of the Abrahamic
laws
God
do not give you a reason for being.
He gave us laws to follow. That is the whole narrative.
Yes, they weren't
you are ignoring it
They weren't there to trick
your
you.
Idolatry.
Yeah, so the rules are there to help you.
Yeah, and you're ignoring them, and you're ignoring the most important one of all, the prohibition against idolatry and blasphemy.
In your mind, agnostic, non-believing mind,
because
you're not even worried about blasphemy.
Your narrative.
Blasphemy doesn't even make sense to you. Not
well, it
really.
does, because I'm just about to say that Jesus was convicted of blasphemy and crucified for it. And you're saying, oh, it's okay. We'll just, affirm his blasphemy by worshipping him as God.
Yeah, but they lied.
How do you know? How do we know anything?
Because he explained to them why it was not wrong for him to do what he was doing, that his moral law was superior to that of the Sadducees and Pharisees.
What was his moral
He said,
law?
can it be sinful? Can it be sinful to walk by a man who needs help on the Sabbath? And they said, yes, it is the law. And he said, no, I am your God. He didn't say these words exactly, right? I'm telling you that law is insufficient to the true moral law, which was the purpose of it, right? The purpose of the Sabbath was not to walk by sick people on the Sabbath to please God, right? The purpose of the Sabbath was to have the day of rest and reflection, right, on the completion of your good works, right? It was the gift to say, right, but it wasn't to take that law, which was about the Sabbath, and twist it into that which makes it unholy to help the sick on Sabbath. And so we had perfect revelation of the moral law, which was that unknowable, unfathomable aspect of God's will, of which the law was there to help us lead ourselves to. But it got twisted. And so all the way through the gospel, we find Jesus dealing with religious hypocrites, right? And helping them understand the reason for the law, which was the true moral law, the absolute law of God. So it's full of
true
purpose.
Law must be the
right. So when the Jews killed him for being a blasphemer, the irony is not, and the comedy is not lost on any of us, especially God, right? Because nobody killed him. He gave his life as he saw fit to complete his prophecy, right? The Jews cannot be convicted of murdering or killing to redeem us, right? So nobody killed Jesus.
And to redeem you, Claire, and your meaningless existence.
Who's this character? This sounds like
Domingo.
I recognize that voice.
Did you see Rob the way she spoke to you earlier? the way she got so agitated, the vitriol and the hate that was oozing out of her pores.
I want to ask Claire at another time. I don't want to gang up on her, but yeah, when you get very impassioned about the blasphemy and the idolatry. Yeah, but you get very impassioned. You sound like a medieval Protestant, right? Who's trying to fear everybody, into heaven from the hellfire. Like, it sounds like, but you got so much emotion to it, and it's impossible for that to be real emotion unless your worldview.
She's not an agnostic. She denies Christ. She's an anti-theist. She's not an agnostic. She is the Antichrist.
She's a female LSF.
Am I, Domingo? And you're a Christian, are you, Domingo?
You do
are
not.
You a Christian today?
Are you a Christian? You refuse to acknowledge the divinity of Christ. You keep calling him.
I do indeed. I refuse to be an idolater
because you are.
But you can't be an idolater because you don't believe in God.
You are of your father.
What can you idolize, Claire? What can you idolize that is below or above anything?
I try to avoid it because
you are by your very existence avoiding any potentiality of idolizing anything. So you are free.
I only worship
ideas. Read the third principle to Rob, Claire.
The third principle of Judaism states that God cannot be compared to anything material and to anything else that we have seen or experienced. I'm paraphrasing.
Jesus was not born of a mortal woman and a mortal man. Jesus is not like anything.
Was Mary immortal?
Was nothing like anything seen by humanity up until that point.
What?
He was nothing like anything humanity had seen up until that point.
And nothing since. That's when I asked her, but she avoided. I said, what is the best? Okay, Claire, who is a better example than Jesus Christ? This horrendous sinner who was punished by the Jews for being such an idolater. What life of man can be followed that's better than Jesus? For why he lived and why he died and how he lived,
Moses,
how he died. Abraham. You think Abraham lived a more just life than Jesus? You think Abraham lived a more pure life?
These things? How can you
Nothing can be compared to Jesus. Even Muslims accept that he was without sin.
Sorry, who?
Jesus.
Do they?
Yes.
Where does it say that?
Where do Muslims say that?
Do Muslims say that Jesus is without sin? I'm not aware of this.
The Quran says that Mary and Jesus were not pricked by the devil. That
really?
they were
Do you happen to know which verse that was? Let's have a look.
The Muslims that you've had on your own show have said this, Claire.
We can show you where
I don't
Claire,
remember.
You're being disingenuous, Claire. You know that the Muslims on your own program have said
that word.
Sorry. Do you know? Can you show me? Show me now. Google it. Where Muslims claim that Jesus was a sinner. So you tippy tappy on your side. We'll tippy tappy on our side.
They said he was a sinner.
You find the source, because they would say it. Right, very important. They even say Muhammad was a sinner, right? And I've heard them say that they do understand that Jesus was not a sinner, right? That's why they say they love him, but he was not God, right? But you go and find
they have to love him to show
why? Because Muhammad said, and why did Muhammad say?
No. They have to say nice things about Jesus and Mary to get the Christians to join them. It's just political.
You think this is a true religion, right?
That's bullshit, Claire. They have to say nice things.
If you think that's how Islam works, and you already accept that Islam is just a political movement
and Christians
and not
in order to get them into the Muslim fold. It's a political thing.
Well, it didn't work, did it?
Well, it hasn't worked so far. But
well, God's not that good then, is he?
Well, God's just giving you the route that you're going to be using to hang
this
yourself
is
with
the
your
final seal.
idolatry and
This
your
is the
blasphemy.
final seal, right? And yet, it's atrocious.
Well, what is atrocious?
Well, they didn't convert anyone from Christianity in any number, and certainly not Judaism in any
I
number.
think we here don't agree that Islam is the fastest growing world religion.
Only by breeding, and that's not a divine form.
Really?
Yeah, and the latest generations of Muslims, as we can see in the UK, they're not really pious. Let's be honest, they're kind of LARPing Muslims.
And we have LARPing Christians too. People who call themselves Christian nationalists and that sort of thing. People weaponize religion, don't you know?
Yeah, of course, people weaponize religion.
So we have to choose the religion that is most efficient as a weapon.
Christ did not weaponize his word.
What was his word?
Christ is the word.
The word of what?
He is the word of God.
And what does God say?
Don't be like Claire Caw. That's what God says.
I'm sure God said more than, his comment about me. And we know that what God said is contained either in the Torah or in the Quran.
Or from his very mouth, as he spoke to his disciples who followed, believed, lived, and died in the life of Christ, who is God, the living God.
Then it would be easier to be Muslim because Muslims say nice things about Jesus and Mary.
Claire would
but
doubt.
If this was God's divine will.
Claire would doubt intelligent, wise disciples, right? Literate men, intelligent men with insights, as opposed to an illiterate simpleton who went into a cave, heard voices, and somehow orally passed on his Quran for I don't know how long before it was transcribed.
It doesn't even matter about even if it wasn't written by God or whatever. That the fact is that if you were sensible, you would choose the book of rules that has the highest authority and doesn't require 36 capital punishments. That
you
would
think
be the logical thing to do.
The most sufficient?
Yes, of course, it's the most efficient because it's got a track record. Yeah. Because
you think if we all live under Sharia law?
Well, theocracies in existence, there are 7.
No,
one of them is
you're
a Vatican,
saying
and
Islam
the 6 other ones are Muslim theocracies, right? So at least it's still going. You may not think much of these countries, but it's still going.
Right. Lots of things are still going. Crocodiles are still going. Jellyfish are still going.
Yeah, but we're talking about legal systems.
Right?
We're talking about
exactly. We're talking about what is it, right? And when we look at Islam and look at that society, it's a pile of shit, right?
They just blew up Kabul airport, Claire.
Okay, nothing to do with Western imperialism. They just became shit just by themselves.
No, they only became great.
Nothing to do with being invaded by America.
Claire,
and
its allies.
Nothing to do with neocon wars, and nothing which ended badly for the Americans.
So when they started their caliphate, what you're saying is that the Muslims found God and just wanted to stay in Saudi Arabia and just keep to themselves in their perfect system. If people like it, they can join, they can watch it, they can copy it and take it around, convert the world to the beauty of Islam. But that isn't what happens. It fights, it divides, right? Because we're human, right? But it certainly doesn't convert the masses by its perfect example. It is a political theocracy which creates what is almost a perfect authoritarian socialist system. That's why Hitler quite liked it. Very socialist, very authoritarian.
It is a legacy of power grabs and violence and Muslims killing other Muslims.
Well, that's the nature of religion. It's always about fighting.
No,
and
that's
laws.
the nature of man. The nature of religion is the devotion to God and the way that we can share together in that devotion to God. Now, humans are imperfect, right? Wars will happen. But when we look at Islam, we don't see the flourishing that happened to Western Europe, right? Through Christianity, science, thank you, Christianity. Books, thank you for Christianity. The printed word, thank you, Christianity, right? Most of the mathematics that was developed originating from the Greeks. Some Muslims who got it from the Babylonians didn't actually invent it, right? So we can see that Islam, right, and the Arabs
invented the university. And
they invented the university. There was no scholastic. No,
until they declined.
Well, then you also say that Muslims invented, is it geometry? Because we use the
algebra.
Abrahamic word. No, they got it from the Babylonians, right? And they only got it from the Babylonians once they took them over, right?
That's one word.
Right? Yeah, the wise kings, right, 600 years before were the Babylonians, right? The wise men coming with gifts, seeing the signs,
and the
signs
Talmud,
of the Messiah.
And
they
the Talmud
had
came
maths.
from Babylon
they
too.
had cosmology, right? They had all the apparatus, right? They were working from the Greeks, right? Islam didn't come up with anything. It had a couple 100 years, not even really. It was like 1760 or 1770 when Uthman came in and just, killed mathematicians. He said anything that contradicts the Quran is wrong. All literature, all science basically stopped. So at a small period of fruition in its first caliphate, and after that, it's major. I know that was 2 caliphates, but after it got to there, that was it. Like, what has Islam created? What has the Arab world, what has the Islamic world made for us?
Falafel.
Yeah, that's true. That's the Turks, though, so that's probably quite a contentious point.
Right.
That's right.
How would you judge the success of a religion?
I would judge it by its fruits, and the fruits of Christianity are so full. It's embarrassing. It's almost embarrassing for Christians to have to go, what good has come from Christianity? And you're just like,
okay, name a few.
You just go, everything.
You're saying Christians discovered science and
no, there would be no science as we know it. There'd be no science as we know it, as it develops in Northern Europe, right? What we know of modern philosophical science, right, of the natural world, all Christians, right? And not only all Christians,
I thought it was
but happened because of the Reformation.
Who thought about these things, who sort of names for plants and diseases and whatever.
Right, and we will be as Adam, right? But this was in the Reformation because, like you say, the Roman Catholic Church had become all too powerful and was killing people for having natural history curiosity, right? Because they wanted to claim already that they knew how everything was made, right? From scripture.
Oh, thanks for reminding me of Galileo and Copernicus. And the Catholic
that's
Church.
right. Yeah, the Christians do not hide from the fact that was going on, right? They don't say, oh, that was right. They go, no, that was wrong. Those people, those Christians were wrong. And they certainly weren't following God's law, right?
But by suppressing the truth, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Truth. They
were wrong. Yeah, they were wrong, but that doesn't make God wrong. Right? So this is fine. So exactly what I said isn't a stump me, right?
What?
The Reformation, right? And Luther, who was right man at the right time, when they made that division between reason and faith, right? And said the church should only be concerned with faith, right? And reason is for man to explore in this world created by God and explore his creation, and it will not give him salvation, nor will it remove it. Ergo, man is free to explore and create the sciences of natural philosophy, free of damnation, because it cannot.
What does that mean?
Refute God.
We do these things free of damnation.
It means that the Christians created science, and you should get down on your knees and thank God.
Really, the Christians created science, not the Greeks. Really?
No, the Greeks did not create our modern philosophy of natural science. No, you wouldn't have physics, you wouldn't have chemistry, you wouldn't have biology, you wouldn't have all that technology, you wouldn't have the civilization to produce it, right? Nor the society that had the reasons why, right? Because we didn't create all that we created and then go on some massive death rampage, right? Like some Islamic jihad.
Death
right?
rampage. Wasn't that what the First and Second World War was about? And what about the Napoleonic
Wars? It wasn't about religion.
What about the European
not
wars
about
of
religion. It was what man does when they give up on God, right? When they take all the fruits
Holy
war,
that was something declared by the Pope and Innocent, wasn't it? That started the Crusades.
The Crusades were there to save back the homeland, right, from the oppression and occupation.
I think it was a land grab, really. I mean,
no, it wasn't. We already had that land. How could we grab it when we had it?
Well,
right? It was just taking back. No, Claire, your history cannot be so bad that you don't realise
she's dishonest. She's dishonest because she's a servant to the rabbinate.
Really?
She's just here to make sure that Christians feel ashamed and to shame
their idolatry and their blasphemy. Yes.
No, not true. Not true.
Are you Christian? Do you count yourself among the
Claire, you know it doesn't matter what I am. What matters
it does, because if you why are you getting angry on behalf of Christians if you're not Christian yourself?
What matters is what
Domingo is an ex-Catholic, and so
I'm a retired Catholic. Did Rob leave or did you kick him out?
I think he just left.
You didn't kick him out?
Whose picture is that you have? As your
it's a singer from the 80s.
Who's that? I feel I should know him.
No, it's American. I doubt you know him.
What's his song?
Have you heard of Hall & Oates?
No.
Okay, then I told you wouldn't know.
Okay, all right.
Just ignore it.
Okay,
it's an inside joke.
Right. So how have you been?
So who's in your avatar? Are you paying that woman royalties, Claire?
No. Should I?
Of course you're not. Have you asked that woman if she's feeling oppressed?
I don't know. She probably isn't Muslim, I don't think she's, she might not even be Muslim. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, I'm sure she was chosen for her eyes.
Someone took a Victoria's Secret catalog picture and just airbrushed black all over the face. Oh shit.
So how have you been? And have you any news of the streamosphere?
I mean, I've been fine. Things are the same as usual. Nothing really out of the ordinary. I've been a bit distracted with my old pocket because of some dramas that have been occurring. But I can see you're up to your same bullshit as ever.
Just in a different place. I've just been discovering the pleasures of Discord.
But where did you find Rob? I like this guy. I thought he was
from Discord.
He was handling you very well.
Well, I mean, in a sense that he's capable of saying words to.
If he can make you
questions, I mean, I don't think they make sense.
If he can speak calmly and peacefully and make you hyperventilate, then he's doing good.
Well, I kind of need, I think a bit of emotion is good, just to get the adrenaline going, Otherwise, if I speak calmly, people will just go away.
By adrenaline, you mean the bigoted hatred that you have towards Christians.
I feel like the more I talk about it, the more I get triggered about idolatry. It's really quite strange.
Claire, and
I get triggered about Jews who are not triggered about idolatry.
You have a trauma, and you have a subconscious block. You have a you have a you have a block on God, on all that is good, and only in your time of need, only in your time of need at the very end, if you're lucky, you will find Christ.
Well, why haven't you found Christ? You seem to have mislaid him.
No, I found Christ.
So today you're a Christian, are you? But you just said a few minutes ago that you were a retired Catholic. You are suffering from an identity crisis.
You know damn well that there's a difference between being a Christian and being a Catholic.
All Christians are Catholics, not all Sorry. All Catholics are Christians.
Right.
All Catholics are Christians.
Right.
And once upon a time, all Christians were indeed Catholic, weren't they? Because the Catholic Church was the first ever church.
Well, I suppose formally.
But it's very idolatrous. I mean, that is the thing about the Catholic Church. But I think it was kind of going with the culture of the time, because I think people are naturally idolatrous. That is really the thing. And even when they're not idolatrous in a bowing before idols way, they can be conceptually idolatrous. So we could equate liberals with worshipping the idol of liberalism, more.
Is the Kaaba an idol, Claire?
No, it's just a stone that was there before Muhammad was even born, and and Mecca before Muhammad was born was a center of pilgrimage.
But
and once upon a time,
stone,
they put all the deities of the surrounding area. They just put it all over the Kaaba, and then people came to worship it. So,
he smashed the idols at the Kaaba, Claire.
What?
Kaaba, chameleon. They come and go. Look, you know that rock predates Muhammad.
Yes.
But they still bow to it. They brought it with them from Petra.
It's gonna Muslims worship the Kaaba, and it's not true, because the equivalent of saying that to you would be, Catholics worship their wafer.
It is sacred.
Catholics worship the wafer.
No, we don't pray to the wafer.
Because it's literally supposed to be the flesh of Christ, right?
Not literally.
When it ends up on your tongue. Come on.
No, not literally. Jesus didn't open up his veins and have the apostles drink from him like some kind of, vampiric sex thing. He was breaking bread, Claire. Christ broke bread with his homies and said, "Eat and drink wine and be merry and think and when
eat of me." Yes,
because he's God. Claire, he's God. What do you think the Jews were eating when they ate manna from heaven? Claire, what were they eating when they ate the manna from heaven?
Well, it was stuff that
they
God
were eating
down.
God.
No, come on.
Right, God
manna
created
is not the flesh
the
of God. Come
world.
on. No, this is just silly. You're calling manna the
Claire,
flesh of
he
God.
said,
No.
Claire, it was metaphor. He said, "This is my body that I'm giving up for you." He broke it apart and he gave it to them. He said, "I'm making the sacrifice.
So
I'm
giving
myself up
Eucharist,
for you. I'm going to redeem all of you."
This is such an own goal. Because we know why real cannibals do what they do. They think they ingest a bit of the qualities of the human that they are consuming.
Right, but nowhere did Christ say, you know, after he died, they cut him up and ate him, so that his essence would be in them, and then everyone would go through a selective cannibalistic ritual of eating some people, so the spirit of Christ would be continued through them. It all is continued through the Spirit, as God is a spirit, and is put into the world for us to consume, right? In his spirit.
That sentence
so it's
didn't make sense
reverse
at all.
cannibalism, right? You're getting the body of Christ, right, through the bread, right, and wine as his body and his blood, right? The blood is the life of Christ. The body is the body, the material.
You're using very cannibalistic language, Rob.
Yeah, but only if you're a cannibal. Like, it's not cannibalistic.
It smacks of cannibalism and is intended to trigger all the urges of cannibalism.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
obviously.
it is.
No, you're saying it is doesn't make it so, does it? And what we don't see every Sunday with Catholics, we don't find lots of Catholics getting it wrong, right? Because taking part in the Eucharist every week just eventually sets most of them off into some cannibalistic fervour at some point or other. Well, there's no evidence of this. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
It's just a principle.
Or are you saying that all Roman Catholics are secretly cannibalistic and they're satisfied, they have their cannibalistic desires satisfied by the Eucharist by falsely thinking that they're consuming human flesh? So which does it do? Does it cause cannibalistic urges, or does it satisfy it? Or has it got absolutely nothing to do with animal-like humans acting like animals and not like humans?
No, it's just a principle of the thing, and I think.
So some anthropologists go around a few hundred years ago and start looking at cannibalism and create an anthropomorphic language, anthropological language and study of them. And then you go, but when I read that, and then I read the teachings of Christ to take part in the Eucharist of his body and blood, I just see cannibalism. And then everyone goes, well, I think that's a you problem, Claire. That's not our problem, right? That's you've got to look at that, think about that, and wonder why that is for you a true statement. Well, you can deny it because it's got nothing to do with cannibalism. It's not.
Why is it so important to consume his flesh and eat his blood?
Because he's God.
Qualities.
Right? If he was just a man, right, and it was to eat his literal flesh for some spiritual quality that was in him, right, but not God, right? Because we're talking how cannibals see it, right, in this animism, right, in this pantheism, right, which is not our view, right, not the Jews' view, not the Muslims' view, not the Christians' view, not God's view, right? But that's what cannibalists thought, right? But we don't think that. We don't think
of course
we need to eat human flesh, which is cannibalism. But eating God, I am not God. Therefore, if I eat from God, if I am not God, right? I know, but if I am not God, I am a man, and I eat of God, and he is not man, right? He is God. Then how am I being a cannibal?
Well, because you want to eat God.
Yeah, but a cannibal is someone who eats his own, right? I'd just be a predator, right? If God is not the same species as me, then I cannot be a cannibal.
Yeah, but you're eating something divine, which is even more
divine.
Blasphemous. It says even more blasphemous. You see something divine, you think, I'm going to eat it, so I can be divine too.
Well, you do, Claire, because you've got a degenerate mind, right? But if I'm going to sit down at dinner, right? If I'm going to eat, right? Not be some ravenous vampiric animal, right? But consume that which was given to me and give thanks for it, right? Well, then we go, well, that's a civilized dinner. And you go, when I go to church, right? And I'm in the Spirit of God, in his house, and partaking in the ritual of eating from his body and his blood, right? Who's God, right? In a simple ritual that he did literally the night before he died, and told us why, and told us to partake in this in the spirit. Well, then we've got a full understanding of what we're doing. Yeah, and his sacrifice for us. So we didn't kill him. We didn't hunt him down. He was given to us.
Christians brought back human sacrifice after the story of Abraham.
Christians have done
would have
many things.
Removed the need for human sacrifice. Christians brought it back?
No, because it wasn't a human sacrifice, was it?
It was. Well, you say Jesus is half man.
Well, he wasn't sacrificed anyway, was he?
No. Fully man and fully God.
Right. So either he did sacrifice himself, right? Because he wasn't sacrificed by the Jews. So you're tying yourself up in knots.
He was kind of. I'm getting a little tired about. We were just Domingo and I were just having a nice chat about non-Christ things. and I think I would like to go back to it rather than continue this theological discussion.
No, you can only eat so much. But yeah, no, it's a bit late here. But it's actually been a really nice talk. So I don't know if you found it contemptuous, hateful, pointless, and revolting.
I thought it was educational, and I suppose maybe psychologically informative about the certain loops that people go through.
Spiritually edifying, if one would believe in such thing as a spirit. But,
well, theology is in many ways political anyway, because whether you're guilty of idolatry or not has political implications at the end of the day.
Well, certainly, because politics involves people, society, and their means of living with and by each other for reasons.
Claire,
anyway, I do have to say good night for now. Sorry for my internet breaking up earlier. So I was just popping in to say goodbye.
Thank you for coming, Rob. And
God bless you, Rob.
God bless you too, Domingo. Lovely chatting to you. I'd like to do it more, but I've got a 6 o'clock shift to start, so I can't be pissing about. All right. God bless.
Claire doesn't have a job, so she can keep streaming all night.
I'm feeling a little
Why did the gods please you so much that you can just larp around on your ass pissing off Christians? What did you do to deserve such joy in your life?
Maybe you can do the same thing too.
Maybe I need to learn to follow the rules more, eh?
Yeah.
Probably. All right. Catch you again.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good night.
You know, Claire, every time you gasp and sigh, Claire, every time you go, an angel gets its wings.
Oh, that's good. I thought you were going to get an angel dies or something. So.
Yeah, you wish, don't you?
Okay. Well, I'm glad some good is happening with all my anguished sighs. Was that a giggle?
I'm just thinking about that song, Kaba 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 Chameleon.
Oh, that's the one. Okay, yes.
You know it.
I was thinking of Rock the Casbah. Rock
the Kaaba. You know, it's not like Christians have this huge crucifix somewhere in some city, somewhere in the desert, where they all, pray towards.
But there was a good joke about Christians, as Zonia was saying. If Christ had been executed by electric chair, would Christians be wearing electric chairs around their necks? And I thought, that's quite a good joke.
Maybe.
Which you might have already heard.
And a chair that Jesus had crafted himself.
I think that would probably be the worst form of execution. Kind of, maybe even worse.
I would say so.
The guillotine, I think. For me, do you have a preferred form of execution?
I've thought about it, and if the guillotine blade is razor sharp, I thought about this.
Over in a moment.
I thought about that, and the only thing that I don't like about the guillotine is that
it's so clinical.
Maybe
the human touch.
Okay, look. All I'm saying is that when the blade drops, they should be cradling your head and not let your head fall in a basket face first. Because if there's a slight chance that maybe you're conscious for just 2 seconds, the last thing you're going to remember is getting your nose smashed in when it falls into that wicker basket.
Yes, it would be not very nice. I think they kind of did experiments, and they take the thing out of the basket and see what happened, and apparently the lips would move, and people don't know whether it's some kind of muscular thingy, or whether there was still, whether it was, well, the head was still thinking thoughts and saying them. So I guess
well, I doubt any heads spoke any words. I mean, maybe there might have been some flickering of eyelids, but
we don't know. But do you have the guillotine in Canada, in Quebec? They must have used it.
Claire, who the hell uses the guillotine today?
No, but surely before, in colonial times, they would have had the guillotine. Because I know they had it in Vietnam when the French were there, and
really?
They have guillotines in Vietnam. Yeah, somebody went there and showed me pictures of the guillotine in Vietnam.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I assume that the Frenchies, well, maybe not, because I guess the Catholics would not have been. Actually, I don't know. I could look.
Maybe the Vietnamese chose to use guillotines as a way, like maybe it was the Vietnamese that opted for the guillotine as a way to sort of maybe they used it on captured French soldiers, or as a sort of an extra fuck you to them. Or I mean, colonial times, you're thinking firing squads and hangings, public hangings. I don't know that guillotines were ever used in colonial times in America.
Yeah. Well, okay, I found something on the internet saying guillotine in Sherbrooke, Quebec. So I guess they did. Maybe it's not the guillotine I'm kind of thinking of. I know they call it the guillotine when they want to cut paper. So maybe it's not the one I'm thinking of.
There's also a move in jiu-jitsu called the guillotine, where you're tucking someone's head, the back of their neck under your armpit, and then you bring your forearm across their windpipe, and you sort of choke them that way.
Oh. Right.
Another horrible way to be executed would be to be thrown to lions or burned alive. Being burned alive is probably the worst.
Yes. Did you ever see a movie called Dead Man Walking? Because that was a death penalty.
Is that with Sean Penn?
Yes, and Susan Sarandon.
Susan Sarandon. I saw it, but this would have been a long time ago. I remember his pompadour. His rockabilly look.
Actually, I found it very moving. I think I cried.
Was that a lethal injection, I believe?
Yes, that was it.
Yeah, the thing with the electric chair and the lethal injections, and even with gas chambers, is sometimes these executions, they go wrong, they fail, and it turns into basically a horrible, agonizing death to the person.
How so? I mean, how can the execution go that wrong with a guillotine?
No, not with the guillotine. I said with the electric chair, the gas chamber, and lethal injection.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can, okay, I know something horrible happens.
A guillotine can't
with the
fail
electric chair
unless the blade doesn't fall.
Right.
But with lethal injection, there can be failures for some of the chemicals to take effect, because it's like one is supposed to stop your breathing, another one is supposed to render you unconscious, and then the third chemical is supposed to stop your heart, I believe, and it's a specific sequence. And sometimes with gas chambers, not enough gas, and with electric chairs, sometimes it's just not. I don't know if it would be like insufficient voltage or improper contacts, and
I think something about the sponge, and it has to have water or not have water, and something like that. And if it does or doesn't have water, it'll be horrible or not so horrible, something like that.
Yeah, well, they showed that. What movie was it? Was it The Green Mile? Where they sort of someone sabotaged the electric chair.
Yeah, that must have been that movie I saw.
What time is it for you now, Claire? It must be late.
It's nearly midnight. So yeah, and I've been talking a lot today. So
talking a lot, and you've accomplished nothing. All you've done is make Christians dig in deeper into their faith.
I don't think they do, I really don't think they do. It's sort of saying, I mean, they're kind of saying, it doesn't matter what you say, but we're still going to do this idolatry thing. And what I'm kind of saying is that if you really did believe in God, you'd be thinking, oh, that's a terrible thing. Jews get executed for it. What will happen to us if we do it? And then they would respond appropriately and move towards Islam, which will get them to heaven without idolatry and blasphemy. But they don't. And I've spoken to, it's not just Christians, there are lots of people who laugh as Jews or Muslims. They don't really believe, but they'll sort of say, yeah, I'm Jewish or Muslim, because they sort of know that it gives them more dignity to say that they have
it's fashionable,
believe in some kind of God than to not believe in God. I think that's the thing. What did you say?
I agree. No, it's fashionable. Some people like wearing crucifixes.
Accessory.
Yeah. Some people like wearing crucifixes. Remember, Israel was founded by atheists.
By a who? What?
Israel was founded by atheists.
Oh, yes.
None of them believed in God. But they won't shed that Jewish identity, though.
Because of the status that it confers on them. Because, okay, this is what I've been telling Jewish people. Like, look, if you really did believe in God, and, it's like, if you look at the Torah carefully, you'll know that, virtually any little thing gets you the death penalty. In fact, Maimonides worked out there were 36 capital punishments in the Torah. And so if you as a Jew escape it during your lifetime, it just means that it's going to catch up with you in the afterlife. So, you might, and any Jew could easily have clocked up more than one death penalty in his lifetime, because each missed Sabbath is technically a death penalty, and you will have as many death penalties as you have missed the Sabbath. And bowing before idols, that's also death and sodomy and adultery. And, you could have a whole pile of them waiting for you in the afterlife. If you're going to think literally like that. So, and the only way to escape from this terrible afterlife is to convert to Islam. There you go. So, and of course they won't, because they don't literally believe in it, right?
So you would have several capital punishments under secular Quranism?
No, I'm just saying, okay, there would be capital punishment as a matter of principle, because the Quran says you can only inflict the death penalty if the interests of justice require it. So it's not saying, any little thing and you get the death penalty. But it affirms the principle of it that you can, inflict it if the interests of justice require it. But anyway, it's a much more liberal document than the Torah. And I think there's a kind of neatness to it all in that if Jews literally believed in the Torah, they would think, well, we don't want that kind of afterlife. And, if we can get to heaven more easily, to a nicer one, because the Islamic heaven is quite a consumerist one with nice things to wear, nice things to eat and drink, and gardens and beautiful waiters and waitresses to bring your food to you. So it's quite nice. But the Christian idea of heaven is really rather bleak. Singing God's praises, on his right hand doesn't sound like much fun, and the Torah is silent on it. So, obviously the Islamic heaven is more seductive, and if you literally believed in it, you'd opt for that one, wouldn't you? But unfortunately, I think that saying, well, if we're Jews, we get a higher status in this life. Maybe we don't really believe that God exists to punish us, so we're not going to be thinking about that. So in this way, you can actually prove that most Jews don't really believe in the afterlife, but actually they're required to do that according to the 13 principles of Maimonides, because they're supposed to believe that good
or maybe
rewarded and evil punished.
Maybe they don't talk about what heaven is because they know that they're the sons of the devil and that they're all going to go to hell. So why even bother talking about heaven? And hell would be their paradise, where it's like nothing but debauchery, total greed. They would be like Scrooge swimming in money bins. Huge buildings filled with shekels that they could swim in.
I remember the Uncle Scrooge show.
Scrooge McDuck. Yeah.
Scrooge McDuck.
He had his money bin.
Yes.
And he had a diving board, and daily he would take a swim inside his money bin. Yes, you see, Claire, you want to do that too, Claire.
No.
Yes.
No, I don't. So I think that they are they must be the solution, but obviously only when they're acting according to their beliefs, and clearly they're a bit confused, or they've diluted their principles and no longer believe what they're supposed to believe, which is why they should retire from the job, because they were chosen by God to uphold and set standards, and since they can't even live, since Israel is not even a Noahide nation, then they've lost all authority to
yeah, well,
be God's chosen people.
You try telling Tobias Singer that he should retire.
No, well, he's the only one that's sort of halfway saying what he's supposed to be saying, because he does say quite regularly that Christianity is idolatry, but in a really incomprehensible way, because he says Christians think that Jesus is God because of this, and then he just goes through the scripture, and I can't even keep up with what he's on about. And he actually complains that he meets Christians who don't know what he's all about either, and they're supposed to be Christian theologians. So whatever he says is not getting through. And I think the best way to get it through is to say Christianity is idolatry. Please, Christian, can you tell us how Jesus is God? And I don't think Rob managed to explain how Jesus is God. I could have gone through.
And no one is going. Look, first of all, you'll refuse it always. It doesn't matter who's trying to explain it to you. You're going to refuse it.
Refuse what?
You're going to refuse the divinity of Christ. It doesn't matter who tries to explain it to you, Claire.
No, but it doesn't make sense, and you can't explain it. And even Rob was a bit vague. It's like, it
Everyone
was something
has,
in
Claire.
Elijah, or I know it's Isaiah and Jeremiah. I haven't read it, but it's like, how can these books that are Jewish explain Jesus? So, and then Rabbi Singer says they just basically rearranged our book and changed a few words around and the grammar to make it sound like the Old Testament predicts the coming of Jesus, and and it doesn't say that.
Why are you streaming on this? Why are you streaming on this channel, Claire? What happened to your main?
I got 2 strikes.
Recently?
Well, they were okay. The 2 strikes I got was on videos that mentioned the name of Alison Chaplin.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
Fucking Jews. An angel just got its wings, Claire. You see, Claire, it's because of Jews that you're streaming on this channel.
Is it though?
Well, yes. Do you see the irony
because really I don't.
You see the irony in your endeavor, Claire? You're trying to spread a message, and you can't even spread it because those that you regard as the aristocracy of humanity are silencing you.
I don't think it's necessarily all Jews. I've been trying to say that the British government is more invested in the narrative of Holocaust denial than the Jews themselves, because the Jews basically, to the extent that they want to big up the Holocaust, they only bigged it up for the purpose of getting their homeland. So what they did was say, look, so many of us got killed. You really must give us our homeland, Britain, who control, the mandate in Palestine. And Britain had to leave anyway because it got itself so damaged after fighting 2 world wars that it just couldn't hang on to any of its colonies. So Britain had to leave, and once Britain left, America just came and swept everything up and took it for itself. So that was basically what happened, and I think this is the narrative that the British government is more invested in, because it had to say we lost our empire, we lost our global empire to save the Jews. We're so noble.
Claire, did she deny that which cannot be denied? Did she do that?
What? Alison?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying,
is she guilty of something?
Yeah.
Did she commit a crime?
She was found guilty of Section 127 of the Communications Act.
I know she was found guilty, but I'm saying, did she commit a crime? Did she commit a crime?
Guilty. In my view, she was wrongly convicted. That's my view.
Right, but I mean,
and are you saying it's the Jews that did it? I really, there is this sort of mania for building Holocaust memorials all over the place.
And Holocaust education across America.
And I don't think it was, actually individual Jews, because obviously the countries that had the most to profit. I mean, I guess America was saying, well, we got the British Empire, we got their global empire, we now control the world, and it was because the British lost it, the Europeans lost it, and the center of power center Western power moved from Europe to America. We're grateful for the Jews for giving us this wonderful opportunity for empire.
It's an axis of power. It's an Anglo-Zio-Saudi axis.
Yes, it's something to do with oil, and it's also something to do with weaponized religion.
Even Russia is complicit when it comes to safeguarding the sacred narratives of World War II.
Because they can't help but respect the narrative of the Jews, and even anti-Semites who have this kind of it's all because of the Jews are in a way elevating Jews.
No, Claire, it's because the Russians
themselves a victim and the Jews.
It's because the Russians are the ones that started the post-war propaganda. The Soviets, they're the victor about the camps. They're the victors, and they use that narrative to bolster themselves and to sort of, it's their laurels. We're saviors.
Yeah. So these European countries were opportunistically using the story of the Jews just to say we save the Jews too from the naughty, nasty Nazis.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's not just the Jews, but they're all sort of people wanting to use a narrative for their own purposes.
Yeah, but we know who benefits from that sacred cow.
No. I do observe them, and a lot of Jews who have conservative views get cancelled. They do.
David Cole was threatened by the JDL. They beat him within an inch of his life.
Who's David Cole?
David Cole was the one who went to Auschwitz and interviewed the curator, Pieper. He went with a camera and videotaped the showers and demonstrated how clearly those never could have been gas chambers.
I don't know anything about that, but I think it's obviously wrong that a historical event cannot be discussed by historians without incurring an imprisonable sentence. There's something that is obviously wrong.
It is immoral.
But what we have to remember is that Jews in Israel cannot deny their own Holocaust because there are Holocaust denial laws in Israel.
Well, there's Holocaust denial laws across Europe.
Yeah, and then everybody's getting on the bandwagon. It's like, you can't deny our Holocaust either. So, I really think this is getting.
But they won't acknowledge the Armenians' genocide.
Well, I think the Poles said something about. Do they have some sort of Holocaust that is a crime to deny?
The Poles protected themselves by saying that it is illegal to claim that the Holocaust took place on Polish lands. But if that's the case, then that's a conflict with the Reinhardt camps, because the only remaining narrative now, even of the mainstreamers, is that the Holocaust took place mainly in the eastern camps, which were in Poland. But Poland is now saying you cannot say that the Holocaust took place in Poland.
Well, that's crazy, isn't it?
The whole thing is crazy.
Because we know that the death camps were in Poland, right?
The moment you start putting laws saying it's criminal to have an opinion on something,
yeah.
So you're it's the slippery slope, and it's tyranny. And if it goes unchecked, they will start.
We won't be able to say anything at all. We won't be able to say
you'll go to jail. You'll go to jail for your tweets. You'll go to jail for your Facebook posts. You'll go to jail for thinking.
Yeah, which is why we need chapter 2, verse 256, that says there is no compulsion in belief, truth stands clear from error. And that's why all Western nations should adopt secular Quranism so that their citizenry can avail themselves of this protection of their free speech. There we go. And then you can repeal all these sort of thought crime laws that you have. And that's my solution.
Your final solution.
Well, it comes from the book of the Final Prophet.
Ugh. All right. Go to sleep, Claire.
I will. Thanks for the chat.
Good night.
Good night. Before I go, hello, 13 people. I really didn't have a chance to read the chat properly, but I'll highlight. Oh my God, Conops wants a chat. I'm a bit tired now. It's been 3 hours. Watcher Conops.
Hey, Claire. So here.
Hey.
So I just wanted to correct Domingo. It's actually not that the Polish law says that it happened on that's fitting to say that it happened on Polish soil. Everybody knows most of the Holocaust was done on Polish soil. That's not the problem. The problem is that the Poles don't want to be blamed for the Holocaust. They want Poles to be blamed. They think it's a German Nazi affair exclusively, which of course is also not true. But that's the law.
That's what I understood him to have meant.
No. He said Polish soil. But it's not that the. I mean, there's no indisputable that.
What aren't you allowed to say about Poland? Sorry, can you say that?
Oh, that Poland is responsible for the genocide.
You're not allowed to say Poland's okay. It's only the Nazis, not the Poles. Even though we know that quite a few Poles did participate in.
Absolutely. That's why it's a dumb law.
Yeah.
But Bingo just exited the conversation. That's too bad. You were about to wrap up.
Your mic is really bad. Are you using your cheap mic again?
Oh no! I just bought a new mic, but it's a Bluetooth mic.
It's terrible.
Oh,
your other one was better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can use
the sound's really bad.
Like how does it sound? It's just
it's sort of huffy and puffy. I think Domingo's coming back to talk to you.
Oh, Domingo.
So I leave and the faggot enters. Is that how it works?
I wanted to confront you, man.
Conops, it seems like your audio gets progressively worse as time goes by.
Okay, I'll change it. I'll have to get out and come back. Okay, see you soon.
Yeah, so what is he saying? He's saying that it's illegal to say that Poland took part in the Holocaust?
Poles don't want it said that Poles participated in the Holocaust. I believe that's what Conops was saying.
Well, I'll have to look it up, but in any case, it presents a conflict because the Reinhard camps were in Poland. But the Reinhard camps have never been physically studied. It's illegal to. And so all there is testimony from men like Abraham Bamba and Yankel Wernick, and these things are taken seriously and considered credible sources when clearly they're not.
Well, I just think it's crazy that, free speech will be just shut down until it becomes a crime to state the truth. And we really...
It's tyranny. It's tyranny. It's thought police, and Australia is doing it right now. Australia is arresting people. I mean, they're doing it now with this fucking virus, talking about medicines, talking about treatments, and you can't say this, you can't say that, and these social media platforms, they're fucking criminal. The media is criminal. I mean, they stole an entire election, for Christ's sake.
That is my view too.
Yeah, bullshit. Damn it! I still don't have my good mic now.
No, it sounds a lot better.
It's better than the other one.
Probably very soft, don't I?
No, it's okay. It's not too soft.
All right, fine.
Your raspy lesbian voice is coming through loud and clear, Conops.
Oh, thank you for your compliment.
It's more than you deserve.
So what's been going on in the streamosphere, people?
I don't know. I'm not catching up. Oh, I've been on Ralph's stream. That's so long ago.
Oh yes. What did you talk about with him?
What did we talk about? Well, I mean, the usual thing: white nationalism, or why it's a failure, and then the whole sort of purity spiraling about race and ethnicity and stuff. And I think that these guys are convinced that you can't be, or you can't become another ethnicity. I think that's wrong, but that's sort of the white nationalist position, and he seems to agree with that. So we had a discussion about
what do you mean you can't become an ethnicity? I mean, I guess you can't. If you're born black, you can't become white. That's not controversial, is it?
That's not like a true ethnicity, right? I mean, that's about your phenotype and your genotype. But what I'm talking about, that you adopt a nationality, you adopt a culture, you adopt a language. I think that is more important. And Ralph seems to think that everybody was always pure. I mean, like the greatest Dutchman was of German blood. The family of the royal family of England is originally Germans. I mean,
yes.
What does it even mean to be English then, if you're just gonna define it on sort of racial terms or genetic or phenotypic type terms?
It should be a tick list, isn't it? I mean, there should be a tick list of things that identify you, like the language, your religion, your nationality, and your race. And
well, I don't know.
Something else, but I can't think of it.
But should race be?
IC3 has a checklist. It's lineage, race, nationality, religion. I think a few different things.
But that seems problematic to me. For one thing, I mean, even my country's made up of two different religions, or at least two. Catholicism and Protestantism historically. So how are you gonna escape that? And then the second thing is, you don't know where people come from originally sometimes when they've been assimilating for generations. Right? So the French Huguenots, for example, that came to Holland or to England, they've been sort of acculturated and assimilated, and now nobody has any affinity with the French nation anymore. They just have become English people.
Yeah, and it's a nice question about Handel. Was he German or was he English in the end? But maybe it doesn't matter. It's like whatever's official. How many passports have you have? Then you have X number of nationalities. What is your race? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as IC3 likes to use, and maybe that's enough. What is your religion?
Actually, I was actually listening to, reading Anne Frank's diary, and really interesting actually, because she's actually also pondering these questions. So, like she thinks like, okay, I'm gonna become Dutch, and I don't want to be a German anymore. So I mean, for even for people at the time in the 40s, it was not so sort of defined, even in a place where it was sort of very, very racialized, right? So people thought they could become a member of a nation and become a nationality. And the British Foreign Office, also very interesting. They thought Jews are, for example, Jews are part of the English nation. That's also because they were opposed to Zionism. But yeah,
well, Europe is a place. Europe is a place where members of a single race can form multiple different nations.
No, but we're not a single race. How are we a single race?
I'm not saying that Europe is a single race, but I'm saying Europe is a place where people of a single race can separate and create separate nations.
Yeah, potentially, but yeah, I think I have some sort of problems with that historically, because there's just been so much admixture to very many European countries historically.
Well, there's that too.
So I mean, people become a new sort of race, if you really want to call it that, because people from all sorts of corners. I mean, take the Hungarians, for example. They have quite a bit of Asian admixture as well.
If you look at if you look at Catalonians in Spain, and you were to compare them to the other Spaniards,
yeah,
racially speaking, you would probably, if they never spoke, you'd probably have a hard time distinguishing which is which.
Well, not so sure. I think people in the south actually have a lot of Arab admixture and African admixture that people in the north don't have so much. But I mean, it's degree, in between 4 to 8%. Depends on where you are in Spain. But that also shows that we are comprised of multiple sort of, I wouldn't say races, but sort of multiple haplogroups. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, but what I'm saying is Catalonians and then Spaniards from Aragon or from Castile, they're gonna look similar. You would look at them and you would think it's these people are more or less the same, biologically, physiologically.
Well, sort of. I think they're just less blonde people out in the south.
My point is that borders get rewritten, nations get rewritten.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and nations get constructed, reconstructed over the ages, but we have to hold on to what's important to us.
Will in the chat says English, Dutch, Belgians, Germans, Austrians, the Scandinavians. These people all look, more or less the same.
Except the English, because they're hideous as fuck. But
what you could pass for a Brit?
No.
Sure, you could.
Dutch.
You could pass. You could pass for a Frenchman. You could pass for a Brit.
Yeah, but it's also a difference of degree, Like, I mean, a lot of red-haired people in Britain, more so than in the Netherlands. Lots more freckles, lots more.
You know that the Welsh. You know that the Welsh are leftovers of the Romans.
I thought they were the original Britons.
Well, they're
the only original ancient Britons are the Welsh and the Cornish, and the rest are just Anglo-Saxon invaders.
Well, the Anglo-Saxons are the later invaders, but the Welsh are remnants of Roman settlements. But the original Brits, like the original Druids and them, those are separate. And I think that
the Romans murdered the Druids, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they mainly kind of died. They kind of died out.
And rightly so. The priests were like doing human sacrifice and shit.
Well, I don't know.
What did the Romans ever do for us? Not.
Gave us baths and laws. And
aqueducts, roads,
absolutely.
Art, philosophy, warfare,
Christianity.
Christianity, I agree. Which was
Caesar's
great. I mean,
Messiah.
Yeah, well, except that, no, like dumb conspiracy theories about Caesar and Jesus.
Well, I mean, there's parallels, but I don't think there's anything conclusive just yet.
No, well, I mean, the theory about Caesar's Messiah it's just really, just really out there, and it's nothing to do with any historical.
Well, you should watch the documentary because they present a lot of compelling arguments.
Like which ones?
Basically, the timelines and the historical narratives between Caesar and Christ, and there's a lot of parallels that they draw up. But I think the Dead Sea Scrolls and the most recent archaeological findings of Gospels, now that they've been dated, that I don't know if that might throw a wrench in their ideas.
Yeah, true, but I think it's more just Tacitus, Josephus, people like that, literally commenting on Jesus being crucified. Quite clear. Paul didn't have anything to do with the dynasty at the time. Doesn't make much sense to me. The whole, I think it's a really wild theory, and even among the people who are mythicists, which is already a very marginal movement in academia, it's a very minority position. Most people just think Jesus was a real dude who lived and who died on the cross.
Yeah, Claire believes he was just a dead Jew on a stick.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think she believes he's some kind of myth, which is strange because
I don't think he's some kind of myth. I mean, there's no reason for me to deny his existence the way Jen does.
Did you not like? I mean, you like that Caesar's Messiah documentary? They're mythicists. They actually think that there was no such person as Jesus.
Yeah, and they're saying Josephus, who was Jewish, but he was kind of co-opted by the Romans. He basically worked for them, and the story is that there is no other historical reference to Jesus other than Josephus, and his account of Jesus cannot be trusted. And then the only other document that mentioned Jesus was the Quran, and I think the Jews also said there were few references to Jesus, and I think they had to leave it out because it would trigger they would say things about Jesus that would be reported.
Wait a minute. The only other document is the Quran. That's not true. Tacitus is mentioning Jesus. There were lots of first century sources that mentioned Jesus, including, by the way, the Gospels and St. Paul.
Okay, well, I suppose that is kind of not to be trusted. So Tacitus mentioned Jesus. In what way?
Well,
do you remember what he said about Jesus?
Christians believe. I think that's about 90 AD or something.
Well, he was complaining about Christians. Tacitus on Christ.
But he does sort of explain what they believe and stuff.
Okay, that's a nice Wikipedia entry about Tacitus. The Roman historian referred to Christ, his execution by Pontius Pilate, the existence of early Christians in Rome in his final work. The context of the passage is the 6-day Great Fire of Rome that burned much of the city in AD 64 during the reign of Roman emperor. The passage is one of the earliest non-Christian references to the origins of Christianity. The execution of Christ described in the canonical Gospels and the presence and persecution of Christians in first century Rome. The scholarly consensus is that Tacitus's reference to the execution of Jesus by Pontius Pilate is both authentic and of historical value as an independent Roman source. Okay, so he, I'm not going to read the whole thing, obviously. Okay, so he mentions the torture of Christians.
Well, no, he mentions that Jesus died on the cross and was crucified by Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, okay, and that justifies. Yeah, that should be enough.
I mean, but that corresponds with the gospel, and whether he got that story from the Christians or not is not very important here. It's just to say that, there are some historical sources that, and everybody at the time thought that Jesus died on a cross, and to think that at the time there was some kind of Flavian conspiracies is ridiculous.
Why is the idea of a Flavian conspiracy ridiculous?
Well, because we have so many sources that tell you independently about Christ being a real dude and existed and dying on a cross. And it's not a mythical figure that was designed by the Romans to what was the purpose again? I forgot the purpose. Well, no, to make Jews more loyal to the state. That was the idea, right?
Yes, and there's a theory that it was done to mock Jews, because Jews were so much a thorn in the side of the Romans, and they wanted, instead of a Jew who was a savior, who would be riding in on a stallion and being warlike, they wanted a meek Messiah, because that would make Jews easier to control. I think that was it.
Yeah,
I can't remember for
certain. If that's the case, you run into a couple of problems, right? So one of them is that, according to the Gospels at least, some Jews also instigated the killing of Christ, right? And the sort of the establishment of the Jews are being, how would you say, being attacked. It's not really sort of an easy message for a Jewish establishment to adopt. Would you think? So that's the first problem. Right? Why not design?
Sorry, can you say that again? What was your point? I'm sorry.
Well,
Claire wasn't listening to you.
Jesus,
I was sort of listening, but I was sort of. But anyway, I'm quite tired. But yeah. So
could you say why create a faith that is so antagonistic to traditional Judaism in many ways? Why not change Judaism into a more, how would you say, palatable version?
Well, probably because it was easier for them to incorporate.
To the Romans.
It was probably easier to merge paganism and pagan dates with Christianity.
Okay,
because it was so new.
Okay, but why write it in Greek then, and not in Hebrew?
Well, because Greek was what everybody was speaking, right?
No, well, definitely not in Palestine. No, there were some people who spoke Greek, but there were definitely more people who spoke Hebrew.
Mel Gibson said that his movie, before going with Aramaic, originally they thought about having everybody speak Old Greek.
Well, it's more Aramaic. Sorry, but yeah. So in
no, but I'm saying there was a lot of people that spoke Old Greek. This is what the researchers found, is that Christ more than likely knew how to speak ancient Greek.
No, I doubted a carpenter in Palestine. I've heard this one from scholars who talk about this subject. Only the real elite would speak Greek. Maybe some people a couple of words, but only the elite could read and write Greek, definitely. And then the rest would speak Hebrew. Aramaic. So I think it's I think it's not a very good theory because of these reasons, right? So if you want to co-opt the Jewish community, that is a problem, mainly also in the lands that they consider their homelands. Then it's better to use a language that they understand more. So like the Gospels written in Greek is a silly idea if you want to co-opt these people.
I'm leaving, Claire. You should go to sleep.
Yeah.
I thought we were still going to talk about gas chambers, guys.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not with you, Conops. Fagot.
Terrible. Claire. Well, I have to go to bed as well. I have to work in the morning.
Oh.
But
okay.
It's been real. We'll talk about these gas chambers another time.
You can talk about it with somebody else. I'm not interested. All right. Thanks for dropping by.
Oh, one more. I mean, you're very interested in all these execution methods, but gas chambers, for some reason, you're not interested. Can't believe that.
It's just too technical.
And you think the guillotine is not technical, or electrocution?
Yeah, well, I mean, at least you know you know what they're supposed to do and maybe how they work.
The electric chair is not a very easy. I mean, do you know anything about conductors and electricity and stuff like that? I mean,
yeah, it sounds horrible, and when it goes wrong, it's terrible. And there was what was it, the Green Mile, that when somebody sabotaged some execution by electric chair. So it doesn't sound very nice at all. And I thought, and I actually think these modern methods of execution are rather cold. You know, in that it's that so many remove that you know nobody actually does the thing. It's all automated, or you know somebody flicks a switch rather than you know chops off your head or whatever.
And, you feel more like a chop square in Saudi Arabia. You think
I don't know. The human touch is sort of nicer, maybe. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, have you thought? Actually, I didn't get round to asking Domingo which he would prefer. We only talked about the guillotine, and I think he actually I've forgotten what he said now about.
I think I'll get the bullet if I could choose.
Yeah, firing squad.
Yeah,
I prefer the firing squad really, but I mean because it's a political.
In a way, firing squad. Then I don't know, like hanging. Rather, I don't know. You can't sort of hang and die with dignity.
No.
And I think the gas chamber that must be terrible because that you die slowly, you know.
It wasn't a form of execution. I mean, it wasn't a form of official execution.
Yeah, in the United States also, yeah, definitely.
Did they use a gas chamber? Oh, yuck.
Yeah, no, I mean,
you're gassed like a badger or something.
Yeah, gas chambers are not unique to Nazi Germany. And I've heard some messages that in North Korea they're still using it. So
right. Yeah, so, I don't know if you ever saw this this interview in Arabic of this swordsman in Saudi, and he basically cut people's heads off.
Yeah,
I mean, he's actually quite a likable fellow, and it started with him, you know, sitting on his sofa and his grandchildren crawling all over him, and I thought that was quite cute. But yeah, I mean, he generally was a likable guy. I found him, you know, likable.
Yeah, well, this is what religion does. Sometimes it makes
no, it wasn't even a religious thing. I mean, you know, he just say things. You know, he'd be asked questions like, you know, what's the hardest thing about your job? And I mean, before he would say, well, I've had this job for generations. My father was an executioner, and he passed the job on to me. And then somebody said, you know, what's the hardest thing about the job, and what do you wish people would do? And he said, sit still, keep still. I thought maybe I shouldn't find it fun.
I think at some point you must be so used to it that it won't sort of faze you anymore. I would think. I don't know, because a human can get used to everything if you do it often enough.
Well, I've never seen I suppose, you know, when ISIS was going around, I saw lots of beheadings, but we're talking about beheadings that is done at a single stroke of the sword, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's definitely easier.
And it's possible to be done because that's what Japanese samurai would do. But apparently they could slice a human being in half. And that's what, they could do.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. No, it's definitely a better way to go than how would say with the small knife and the sort of the ISIS way that they sort of saw with a little knife. It's absolutely atrocious. So I think chop square is at least an improvement over that. But I don't know. Like I think I still prefer the firing squad to any other method.
Yeah, me too. Because of its political connotations, which just seems appropriate for.
Well, I don't know if it's all like the political government. At least you sort of you can sort of brace, and then your body is still intact. And I don't know, like the idea that my head would be off, that feels like I don't have my dignity anymore. Maybe that's the reason why people initially chose to cut the heads off.
It was actually a kindness. That's the thing. Thank you for mentioning it, because you know about Henry VIII and how he had his wives beheaded, but actually beheading was a privilege of the aristocracy, because if you're a commoner, you were strangled, slowly, presumably, to entertain the crowds. But if you were an aristocrat, you got beheading because it was meant to be swift. But even then, they would botch the jobs, because I know Anne Boleyn actually said, can I not have the local axeman who's been known to miss, and could I have a French swordsman, please?
Yeah.
And I forget whether she actually got what she wanted.
Oh yeah, well that's actually something to look into. Actually, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought that was quite a good story.
Yeah, that is a good story. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure if it's only out of compassion, the cutting of the heads. I think it's also sort of like, I don't know, getting somebody's essence out. Like making sure that a body's not intact anymore. I know that Mr. Guillotine at least did it out of compassion because it made it really quick, right?
Okay, if you had to be beheaded, would you choose a guillotine or a swordsman?
Well, I don't know if aesthetics. I don't know if it's like a samurai sword. Like a very sharp one that does it like that. Maybe it has better aesthetics. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I think aesthetics. It should be done by a human. There should be the human touch is a thing. And I've seen how the Japanese samurai do it. They have a kind of a whole bunch of bamboo, and they're supposed to kind of slice the whole thing off at the same time.
Yeah,
you can see that.
Well, that sounds good, but I mean, well, we come back to Anne Boleyn. The problem with like a rusty thick sword or an axe that is just sort of half cleaving in your neck and not getting further, that's not ideal. So I think, Mr. Guillotine made sure that this thing was swift.
Yeah, and then in the end, they just made sure lots of Frenchmen lost their lives because it was so efficient.
Well,
that they could do loads of people.
I don't know if
on an industrial scale. I mean, I saw guillotine. I thought, oh, that's so horrible.
I mean, they were quite paranoid. So I wonder if that stuff would have gone on regardless with other methods. I think that the guillotine has become a symbol, but I mean, they were just so paranoid of all their enemies. I mean, Robespierre was a bit like Stalin in a way. Like he would.
Yes, he was a lawyer, wasn't he? And he was a fanatic.
Yeah, but he was just really scared that anybody in the committee would be against him, and I think anybody was potentially a new enemy. And slowly, it was sort of the revolution was eating itself. It just reminds me of how.
But it always devours its children. I mean, even now it's happening. It's like I think it began when Germaine Greer was cancelled for saying the transgender women were not really women, and they cancelled her.
Yeah.
And she was, of course, one of the children of the feminist revolution. But you know, about the guillotine, you know, I suppose what I thought was horrible about it was that the fact that it was meant to be something that was meant as a kindness. You know, that you know, we'll do it really quickly and accurately, and actually it seems more horrible because, you know, in the end they could do so many of it that lots more Frenchmen were executed in one session than if it was only a swordsman.
I don't know. They can chop a lot in Chop Chop Square, right? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, okay, I've seen a few videos of how it's done in Saudi. So basically, the person kneels, and the swordsman does it within one swift motion.
Yeah, well, I've seen this square that was full of people, and like there were lots of heads going.
Really? I'm thinking it would be quite exhausting for the swordsman if there's quite a lot of them to be done.
Yeah, eventually.
Is there a queue of them?
Yeah, well, maybe if you have enough of them. I mean, but yeah, no, I don't know if everybody wants to be an executioner.
Well,
Interesting.
you'd want them to be professional, but yeah, one of the things about botched jobs, I went to Kilmainham jail many years ago, and there was a condemned cell, and the guide was saying the executioner would have to kind of really measure the drop and the weight and the height of the person, you know, because to get it wrong, it might be to accidentally behead the person, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you mean
because if they get the drop wrong, you know, if it's a really fat person and the drop is and then he might be accidentally beheaded.
Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, what Domingo said earlier as well. Like, I mean, these executions, like there's a lot of shit going wrong, even with lethal injections. But the gas chamber especially, like that sometimes is this agonizing. Like sometimes, like not the right settings, and then people stay alive for too long, you know. And then there's also like people could see it, like see it happening because the family, just like in the electric chair, the family could see, you know, through the glass. Yeah, it sounds quite terrible. Like, but even firing squad, you know, like you can shoot something, you can shoot wrong. If you're getting a shot in the liver or a shot, I don't know, like in your lungs, it might take actually a while before you die. That's not.
I've heard that with firing squads. I think I don't know how many there are supposed to be 10 of them or something, and apparently that there is this convention that one of them is a blank, and you know, just in case the soldier thinks I have to do my job, but I don't think the person should die, and so the soldier can think that they might have been firing a blank even as they were only doing their job. I don't know if I explained that properly.
Yeah, well, I don't know so much about the execution of specific individuals, but I did read a very interesting book by Christopher Browning. It's called Ordinary Men, and it tells the story about the first part of the Holocaust when they started with shooting. So they had to execute these Jewish people in the forest and they shot, but it was just so difficult to do. Shooting all the time and then like wavering, and then sometimes they shot like in parts of the head where they didn't die immediately, or sometimes they shot in the stomach, and sometimes they tried to deliberately shoot wrong. You know, like it was just terrible process that was completely inefficient. I never knew like how. Like if you read that book, it's just you start to know like how sort of demanding something like that is, and how often you fuck up. You both in the movies.
Even when you thought, you know, shooting them would be the quickest, most obvious thing.
Yeah, but shooting isn't very efficient. It isn't. It's
because people even miss.
Yeah, no, people miss. That's why eventually they went for the gas chambers, because the gas chambers are much more efficient. Also, they're much more quiet, and you don't need sort of people who don't have the stomach for it. You just needed 4 people.
Yeah, you just shove them into the place, and there's no direct contact. And this reminds me of this, shoving, pushing sodomites off tall buildings. Because according to the Torah, it's supposed to be done by stoning, and I imagine that there are probably a lot of people thinking, oh, he hasn't done that much wrong. We're not going to stone him to death, and I guess the whole, because the stoning is a kind of communal punishment, so everybody takes the blame, and I think, because a lot of people just wouldn't do it anymore, the rabbis thought it's like, we still have to do it. And then one of them said, I know, we'll just push him off onto a pile of stones below and he'll die. But we don't have to all do it, because we just can't find enough people in our community to do such a thing. And so that was a kind of innovation in a way.
Yeah, I think the Jewish rabbis over the ages realized, and also that the same applies for Muslim fuqaha, learned men, that they decided that this punishment is just so unnecessarily cruel that they made the conditions so hard that it was always impossible to meet them, because the idea that the stones can't be large enough to kill somebody immediately, but also not too small as to not hurt somebody, make sure that it's just an agonizing death. It's like one of the worst possible ways you could die.
A gas chamber, even though it sounds superficially compassionate, like lethal injection and also electric chair, but I think when you think about it, the beheading is actually meant as a kindness, because it's swift. Or that's the original idea anyway, before they invented all these things. And I think also it's quite portable, because this Saudi executioner was saying he'd be sent here and there, because you don't have to set up a gallows or anything. You just send this one guy to with a sword, and that's what he does.
Yeah, I wonder if it's not easier. Like nowadays, you have just cyanide that could kill you very quickly. But I know in America they had this whole system with the lethal injection, and like it's just like the process is just too long. Like somebody has to wait for their. I think that's probably the worst. You have to wait for yourself to die. You have to wait till the nurse comes. Then she's like, do you have anything to say? The whole process is just arduous, instead of you just getting like a pill and you just die. Probably better. I mean, if you want to sort of show that somebody did something really wrong, and you want to make them feel like they did something wrong, well, maybe you can really sort of let them experience fear by making this process very long. But it's not a good way to go. It's better just to get a fucking cyanide pill and get it over with.
Yeah, but then you have to force them to take it.
Yeah, I mean, then
what was you going to do? I mean, it's not very dignified, isn't it? It's like, oh, you managed to tie the prisoner to a chair, and it's like he's not going to take the cyanide pill. He's going to keep shutting his mouth, and and then you have to pinch his nose.
Well, yeah. Well, dentists are able to, I don't know, like get children to work with them. So I mean, come on, must be able to slip that pill in somewhere, right?
Well, I think it involves pinching their nose to make them open their mouths.
Possibly. It's not a great way to die either, but I don't know. It sounds sort of better than the whole sort of waiting process, like, and then some kind of nurse with a sterile uniform comes in and asks you, like, are you sure you're ready? We can also wait another 20 minutes. Like, that sounds to me like the horrible scenario. Like the I don't know, like the sterility of it. I just like if I were in death row, I want it to be over quick. And
which reminds me of Speaker's Corner, because the only reason why it happened, is a tradition of speaking your mind at Speaker's Corner, was that these people were about to die anyway. That's why they could speak freely.
is that true?
Do you have the equivalent of this in Holland?
No, we could speak anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why John Locke decided to go to the Netherlands and publish his books there. Was a better place. Was a better place than England at the time. And because I mean, also don't forget, who brought you the Glorious Revolution? That's us. You know, we invaded England, and after that, the English got finally a parliament and a constitutional monarchy. So the English have to.
You were sure the Protestant succession, and it took how many years? It was over 150 years to secure the Protestant succession.
Yeah, it was off and on. Lots of heads had to roll for that, including some kings. So
do you think it's sad that people don't care about these things anymore? It's like, yeah, you be Catholic, I be Protestant. Who cares?
No, I think it's actually good that people don't care so much.
I mean, okay, in a way, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that so many people lost their lives over something that people now just can't even begin to imagine caring about.
True. Yeah, but that's I mean, that's with sort of every religious conflict, either a Christian or Muslim. Can you imagine, like, the essence of Christ? You know, like, you know, how we should see the Trinity, and like people killing each other over that kind of thing.
But it wasn't about the Trinity. They weren't arguing about the Trinity. They were just arguing about who. It was a kind of Brexit thing, because, you know, during Brexit, they were kind of saying like the Pope is like the EU, and Brexit is like, you know, Henry VIII or something. You know,
no, I'm talking about like the time before in the Roman Empire. You know, like people actually killed each other for being either like monophysites or like
who are these people? Monophysites, whatever.
Oh yeah, well, there are all these people.
Who are they?
Different Nestorians, and people who believe that maybe like they're not the same essence, or like Christ is not the same essence as God, or just a man form. Like, it's complicated. I forgot exactly what it was, but yet very different. Like the Arian heresy, people were killing each other because of that kind of thing, and so did people in Muslim lands over their respective differences. If you were I don't know, if you think the Quran was created or uncreated, well, people were killed for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and all these sort of weird arguments. I mean, there was a political dimension that we may no longer be aware of it now. But this makes me think of Jen and her pantheism, and I was thinking, you know, I was asking her, you know, what is pantheism for, and she couldn't really tell me. But the thing is, obviously, there's a political dimension to denying the Big Bang, which is what she does, right? She has to deny the Big Bang, because she has to deny that the universe was created, because she's a pantheist.
Well, I don't know. Like, you could argue that God comes into being, right? I mean, I don't know why that is.
No, because there are only two views really about the universe. Either God created the universe, or the universe was always there. And Jen takes a view that the universe was always there. So, and then the universe is also God. Yeah, and that's why she has to deny the Big Bang. Because the Big Bang is, you know, part of the process that suggests a creator.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there are more reasons why she sort of doesn't like the Big Bang. Also, remember, in sort of Hinduism, they believe in not just in eternity, but also in reincarnation. So like the return, like cyclical thing, cyclical thinking. And if the Big Bang is anything, it's anything but cyclical, or at least as far as we know. Like I'm no expert on the Big Bang at all, but I gather that most scientists think that at least it was an event. We don't know if it was the first or last event, but we know at least that this is how sort of the universe as we know got started.
Yeah. So I think Jen was having an argument with somebody called Leo Phillips, and he's an ex-Catholic, and of course Jen is also an ex-Catholic, but he was an atheist, and there was a point in the discussion when they were talking about who caused the Big Bang or what caused the Big Bang. And it's like, well, if you're theist, the answer is immediate. God caused the Big Bang. And it's like, what's this thing that the Americans would hit that's full of sweets for children?
Piñata.
Piñata, because I was going to say panini, piñata. That's it. So the universe is like a piñata, and God was the one who struck it with to make all the sweets go everywhere, which is the galaxies and whatever. So it kind of makes sense at that level.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Like I don't particularly really think she should care about it, but she has a couple of axioms like that she works with. So there are a couple of presuppositions that she won't stray from, and every time something in science conflicts with her presuppositions, then she makes up some kind of weird, either conspiracy theory or like eccentric other theory.
Can you remember what she says when you say, "What about the red shift?" Because that shows that our universe is continuing to expand. Do you know can you remember what she says to that?
I don't remember anything.
I don't either.
No. But what I think she'll just deny the whole science of it. Like I remember her denying that it's happening, like denying that the universe is expanding.
Yeah, because she has to be consistent with her belief that the universe was always there, which is why she believes the universe is also God. So even these things that appear not to be political are in fact political for her anyway. And then you think, well, why doesn't Jen just believe in the Abrahamic God? And then I thought, I think I've worked that out. It's because she doesn't want to follow the laws of the Abrahamic God, but she also wants to say that she believes in God. So
I don't think it has.
This is a compromise that she's worked out.
Well, I think she just wants to be sort of different than. I mean, I think she wants to be thought of as so smart and so original that nobody ever thought of it. I remember the sort of
telling her about Spinoza, and she didn't seem to know anything about him.
No, but she doesn't know about sort of anybody really, except maybe some physicists. And when Duvid revealed that his science teacher had a 3D periodic table in on her desk or something 30 years ago, and Jenny couldn't take it. I just laughed so hard because this is for her, she's like this unrecognized ego with her very eccentric idea. The whole world is wrong. She is right. I think that gives her a lot of emotional, just
investment in the idea of her being a genius.
Yeah. I mean, like, what if you just think just like the rest, like all the other mediocre people, like, I mean, she wouldn't be able to think like me. That wouldn't be good for her ego. Like I know that there are so many people in the world that are so much smarter than me, and that many of my ideas are not very original. I mean, that's not very ego. How would you say ego supporting idea of yourself? But I mean, for me, it's just being closer to reality because that's what I care about. I care about what's real. You care about what's useful. And Jenny cares about what makes her feel good.
But the thing, I suppose, with all the debates I've had with her about why my theocracy is better than her theocracy, I suppose what I'm thinking of is, can I express in concrete terms why my theocracy is better than hers, other than, the rule of law, which I will have with the Quran and won't exist in hers because of her oral tradition that it comes from nowhere. It's the idea of opportunity cost. Are you familiar with that concept?
Yeah.
So it's the loss of the opportunity to do something else that you could be doing if you weren't doing this silly thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying the opportunity cost of worshipping a god that doesn't care about you, which I find bizarre because, she's found God, but why? But the God has no purpose because the God can't, doesn't care about human affairs and won't intervene in them and, really doesn't care. A God that's indifferent to humanity. But then I suppose that kind of God is easier to believe in, but you're not extracting from this system of thought the most that you could be extracting, which is to have this system of belief which says God gave us laws and everything comes from God, and therefore suffering is punishment for sin. And if you're suffering, stop sinning. How do you know you've been sinning? You go through this tick list of maybe the no-hide laws to see how much your government is obeying these laws. And if you find that hardly any of these laws are being obeyed, then it means you have bad government and bad politicians who don't care about you.
Yeah, but
and
you need to measure that. But Claire, you need to be able to measure that and to demonstrate.
So I think even the Jews have to admit that Israel is not no-hide, and the rest of the West is even worse, right?
Is the West doing them worse than any other place in the world?
Well, I don't know, but I think I would have thought that any country that doesn't adhere to the rule of law, that is in some way in harmony with the 7 no-hide laws, would be not well governed. Okay. But actually, you can apply the 7 no-hide laws to secular political ideologies too.
Okay, but so any system with a rule of law is preferable to systems which don't have a rule of law. I agree with that. But I don't know if you should treat that sort of transcendence, this idea of the no-hide law. I think it's very unprovable, to be honest.
Sorry, what is unprovable?
Well, I mean, you have to demonstrate, or you think it's provable, but then I think actually if you're trying to take this into the realm of empiricism, I think you can actually be proven negative.
I'm sorry, what do you think is provable? I mean, what are you referring to? What do you think I'm trying to prove?
Well, I think that countries that have laws against idolatry, that have laws against, what are the 7 no-hide laws against again?
Oh, okay. I'll go through them. Laws forbidding murder, laws forbidding theft, laws forbidding sexual immorality, laws forbidding the eating of an animal while it's still alive, the positive commandment to establish a court and legal system. And I'm saying these first 5 would be found uncontroversial, even to atheists. So they'd be happy with, they'll say, oh, it's obvious, we don't need you to tell us that. So the last 2 would be that will be problematic, would be idolatry and blasphemy.
But I mean, eating an animal while it's still alive. I mean, I think the Japanese do that sometimes, right? And they're doing.
Well, I think if you nibble at an oyster rather than I don't know, crushing it against the roof of your mouth, then you're technically, But anyway, maybe that's not the most important thing, but I think people can say, well, we shouldn't be cruel to animals, and we should kill something before we eat it, because we'd rather not be eaten alive ourselves, and we can at least see the point of not being cruel to animals.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think ritual slaughter, as the Jews and the Muslims do it, is not very nice to animals anyway.
Well, slaughter is always a bloody business, but anyway, I mean, they do have rules about, sharp knife, and then I think
back to the same.
They have to. Do they have to point the animal in the direction of Mecca, and before a prayer is said, and then its throat is cut? I mean, maybe I'm a bit vague. I mean, I don't want to.
It bleeds to death. So it's not like chopping off the head immediately. I mean, if they did that, I don't know. Like, I would be more in favor of kosher or halal or whatever. But the problem is, these animals are killed not in a quick way, and they could be killed quicker.
I think you die pretty quickly if your throat were cut. I mean, you won't be hanging around for ages.
I don't know if did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
No.
Oh God, you should see the way.
I know it's your favorite film, the favorite TV series. I know, but I never really got into
I mean,
it.
like, you sort of like it is like, I mean, it's not the worst way to go, but it's definitely not the best. I mean,
the whole idea is it's swift and irreversible. I mean,
Yeah, but it's not as swift as, for example, having a pin in your head, like the pigs are killed most of the time, or.
I mean, okay, okay, non-halal methods of slaughter and non-kosher. I did actually look into it. So basically, the animal is stunned and then hung upside down, and then and then they're supposed to have their throats cut. But I think it's and they're stunned by having a I don't know 3-inch bolt fired into their brain. That is the stunning mechanism, and I don't think that's necessarily more dignified. I mean, just think of, would you just like your throat cut, or would you prefer to be hung upside down and then have your throat cut? I think I know which one to choose.
Look, I'm not a pig. Pigs don't care.
No, but the only way you can actually apply these,
remember,
imagine
a pig that cares about being dignified.
I'm just saying you can imagine how the animal would feel, and so you imagine yourself to be the animal undergoing this process, and I think maybe just having your throat cut would be quite enough. You don't want somebody to fire a bolt into your head and then hang you upside down and then cut your throat, which is the conventional methods of slaughter. Not very nice, or even worse than just having your throat.
Of a conversation I had with OV. So OV is very skeptical about gas chambers and stuff like that. And once I sent him a video of pigs being sort of gassed for an hour long, and he really got quite sick of it. It's just horrifying.
What would be the purpose of doing that?
Well, I have to show the unfortunate sap that it's actually possible to gas animals or humans. Some people have doubts.
Why were those poor pigs gassed?
Because it's also an efficient way to kill them.
But why? You don't. Were they meant to be eaten after being gassed? Surely not.
Why not? You can still eat them after they've been gassed.
Yeah, because you don't want to, to eat poisoned. I guess they would be dying of some kind of poison, right? If you gas them.
But if you gas them with just carbon monoxide, there's no problem. That's what they did in Treblinka and Belzec and Sobibor, and so I mean that's just with exhaust fumes, you can just also take away the air, And then
people... It just reminds me of this crazy conversation I had a long time ago with a woman who was saying, "Oh, it's so cruel how we slaughter animals. Why don't we just poison them?" And I thought that was so crazy and stupid, and I didn't even know how to begin to address, that point, because she wanted to eat meat.
It's pretty horrifying because you don't die instantly. The problem is you just die after a couple of minutes, most of the time. If you're lucky, it's like 2 or something. But I mean, you can go on for 15 minutes or even longer in some situations. So it depends on the room temperature.
But I kind of wanted to talk about idolatry and blasphemy to finish my point about the no-hide laws, if I may. Yeah. And so you may probably have no problem about idolatry and blasphemy, but I'm saying if we're going to somehow order our thought processes, we need to have a kind of hierarchy of priorities about how to order priorities and decide, who decides what and which rules to follow. And so even if you don't believe in God, we assume that there is some this is kind of like Plato's ideal forms. Like, what is your ideal form of justice? What is your ideal form of the most perfect God? It would be the most powerful God conceivable, right? And that would be Abrahamic God.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the most powerful king. I mean, this is my problem with your sort of hypothetical concepts. Even though I don't think it's actually true, I think a god that talks through burning bushes or is only able to kill like firstborn sons or isn't able to sort of like extradite his people in Israel. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It sounds all a bit. I don't know. It sounds also
okay. You're saying you find it unbelievable, but as far as I'm concerned, the stories are really just a packaging, because the real deal would be the laws. Because if it is true that the Abrahamic God made laws for us to follow, he's going to do that. He's going to do that, and he has apparently done that. And why didn't he just sort of give us an official handbook? Because we need a story somehow. We need some kind of story to relate to, because if he just had a law book telling us what to do, it's too cold. The human mind wants a story, like children do, because they want to know why.
It sounds very childish. It sounds like children arguing about their supposed superpowers after they watch, I don't know, Dragon Ball Z or something.
Yeah, and it starts with this. So you and I are the two children, and you say, my God can do anything, and I'll have to say, my God can do everything, and he also knows everything. And then I guess you go on further until we get to the Abrahamic God.
I'm not so sure if the Abrahamic God as revealed in Scripture. I think maybe later theologians have talked about its omnipotence and everything, but I think that's just like later additions to the Abrahamic God. If you just look at the stories of the Abrahamic God, then it's not very, very interesting or particularly inspiring.
What do you mean later stories of the Abrahamic God?
Later theological additions. Like people like Thomas Aquinas, or like in the Arab world, you had also people arguing about abstract concepts of God being all powerful and stuff like this. But all powerful, I don't know. Like why would you have, for example, a devil if it's all powerful? Is that part of God's will or not?
Well, yes, because there are different conceptions of Satan. So the Jews think of Satan as God's prosecuting counsel, which I found a little surprising when I first heard of it. But in a way, it makes sense, because the whole Jewish idea of God is that, there will be evil, but God sends evil too. So it's not Manichaean, I think is a word, where there is this duality and good is fighting evil, because the Jewish concept, the Abrahamic God is that he has it all under perfect control. And the bad stuff that happens, he did it too, and it's too, and he's trying to tell us something.
Manichaeanism sounds much more consistent in many ways, because at least it's sort of arguing there are two forces that are competing against each other, and humans have to pick a side. Well, what monotheism is doing when it's incorporating a devil is saying, oh, you shouldn't listen to this creature, you shouldn't be like it's an evil creature, but at the same time God allows its existence, and it's even tempting Jesus, supposedly.
Because it's already ensued. Okay, so the Judaism has this idea of the Yetzer Hara, which is Hebrew for evil inclination, and that's what they call it, the evil inclination, which everyone, they assume everyone has. And I thought that's actually, a neat little concept.
Hey, my big question is, when you're promoting secular Quranism, why are you investing so much time in knowing all these Jewish concepts? I mean, you could have also done what I did and focus more on Islamic concepts. That would have been maybe preferable or more interesting. Or
well, I suppose I pick up. Please carry on.
Oh no! I'm just wondering what your obsession.
Oh, you're just wondering why? Okay, well, I'm just saying. I listen to certain rabbis, so I pick up these concepts, and I find that the most satisfying theological discussions I have is with Jews and rabbis, and Muslims tend not to be very good at discussing these things.
But why not with Muslims then? I mean, what's wrong with Islam?
Actually, okay, maybe the English is not very good, or I can't find a really good Islamic scholar prepared to talk about these things. But rabbis are easier to find. They speak very good English compared to the Muslims that I have. Muslim scholars that I've encountered.
I mean, the rabbis, they're not that many of them, are there? I mean,
which one?
Small amount of the population, and I'm sure you can find all these interesting Islamic scholars. Maybe you should.
I try, I try. I just don't find them that interesting. They're just maybe not that bright.
Well, why do you think that people who hold the Quran in high esteem, the so-called Word of God, are not very bright?
Because, well, I guess maybe a lot of them are the peasants of humanity. I don't know.
But I mean,
it's like there are the many. I mean, okay, a rabbi is supposed to be learned. He's supposed to be more learned than even Jews. So, and they speak English, and I prefer to talk to them because they kind of get what I'm trying to say, even though they don't agree.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a fuqaha or a mufti or whatever, an alim, is also supposed to be a learned man. I mean, maybe you should, I don't know, go.
Is he on Facebook? I don't know. It's like they've got to be on social media, otherwise, they're hard to contact.
Wait, everybody's on social media, Claire.
I know.
Ayatollah Sistani is on the old geezer. If he's still alive.
Ayatollah Sistani. Well, the thing is, the old ones, won't be internet savvy. And so you can only contact the younger ones who are kind of desperate for fame and recognition. But the older ones are less likely to engage.
Yeah, but I think your sort of obsession with Judaism is very interesting. I wonder if it comes from the day that you were still sort of part of the BNP.
No.
Because I think like how you view Jews is very different from me. I think Jews are just, I mean, people with a certain tradition. I don't think they're particularly interesting. I don't think they're particularly special. And that's my sort of beef with the old right as well. I don't think they're special.
The magic special Jews, you know.
Yeah, well, that's like the space Jews ideas. Yeah, no, I don't believe they're sort of special people. I think they think themselves are very special, or some of them at least, the religious ones. But I think they're just like the rest of us, basically.
Well, I mean, even the ones who don't, they're still the key to. I think they are the solution, because everything. Okay, there is this belief amongst Jews that the world will only be right if they do what they're supposed to do, and I'm afraid that they have been having many crises of identity over the centuries, because they're always conflicted, on being, on the one hand, God's chosen people and properly obeying his laws, and they, on the other hand, they want to assimilate. They want to be cool. They want to wear jeans. They, wear baseball caps and whatever, and so that there will always be this temptation to become secular, and when they become secular, they cause problems for themselves.
Doesn't every sort of minority tradition has that? I mean, like, Jews are not like special in the sense that they sometimes had like assimilationist tendencies. You also see that in Islam, when Muslims become
and they do, except that because they are so few in number, they kind of need to protect themselves until and unless they complete the mission, which was got for that God chose them to accomplish. And there's a bit of disagreement, like, God never wanted us to do anything in particular. He just wants us to be special and worship him in the special way that he told us to worship him. And I thought, actually, not really, because that there's this idea of tikkun olam, which is repair of the world, and what could this possibly mean? And some have suggested it's to teach the Noahide laws properly to Gentiles. Have they been doing it? Obviously not, because the last 3 Christian empires have been Christian. 3 global empires have been Christian. So they haven't been doing their job, and now they're so not doing what they're supposed to be doing, that they're not even particularly triggered by idolatry anymore, and they are assimilated to such an extent that only half the Jews in existence are observant Jews.
So how have your views of Jews evolved over the years?
I used to think like you, that they're just, a little, funny little lot. I'll find out about them, but you can't find out about them without researching, studying Judaism.
Well, 1 minute. So you thought they were a funny little bunch when you were in the BNP?
No, before that. I mean, I didn't know that much about them,
Okay.
But obviously, okay, I didn't know how white people treated Jews, and I thought it was just curious the way the things they'd say about Jews. And then I met one, and he said, "Oh, you just think we're just white people, but you don't know the half of it. You don't know how badly they treat us. Blah blah blah." And I thought, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. You just look white." And, but it's like there's a whole bunch of stuff that has happened. Obviously, more Inquisition and persecutions and all that. So I guess I was just curious why Jews trigger these white people so much.
But can't you sort of put it in a bigger perspective? Like, I mean, every sort of like elite group is triggering people who are non-elites more. Look at the Tutsis were triggering the Hutus very much so. The Chinese did so with the Indonesians in Indonesia in 1965. So I mean that's not unique to Jews. It's something more in humanity. Resentment
yes and no, because there is a kind of managerial grace, the kind of idea that Dubert talks about, and I think with Otto Poe, he was talking about the Lebanese in a certain way that suggests that he thinks they're one of the elite and they're smarter than everyone else, and it's really annoying. And having met Pelou, I discovered about the Creole, which actually Black Africans don't like, because they are a managerial class that does the bidding of the empire.
True. Yeah, I think that, but especially in Christian Europe, I mean, like sort of we Christians, or like I view myself as a cultural Christian, let's say, we sort of dig our own grave, in the sense that what we allowed Jews to do were things that we actually resented them for later. So they weren't allowed to be part of the guilds. So if you just let Jews be bakers and butchers and whatever, then they can do that too. But if you just permit them to be in the diamond trade and in the financial sector and in trade, well, that's what they're going to do, right?
Yeah, and then you blame them for banking and usury and money lending and all that. So, but anyway, they have they are known to favor certain professions and all that, and I think the emancipation of Jews is a fascinating subject, because even they are not sure if it's a good thing or not, because the ultra Orthodox rabbi says actually, of course it wasn't very nice for us when they were mean to us, but when they start liking us and marrying us, it's not such a good thing either.
No, I think that the biggest obstacle to assimilation is actually anti-Semitism. I think that the sort of alt-right, if they really wanted to sort of get rid of the Jews, what they would do is to make it very open, very secular, very liberal, and Jews will eventually disappear over maybe a couple of generations.
But they say things happen when Jews assimilate. So they always go back to Nazi Germany, when the Jews were really assimilated, and the story is that they assimilated so much that the Germans said, no more, we don't want you. You're somehow creepy. We don't really want you to join our group, because maybe they have special qualities that allow them to do better than Gentile Germans, or whatever reason. But anyway, and it's the same thing. The Gentiles are not happy when Jews assimilate. And when they do, they actually create anti-Semitism, and Ovi is a case in point, because he has a problem with Jews, probably because he doesn't like his stepfather, who is Jewish.
Oh, well, that is
so because he has daddy issues, right?
Well, yeah, he has the ultimate Oedipus complex. It's
yeah. Well, there you go, and it's because they assimilate and they marry Gentiles, and actually, I'm thinking of quite a few anti-Semites that I know. It's like, oh, I mean, he's, the one I'm thinking of has had lots of Jewish girlfriends. So, yeah.
Well,
so in the end, it becomes like, I know all about Jews because I've had all these Jewish girlfriends, and they all broke up with me, and I didn't like them.
I think there's something with the anti-Semites that is attracting them to Jews as well. So I think it's like an attraction-repulsion mechanism. So I don't think
a love-hate relationship.
Hate relationship, like you can see that at best maybe in Brundlefly, it's.
Yeah, it's like they don't know what to think, and they're kind of trapped, and
but what I do think is that assimilation initially always creates tension. So because assimilation will make sure that the sort of social arrangements will be rearranged, right? So if you have people in their shtetl, in their isolated groups, that's not going to threaten your status, especially if they're not welcome into any sort of guilds or whatever. They're not going to threaten your security. But once you open these things up, at the moment you do, you get loss of status, because some of these people will, might be more successful than you, or some of these people might be more.
And then you resent them for it.
Yeah, so some of these people might be marrying your mom, or be your girlfriend, or whatever, and then the resentment starts. I think that this is what as well. His girlfriend is making more than him, and I think that might be a part of the problem.
Well, yes, and the thing is, I have this theory that really God ultimately is saying, when you've done what I chose you to do, then you can assimilate. So this thing about the no-hide laws. I mean, often wonder whether some bright Jewish child might say, "Mom and Dad or Rabbi, can't I become a no-hide?" Because no-hides can get to heaven more easily than Jews. They only have to observe the 7 no-hide laws, but we have to follow 613 laws. Why can't I get to heaven the easy way? And I bet, such a child would be expelled from yeshiva. How can you ask such a thing? How dare you, reject your identity? And the thing is, this is the thing that causes neurosis, because on the one hand, you want to be special and few. On the other hand, you want to assimilate. And this can drive people crazy. It's like, should I stay or should I go? If I stay, there will be trouble. If I go, it will be double. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but I think you sort of tend to believe that Jews have more influence than they actually have in sort of real life. So I mean, even if Jews were pushing this Noahide thing till the cows come home, I don't think it will amount to changing much. I've been reading this book about the Second World War and about when people just learned about the Holocaust, and it turns out that the British Foreign Office, they didn't want Jews to emigrate at all. They kept the door shut. Only an isolated amount of people could get in. You can see what the power relationship is between Jews and the British Empire. The British Empire, if they
sorry, the British didn't want Jews from where to go where?
Palestine, no, because it created tension with the Arabs. Right.
Okay, so they didn't want Jews, immigrating into Palestine. Yes, I can understand that. But what you said reminded me of okay. So you have all these sort of socio-historical explanations of Jews and how they are perceived, but in a way, it makes sense if you take on the God theory. So if all good and evil come from God, and all suffering is punishment for sin, and if suffering is an evil, because that's how it's also been defined, and anti-Semitism is an evil that is suffered by Jews, and arguably, anti-Semitism is punishment from God for Jews who don't do what he chose them to do. And of course, this offends them a lot, but that is, part of their theory of God anyway. And some, the Orthodox Jews will have no problem with this. But this would trigger liberal Jews who have a different view of the world. So, but it would actually solve a lot of problems for Jews if they said, oh, okay, anti-Semitism is rising because it is a law of human nature that the Gentile will always blame Jews, for the oppression of their government. And obviously the whole purpose of teaching the Noahide laws that Jews were chosen by God to do is to improve the lives of Gentiles, which Jews haven't been doing.
You have to be so careful because remember Vincent?
What? Well, what about him?
Vincent sort of starts an anti-Jewish hate campaign because Jews are against his plan of creating what was it? Eugenic growth farms. That's why he hates the Jews. I mean, you can't make everybody happy.
I think he just chooses causes. I think he got bored with the no-hide law, so he did this incest thing, and now I haven't heard anything from him. So maybe he's suffering from some kind of mental illness. Maybe.
I think everybody who's on these streams, maybe with the exception of myself, has some kind of mental illness.
Mm-hmm. And some bee in their bonnet. But may I finish my point about anti-Semitism being an evil created by God to punish Jews for not doing what they're supposed to be doing for us. They're supposed to be doing it for us. They're supposed to be teaching us the no-hide laws, and they won't talk about it because it makes them uncomfortable. They haven't been doing it for centuries, maybe as long as 2 millennia, because Christianity's been around for 2,000 years, and I guess because of the history of persecuting Jews, Jews would just say, well, we're not going to say anything, because if we say anything, you're going to kick us out, and we don't want to be kicked out. So, but anyway, they haven't been doing what they were supposed to be doing, and actually Jews aren't the only one, because Muslims don't do what they're supposed to be doing, not obeying the commandment in chapter 18, verse 4, that says, admonish those who claim that God has begotten a son. So they're also punished. I mean, if you want to use this system.
Why are you focusing on Jews then? Why not focus on Muslims?
I do. I was just saying that they've been ignoring their own rules too. And that's why they suffer. That's why they're second-class citizens in the West who are despised, as coming from shithole countries.
About Jews than about Muslims neglecting their duty.
No, I'm just saying that they're all guilty. It's like, well, the Christians are guilty for idolatry and blasphemy, and the Muslims are guilty of distorting their rules, even though they're quite clear in the Quran, but they like changing things around to suit themselves. And Jews, well, they might have a bit, I mean, they don't exactly follow the Torah, but then they say they have the excuse of, well, we can't do all these things because we don't live in Israel. But now they've got Israel back, and I guess I think it would be logical to suppose that if God made Jews get their homeland back, then he intends them to live in it following his laws. But they're not following his laws. The liberal Democrats, and that's not allowed.
Well,
and that's why they're being punished.
It's always been a contentious issue, as you know. Actually, Domingo was referring to this as well. The fact that especially fanatical Jews in Europe, especially when Zionism first got started in the late 19th century, they actually didn't like Zionism that much. They thought it was heresy, and still to this day, you have the Naruto Karta thing. Naruto Karta Jews. They don't like Zionism. They think it's blasphemy, heresy, because it's not just a secular state, but the Messiah is not there, so they're not supposed to be in the Holy Land yet.
Or they should only live in Israel if it's a theocracy, and that's when secular Quranism comes in.
Well,
with Israeli characteristics.
But that's presuming that Jews think that they already should be living in the Holy Land, which a lot of fanatical Jews disagree with. They should be.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I don't think it's reasonable for them to leave now that they're there. But I think there's some kind of problem about living there as a liberal democracy, because obviously their Arab neighbors don't like it, and they're not even no-hide, and liberal democracy is not no-hide. And therefore, God is angry with them, and they'll never get any peace until they become a Sharia theocracy or a Quran-based theocracy. And so that's my solution to Jews. But of course they're not going to be listening anytime soon.
No, it's not gonna happen, Claire. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, but isn't it a neat little solution for Jews?
I don't think so, because they'll have to lose their culture, religion, and live on the secular Quranism. They don't want to.
Well, no. Actually, it would be the perfect compromise between religious Jews and secular Jews. And you know what? Okay, so we'll just assume that the religious Jews want to to live in a Torah theocracy, and the secular Jews go, oh, this is too terrible. We just want to be Israeli citizens. We don't even want to be Jews, and we certainly don't want a Torah theocracy. But if you said to them, look, you have to choose a theocracy. You can have your Torah theocracy, or you can have secular Quranism. What do you think these secular Jews are going to choose? They're going to choose secular Quranism.
No, I don't think so, because it's not tied to their tradition. I think actually people's identities are much more important than you make it sound.
Okay, I know that they wouldn't even willingly. I'm just saying, if they were forced to choose between only two kinds of theocracy, then they would choose the one that doesn't have 36 capital offenses, right? That's only rational. If you were a secular Jew and didn't even believe in God, because
I think you're wrong. I think you're definitely wrong about it. I think they will choose the religion and the political system that falls more in line with their tradition. I think you're quite naive.
I'd love to try that idea out, because I really think they're going to choose the lightest theocracy, the starter theocracy, the entry-level theocracy, and that's what secular Quranism is.
No. You'll see this also with secular Muslims as well, how they sort of still have, many of them, sort of reflexive identification with Islam and its culture and its traditions. So they might sort of support or make excuses for people who are sort of less secular and might have Sharia, because they feel sort of still tied to that culture and still tied to that tradition, and even though they drink, they think like, okay, at least they're sort of our group, So I'm not so sure, and especially with Judaism, because Judaism is such a sort of culture, it's people identify with the stories, with the tradition, and I think that ultimately it's more likely that they'll choose the halakha than they will choose secular Quranism.
Well, it would be great if Israel could have a referendum on whether they want a Torah theocracy or whether they want secular Quranism. I mean, I just don't see why, if they would be rational and really couldn't choose.
But people aren't rational, Claire.
Yeah, it's a shame that they're not, though. It's such a great shame.
I hope your interaction with the alt-rights has learned you this much, that people aren't rational. Most people believe things for not very smart reasons, and they try to rationalize what they believe already because of emotional reasons. It's
yes. So we're just talking about the deadly sin of pride, because people don't want to change their minds, because to change their minds means having to admit that they were wrong to have that view to begin with. So and if it's something as important as religion, then the even more. And politics. So somebody who says, "Oh, I've always thought Jews were to blame," and it's like they've thought that for the past 30 years, they're not going to change, are they? They're not going to say, "Oh, perhaps they're not responsible for every evil thing that happened in the world," and because they do, yeah, because it becomes sacred. That it's some view that you've held for a long time becomes sacred to you.
Yeah, definitely, because you have so much personal investment. All your pride is depending on this question. Was I wrong for all that time? I think one of the reasons why many of these sort of white nationalists are still white nationalists is because they invested so much time in it. OV has argued so much, and now he sort of can't let it go.
And don't you think Trump derangement syndrome is actually a manifestation of liberal reaction against the fact that they might be wrong, because there are 70 million Americans saying we don't want no new liberalism and neoconservatism anymore. We hate it. We don't want it. We reject it. And they were so triggered that they suffered Trump derangement syndrome. The liberals anyway.
Trump derangement system also comes from the fact that people have sort of put identities among these sort of political questions. So it's not just Trump as a person. It's not just Trump as a policy, like a guy with certain kinds of policies. But no, he sort of symbolizes a certain kind of class, a certain kind of identity, like everything that you're sort of identify yourself against. So of course, there's no way sort of rationally looking at his policies anymore. I remember talking with a couple of friends about this. These are expats, so they're not Dutch, from America. And I'm just saying that, can you name me a couple of things that you think Trump did well? And they can't name me a single thing. Like, I'm not a big Trump fan, absolutely not. But I'm sure I can name a lot of things that I thought were, that was actually pretty smart, or that was pretty good. I can also name a lot of things that I think it was bad. But if you can't name them anymore, then it means that your emotions and your aversions have taken your mind over so much that you can't look at anything in a rational light anymore. And everything has become tribal. Everything has become about identity and not about policy. And I think
identity is about status.
Yeah, of status and ego. But even if you're right that this secular Quranism is sort of better than the halakha, I don't think people for these reasons would adopt it, because people are just I'd rather have my world of complicated, weird, full of punishments halakha instead of having your secular Quranism. Thank you very much. I think
I think you're just speculating. I suppose I because I want people to be rational. I have a different view to you, but I think if I had the cooperation of the media, who wanted to promote my thing, then I think it would just happen, because then I would get my message through about why Israeli Jews should choose secular Quranism rather than a Torah theocracy, just because it doesn't have 36 capital offenses. And it's also, it would give them better relations with their Muslim neighbors.
Okay, but how many people have you convinced online? You've been talking to us for a long
time. Because most people are not even honorable.
And then you're
not. I mean, it's like they're either afraid, or even if they agree with you, they don't want to be seen to be agreeing with you, because they have their own emotional and political baggage.
Okay, like I sort of agree that people outside these spheres might be a bit more rational, but even they will have a big problem accepting your ideas, not just because of rational reasons, but because of a lot of emotional reasons.
Yes, because I understand what I'm asking them to do, which is to admit that Christianity is kaput, and so is liberalism and liberal democracy. So they're all sacred cows. Of course, they're all sacred cows. That's why it's so difficult.
Yeah,
admit that I'm wrong and my ancestors are wrong for how many centuries? Yeah, it's a hard call.
No, but it's also not a positive idea. It's like secular Quranism seems like it's just like identifying the problems that you see with society and how you need to solve them, as opposed to what it is now. I don't think that Christianity, even though it was, it had problems with the Roman pagan empire, what they had was a sort of positive movement, right? And Islam to a certain extent as well, even though it sort of was really much against idolatry and other things. But it had a positive message as well. And I actually don't see that in secular Quranism. I just see you're talking about how society is going down the drain, how everything
How
is
the
worse off.
patriarchy needs to be restored. I know you don't agree with that.
But I don't see anything sort of nice. I don't see
Just
feel
rules. I mean, nobody wants
like
rules.
knitting women in in a mountain house, or like how should I see it? Like it's not. It doesn't have any.
You should see it in terms of what it would achieve in restoring the patriarchy, but you'd only be interested in restoring the patriarchy if you wanted to marry, and it's possible
You're just
to marry.
restoring the patriarchy is not even a sort of positive message, because you have
I
to show.
know, because the feminists would hate it. And the men don't want it, because do you know why so many men reject the idea of patriarchy? Because it has always been hard on men. Patriarchy has been hard on men. Because really, they don't want to be marrying one woman and only having sex with her.
Yeah, but then again, you're like, this is a negative. You're saying, okay, it's very difficult. Okay, and patriarchy is very difficult. It's just better than the alternative. But that's not a romantic, positive message.
No, it's not romantic, but the logic. But I know nationalists have no logic, because they're the ones who are most morally compromised by their sexual immorality, because illegitimacy is even more in that group than any other.
The problem is you're catering to an audience that is already not very rational. But I mean, it's not that large society is very rational too. I mean, they might be a little bit more rational. But if you can't, I mean, it's sort of the worst message to cater to. I mean, like, there's nothing positive. It's nothing that these romantic nationalists can aspire to. They just feel like, oh God.
Well, isn't it romantic to marry a woman of your own race? Isn't marriage romantic?
Well, but you haven't once in your entire stream life talked about the benefits of marriage, how beautiful it is, and how you can sit on the table.
God, that's icky. I haven't got time to talk about that. No, they either should see it for themselves, for the fact that marriage is eugenic, which is what it's always been. Yes, it's eugenic, and its absence is dysgenic and degenerate.
Except Vincent and I mean the Nazis who are dead. Eugenic. I mean, that word alone, I mean, shows you that.
I know, but I mean, isn't there anyone who's capable of understanding what I'm saying?
It's
in the whole of the West, you seem to understand it.
I understand. I understand perfectly where you're coming from.
Yeah, and you're saying, okay, people don't like it, and I totally get it. But I'm saying they can be made to like it if I have.
The sheer fact that you use a word like eugenic, and eugenic is like AIDS as a word.
I know. But I'm saying these nationalists who should care, they don't care. They don't really care. They're not really nationalists. They're just anti-Semites, Islamophobes, and xenophobes. That's all they are. They shouldn't even call themselves
nationalists. Okay, you have two audiences now. You have the normies who don't like words like eugenic, who don't like the fact that you don't make any pronouncements on the Holocaust anyway, that don't like the word slut, that don't like the word patriarchy, that don't like any of these sort of words. And they will never like you. Whoa. Let me just please explain where I'm coming from.
I know what my ideas are not popular. I don't need you to tell me that people don't like them, or what?
Then you respond. There's also something. Be dignified and try to respond and wait a bit. All right, so you have that demographic, that's sort of the normies that you won't reach because of your use of words, because of like the way you sort of get under their skin. And then it's the nationalists that you constantly tell them that they're anti-Semites and stuff like that. And I totally agree with you that they are like that. I totally agree with you, but only a negative message about how shit they are is not going to achieve much either.
Well, there have been others who flattered them, and they haven't achieved anything much either. The people that once used to lead the BNP, they're no longer around. And you can see how intellectually bankrupt they are. What is Nick Griffin doing? He's telling them to move to the countryside and have babies in the hills. That's what he's telling them to do.
Like what OV did.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's disgraceful. I'd be so ashamed if I was white,
Well, do you know that OV also did that, and he went to where did he go? Yes, South Dakota or something, or North Dakota, one of these sort of shitholes. And then it turned out that North Dakota was a sort of center of new refugees centers for Somalis, and I was like, okay.
No, there's no escape. There's no escape.
No, but this is for people who actually like this is where we will agree, like most sane people. Like if you don't have the states and you're just trying to sort of try to be anti-system or with some kind of anti-government activities and trying violence even though you don't have any power, it's really pointless, because what will happen is that indeed the government will ship all these Somalis to your neighborhoods, and then you have the bit of choking it. That's what's going to happen. And Nick Griffin is also dumb. It's not going to happen. Like, go to the countryside and surrender the capital, surrender the cultural capital where culture is made, and disseminate it through the country. That's the most dumb thing you can do.
Yeah, and it's like, the answer is already there. It's secular Quranism, but they are just so crippled by their character defects that they're saying no. They're just refusing to even acknowledge that the social problems that they suffer from, illegitimacy, no religion, bad education, no jobs, no economic conditions suitable for that would even make them want to have a family, which is a long-term project, and the government that clearly doesn't care what happens to them,
But don't you agree, Claire, that some of your sort of proposed solutions are rather experimental, and some of them are also, how would you say, debatable? So, for example, the abolishment of a complete interest system. I'm not so sure if that will go well in economics. There are definitely a lot of economists that think that is the worst thing you can do.
Well, they would, because the Western system has been running on usually for centuries, so they're not going to, since mercantile times. Since John Calvin said it was okay for Christians to practice usury in the 1600s, was it?
Oh well, yeah, 50. Yeah. But the problem is this: when we got this interest system, if you look at the English, the Dutch first, and then the English. Well, that's the point. The point that they were the most powerful,
Yes. So you can look at it as I'm going to have a party. I'm going to a party instead of revising for my exams, and then I get to the party. I drink, I take drugs, I have a wonderful time. But that might mean, I don't know, a terrible hangover, an accident on the way back, being robbed, being mugged, and maybe ending up dead. But while you're getting to the right bit of that evening, you're having a great time until you fall on your face or whatever. So we don't know what the future holds.
There's another alternative. I don't know if you heard about these people in Japan. I think they're called otakus or something. They're people who are always on the internet, and they are playing video games, and then their moms just shove something like food under the...
They never leave their rooms. Those ones.
And at some point they found out that everybody's having a lot of fun, and they commit suicide because life is so shit comparatively, because happiness is rather comparative. That's also what you can have. That's also like, if you don't participate in the game, you might be eaten up. You might be destroyed. You might be at the mercy of everybody who does play the game. And I'm not saying
what is the game? What is the game, and what are the rules?
Well, one of the rules, I think, fundamentally about economy, that you do need some system of investment, and if
and you can do it. You can do it the Islamic way, because I mean there was once upon a time. Okay, joint venture. I remember when I was doing history that joint stock companies. So basically, the people invested and they were a partnership, and then it went bust, and a lot of people lost a lot of money, and lost even more than their original stake because of I forget now, but anyway, and then they started incorporation, and that made things easier for investors, or it was easier to get money.
The problem with no stocks for you, like you have to have stocks because you need to spread risk, right?
Yes.
I mean that's like when you would sail out in the early 16th century, for example, and your ship would, I mean, drown, whatever, and you would drown or you wouldn't drown, but
even if you lose your fortune,
you would be bankrupt, your family would be ruined.
Insurance.
And now because you're spreading a little risk, that's okay, and that also creates, and especially if you can sell these sell these shares as well, that also might be good for capital investment, because you think, like, okay, I can invest in something that I think is good, and now I think it's probably a bad deal. So you create a market mechanism. There is of course a question, like how far can you take it? Like what should we do with debt? And I think there's like really serious question. And what should we do with interest as well? No, having like, yeah, I know you're crazy about that. It's another Nazi policy that you need to sort of stop.
It's not I don't think the Nazis had
slave labor is a Nazi policy by the state. It's a Nazi policy. Anyway, you need to come off there. Like now, if I just
I need to show that I'm going to follow the book, and neither the Bible nor the Quran.
You sound like a Nazi in Islamic garbs. I've said this
more nonsense. I get on fine with Jews.
But sweetie, you were still ambivalent about the Holocaust. You didn't know it was happening.
You're just doing your tick list of political respectability.
No.
But I think
I'll give you the checklist of what is considered a Nazi. So ambivalent about or not sure about the Holocaust. Then we have.
No, I refuse to talk about it because I refuse to indulge you.
Being in favor of forced labor. Well, thinks that Jews have more power than they have. I mean,
because they have
that Germany was actually right to invade Poland for having Lebensraum, and that England was wrong for giving Poland a war guarantee. I mean, if you think about ticking off the Nazi list, you're pretty.
Well, I'm certainly prepared to argue about it. I'm certainly prepared to argue about it, and I'm saying that the reasons why Britain declared war on Germany in the First and Second World War were un-Islamic, and therefore Britain suffered because it acted in an un-Islamic way. And after the Second World War, Muslims, they
suffered more. Who suffered more, Germany or England?
Well, Britain lost its empire.
Germany got invaded and its women were raped, and its cities.
Yeah, but I think they're over it. They're over that now. But it's like if you think of the most, the greatest achievement of the British people would be its global empire, and they lost it. There you go.
I don't think that's the greatest achievement of the British people at all.
Okay, well, what is it then? What is it? What is it?
No, I don't think that was that. What was it? I think
you can't think of anything more than that.
And also, they lost their global empire already in stages. I mean, the Americas, they lost. Canada, they sort of have lost.
Well, actually, Canada and Australia are technically still British because they haven't.
No, they're part of the Commonwealth. They were not really a part of the empire. South Africa, they lost
dominion status.
already
No.
before.
If you look at the kind of constitution of Canada, it's like they still have director, governor generals and all that kind of shit, and they still have it in Australia. And it's meaningless now. I mean, if I were Australian or Canadian, I'd declare independence now.
But you say, I think the fact that you say it is Britain's greatest accomplishment, I think that's just really silly.
Really? Okay. Then tell me what is Britain's greatest achievement.
Was very temporary, and actually, it was not very present in a lot of places. So, if you think about the Indian Mutiny, that was actually one of the sort of first instances that Britain actually really intervened in sort of Indian domestic politics. Like they did all indirectly, as a colonial sort of power, but they were not always present in the interior. Only, I think, actually with the new imperialism, like if we think about 1870s onwards, and particularly after the First World War, did they get like all these interesting possessions, right? So I mean, it's not a very long and a deep time in English history.
No, it didn't last very long, but what we have to remember is that marine empires, i.e. thalassocracies, don't last very long. It's the land empires that last.
Well, yeah, but look, it's the problem that you have with saying...
I think they used to know this, they planned for decline.
I want to return to the earlier point. If you think really that Britain lost more than Germany in that war, then I think that is just...
How can you measure these things? What makes you think you can measure these things like there was some objective standard?
Okay, human lives, one thing. Cities destroyed, infrastructure destroyed, economic power.
Okay.
I mean, like Germany wasn't...
I ask you, what was the greatest achievement of Britain? What was it? Come on.
The greatest achievement of Britain. I think
you can't even think now because I've already told you it was its global empire.
Invented originally by the Dutch. No, but it was to create sort of formalized liberties and having the tradition of liberty and property rights.
Oh,
and to be judged by your...
There are no property rights in France or Germany or Russia. I mean,
of course. I mean, like, look, this is the European. I mean, England is an exponent of the European tradition. So I mean, but
right.
The fact
I'm sure you have property law in Holland.
Yeah, but the sort of freedoms in the Netherlands, how they were sort of given in the 17th century, were much less formal. They were much more about sort of practical tolerance. They were not about formal liberties. That's more the English tradition. We decided to tolerate the Jews because we like their Old Testament. We decided to tolerate.
They were great goldsmiths and they were great at banking.
We decided to tolerate the Catholics because persecution is just bad for business. Right, so they could have sort of shelter churches, but not because we particularly liked them. I mean, he never gave them the right to formally practice their religion until the 18th century and the 19th. Yeah, so that's the Dutch tradition of more sort of like tolerance, accepting things, winking an eye, pretending it's not happening, and then letting people do their own thing. The English tradition is much more: you have your liberty. This is strict. You shouldn't impede on this, and I think that has its value too. I think that's, and it's great literature. I mean,
okay. I mean, I suppose I kind of think empires are a measure of human achievement because you can always say what was its expanse, how long did it last, blah blah blah, and you can think 1,000 years, 50 years, or whatever. So you get a nice neat item in history that you can analyze. And that's what I like about empires. And then you can compare one empire with another and work out why they were successful and why they crashed and burnt.
Well, some empires were successful, others were not.
And it's like I'm saying that the marine empires like Carthage and Athens, they didn't last that long because these thalassocracies were like running on a margin. It's great when you can control, things on a margin, but you might take too many risks and get too many margin calls, and then you are ruined. And it is a characteristic of thalassocracies, marine empires, to rise quickly and fade away just as quickly.
I'm not even sure if that's actually that very true.
Carthage didn't last as long as Rome.
No, but how long did the empire of Alexander the Great last? And how long did the Mughal Empire last? Not very long. The Mongol Empire, with Genghis Khan, it's just converted to Islam, and then
but okay, the conquest of Genghis Khan, but can be judged by the swiftness of its progress, and then you kind of learn that you need to consolidate your territories, and this is a very a stage in risk if you've ever played it.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Alexander the Great as well. So,
because his men just said, "Well, we want to go home now, please."
Yeah, but
and then he died.
Maritime powers can never sort of hold on to something. I'm not so sure. The Dutch, the British, we hold on to a couple of colonies for quite a long time. Even though, the effective rule on these territories was not very direct most of the time. It was mostly indirect.
Yeah, because you're kind of just having control of this sea lane or that particular city, and it's all strategic. And once somebody dislodges you from, I don't know, Aden or Gibraltar or wherever, when it mattered, then you're basically messed up. So it is about controlling the sea lanes, and America is another thalassocracy, one that has access to both sides of its oceans, the Atlantic.
But yet it was more successful than the Soviet Union, which was much more.
Well, you can't judge. How do you judge the success of these empires? Because
one from the other one.
They would be judged according to how long they were empires.
What lasted longer, America or the Soviet Union?
Not the Soviet Union. We're talking about Russia now. So because the Soviet Union is no more, at least the Russian people remain a distinct group and territory.
Yeah, but everybody has remained a distinct group in many ways, right? Even like once empires. The English are still a distinct group, even though they lost their empire.
Yes, because they're still confined to Britain.
Yeah. I don't think that's a good argument. I think what you're trying to say, like what we're trying to do, is like see how the political cost, and also they lost a lot of territory in Russia, right? So when the Soviet Union collapsed, the whole Warsaw Pact was gone. So that's effectively the rule of an empire and a territory and peoples that you lost, right?
Yeah, but the Russia can still be recognized by its people, and so I guess they'd be speaking Russian, even though they call themselves Georgians or whatever.
Greek or Macedonians could also be recognized after the empire of Alexander the Great just disintegrated. But that's not a measure of success.
It's how many times you change your name, I suppose, but are still recognizable as, Well, okay, it's difficult to judge because you're saying, it depends on the people. When you change something about your country, it would be, okay, you get invaded and you're just called something else by your invader. They totally rename your country, for example. So I guess in that way you lose your identity, or they change your religion, or they just kill all you, or all of you, and they replace you with their own people. All kinds of things can happen. So I suppose China has kind of been known for its continuous history, but even then it's been invaded and governed, ruled by Mongols, non-Chinese people. But because of its territory, it's still kind of China.
But China was never as expansionist. At some point, they just stopped expanding, and they wanted to be the Middle Kingdom.
Well, I think they started as a Middle Kingdom, and I think
the
way they expanded was kind of from the middle outwards.
Well, was it not the? I mean, there were all these warring states, right? And that's before the warring states. Actually, that was like way before that, where all these sort of dynasties, the Chang, the Wang, the whatever, and they were always fighting with each other until
until the first emperor.
Yeah, but who united? Was it the Chang dynasty?
Qin.
Qin. Sorry, the Qin.
Qin was the first emperor. And then it changes.
They united. They conquered all these.
There was warring kingdoms, warring states, and then it became an empire. And it realized it had become an empire, and it did things like, we have to standardize everything now. We're an empire. The wheels, the measurements, and whatever. And they did that when they realized that was what they had become, an empire. So I think it had an awareness of itself.
If it's standardized, every region used to be different. Also in France, right? So you can't call that an empire because
because the metrification of French measurements was actually a product of the French Revolution, right?
No, I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about the fact that regional differences in France, for example, were made less important. And if your argument is if everything is uniform in one country, that makes it an empire, I don't think it's a particularly good argument.
Well, you are an empire if you take over other kingdoms and incorporate them into your rule, and you keep them for a long time until they think that they've always belonged to you. That I suppose is one of the things about an ancient empire, and they never knew of a time when they weren't under your rule, and this has an effect on people's minds.
Okay, well, how did we get lost? Because I was talking about the fact that you think that Britain lost the Second World War lost more in the Second World War than Germany.
Yeah, because I said its greatest achievement, objectively, if you asked anybody, that I wasn't just trying to contradict me for the sake of contradicting me, and you asked them what the greatest achievement of the British was, they'd say it's global empire. Maybe you can try it out on your friends or something.
Yeah,
but this is the obvious thing that will come to mind.
Agree with you. I don't think they will agree with you.
All right.
But I mean, you can think this, but what? It's not just that. Look, Britain lost its empire, an empire that was always contentious, right? Adam Smith never sort of liked it when the British became colonizers, and he thought it was not worth the trouble. So I mean, there was a big, strong English tradition and Scottish tradition, British tradition that didn't like it. So I wouldn't say it's like quintessentially like part of what it is to be British, or it is like necessarily the highest achievement, because you can think about many things like literature, culture, laws, customs.
Yeah, but Shakespeare would not have become so well known had it not been for the British Empire. He would just be some guy who wrote a bunch of plays, in a country that never, had an empire. I mean, the only reason why
arguably,
Shakespeare is read is it's because of the British Empire. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm not so sure about that. I think he was even famous in Europe at the time, and also later. Not just because, yeah, the British Empire, but because he's great English literature. Hans Christian Andersen, we don't read because of the Danish Empire, right?
Well, they also had an empire, the Danes.
Yeah, but we don't read Hans Christian Andersen.
They were the Vikings, remember? And they certainly had an empire for when Europe was raided and invaded by them.
Yeah, nobody really sort of talks about the accomplishments of the Vikings, don't they? Well,
it would be in terms of the expanse of their empire, right? I think they got to America at one stage or something.
Yeah, but other than that, they're mostly seen. If they're not seen as traders and explorers, most of the time they're seen as rapers and destroyers. So I'm not so sure if you want to go down in history like that. And I mean, the Vikings,
it's still in a way romantic. I remember going to the Copenhagen Museum, and there was this thing about quite a PC thing about the Vikings, and it was in English and saying, the Vikings were people too. They, they weren't just rapists and pillagers and looters. They had family and things, blah blah blah. Words to that effect.
Well, I like there was an article. It was written. I don't know. I think it was even written in the Guardian. I don't remember, even though I don't generally like the Guardian that much. But it says like, no, the Vikings were rapists and pillagers.
as they would be, as you would expect, any foreign invading army to be, because
I think they had a special sort of motivation for that, not just material, but also I think they were divinely inspired to sort of conquer and do the most horrible thing. But then you go down in history as terrible people. Nobody wants to sort of emulate the Vikings these days, except for some white nationalists. Yeah.
Well, people still like dressing up as Vikings, right?
Yeah, but people like to dress up as Indians. Nobody wants to be an Indian.
I had a picture of me in a Viking helmet not a few years ago. I thought that was fun.
I have a picture of myself in an Indian.
I was going to bring it back. My friend said no, but I kind of wanted to wear it all the way back on the plane.
Oh, wait. Yeah, but
yes.
Yeah, but my point is this. I mean, they didn't go down with a great reputation in history. Like you want to go down as the Roman Empire, even though the Roman Empire has lots of things to complain about, but it is viewed as a success story. It's viewed as a
yes, thank you for mentioning the Roman Empire. I did want to make one little point about the Roman Empire, and you know what Constantine did. He decided to adopt Christianity, and he did this by calling the Council of Nicaea. Now, Conops, do you think that if Islam had been around, he would have still chosen Christianity? Do you think?
I don't know. I think
it's so obvious that he wouldn't.
No, whoa. Look, Islam was never really spread by a lot of conversion, and there were some pockets. In Somalia, there were some Sufi saints, and in India, there were some examples of this by traders. But Islam mostly was spread by the sword.
We got to Malaysia by Arab traders, but it doesn't really much matter. What I'm trying to ask you is, if Constantine had the choice of Islam, would he still have chosen Christianity? That is my question.
I was still busy answering your question, but you clearly didn't allow me to finish. So I don't think so. And I think that's because Islam is not a religion that's can get by conversions to about 20 to 25% of the population. And Christianity was very poor, especially.
I don't think you understood my question at all. That's why I'm saying Constantine, why would Constantine have bothered with Christianity if he had Islam? Why would he?
Because there's 25% of the population, and he liked the message. And with Islam, like there's not. I think Islam wouldn't have the chance in that kind of context, only if it was an outside force that brought it in. But I don't think he would have had the chance to change it from the inside.
I don't think you quite understand my question. So, why did he call the Council of Nicaea?
Well, because they wanted to get
the bishops to agree on something, right? To get the bishops to agree on a doctrine, and they couldn't even do that. So the whole idea of Christianity was half-baked, and he tried to bake it, and they still wouldn't agree. And I'm saying, if Constantine thought, well, I need to change my religion, things are, getting a bit ropey, I'll use this book. If he had, if it had been around, but it wasn't around, so he couldn't use it. But we don't have the same excuse, do we?
I think it's just ridiculous. What do you mean? I mean, don't Muslims fight over theology?
Yes, of course they do, but they're not going to fight about it quite so much as Christians did.
But that's because you're ignorant about Islamic history, so you don't know even the incidents where that actually happened.
Well, they didn't have a sort of Middle Eastern wars of religion.
Yeah, they did.
Well, not that many people died. I mean, lots of people died in the European wars of religion, and it was hundreds of years, maybe 300 years. Is it about 300 years? Just fighting over religion.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of fighting over religion, yeah. And about dynasties and about everything in Islam, yeah. Always fighting.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't think they killed quite so many people as Christians.
I can give you examples, like how Sunni turned Shiite, how Shiites turned Sunni, how there was persecution, how there were intellectuals chased out of their homelands, how people were burned at the stake, how people were put into firing squads, how the first genocide in the world ever happened.
From burning people at the stake to firing squads.
Yeah, I mean, the Ottoman Empire was the first, by the way, the first to commit a genocide in the world.
Really? Who did they kill? The Armenians, right?
Yeah. First modern genocide, yeah.
They sort of deny it, don't they, the Turks? So
yeah,
we didn't kill that. We didn't kill that many.
Well, they did kill many. 1 million to 1.5. Yeah, so I mean, the Islamic history is also a history of wars of religion, of the firing squad, of beheadings, of sectarian violence, of persecution of intellectuals. It's the same. It's the same as Christianity.
It's the same, but it's more, what's the word? Under control, because at least it's got reasonably clear rules.
Well, if the rules were so clear, I don't think people would be fighting over it so much. And absolutely, you agree with everything about the rules that were made in the Islamic world. So I mean, you don't accept the Hadith for purposes of law. Well, most Muslims do.
Sorry, what was your question?
Well,
maybe
you're saying like, okay, the rules are clear in Islam, but you disagree with most of the rules in Islam.
Well, because right. I interpret them in, I just realized that the Muslims interpret it in a weird way. Yeah.
Yeah, but there you go. So you can't sort of blame Christianity for not being clear about the rules, even though
no, because the rules are not clear. It's so obviously not clear compared to the Quran, and I think you must know this. You must know this. I don't see how you can disagree with it. But maybe I'm fading a little bit now.
Yeah, I think you are.
Because it's come back to Christianity, and the very idea of it exhausts me.
I know, like, everything about the West.
I am fighting a crusade.
No, I think
against idolatry and blasphemy.
No, your crusade is against everything that is British. Christianity.
I'm just saying idolatry and blasphemy is bad for the British.
No. There's never been a war that England has fought that you've been in favor of what the British did. You've always sort of.
I was in favor of the Falklands War.
Oh, great. Well, you're in favor of Falkland, really? Oh, because it's Margaret Thatcher.
Well, that's the one I remember that they won. I mean, bloody hell.
But
they say won it.
You know they were fighting a fascist, right? Shouldn't you be on the other side?
Yeah, I was actually kind of pretty gung-ho about it. So
why were you in favor of the Falklands War?
Well, because I didn't think RGs should just take stuff. Take British territory, but then I realized that there was some the stuff that went on that maybe I wasn't given in the propaganda. I don't know.
See, you're not in favor of the Falklands War.
I didn't know. I mean, it wasn't.
You didn't know. Okay, name me another war that you were in favor of that Britain fought, or
you're on
the British side. On the British side, let's say.
Well, do even British people regret the establishment of the American Republic? Do they?
Do they regret? Some of them do.
Well, I don't think so. I think, in a way, the British would see the establishment of the American Republic as a good thing, even though they lost.
What do you think? That's also a good thing. I
think it's part of the narrative of Islam, because I'm going to say that the First Amendment is based on Chapter 2, verses 256, and that the American Republic is part of the history of the eventual success.
When you give me a couple of wars, maybe give me 4 wars that you are. That you at least identify or sympathize more with the British side than with the other side.
I perhaps I don't know enough history to talk.
Oh, come on, Claire, you're not that ignorant.
It is late. I'm tired. I can't say I approve of the Crimean War. It's one of those annoying laws. It's like, yeah, I remember studying something about it, but God knows what it's all about now.
Well, it's. I think it's very interesting. Like, out of the wars we know, you always sympathize more with the other side than with the British side, which makes me very suspect about your motives in making Britain a better place.
I have nothing against empire, but
no,
if you don't fight the right ones, but okay, actually, I guess the whole point of the Crimean War was to prevent the Russians from getting a warm water port, and it was all about the Eastern question, about how to share Turkey out between the European powers. So that was kind of what it was really about. But it was very hard to explain to the people who were expected to die in the Crimean War, like British soldiers, who probably wondered why the hell they were there.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't know. I have many wars that I think that my country is.
There was an Anglo-Dutch war. Well, I favour the British side. How dare you come and set fire to the ships of the English, and it's just as bad as somebody coming up to your driveway and setting your car on fire. How dare you?
That's not true. You started with the trade war. We were very sympathetic towards Oliver Cromwell first, and then he started to be a little bitch. That's not our fault. It's not our fault, and like, we didn't do anything wrong. You were in in front of the port of New Amsterdam and shooting at us from the coast, from the ships on the coast. No, it was not great. I think the British were horrible, misbehaved, glorified pirates. That's what they are. All these English sea heroes. But yeah, with that, I hope you can find some more sort of modern wars where you think like I am on the side of Britain. Like even though I think it might be like not a great idea.
Well, the Napoleonic Wars. I suppose I could say. Well, it was a good thing that Napoleon was defeated, and that Wellington had the sense to wait for the Germans to arrive, because the British always had a shitty little army, and at least he did. He managed to stop them from fighting before the Prussians arrived in the Battle of Waterloo, right?
Sorry, Waterloo? Or was that Leipzig?
Okay, my memory says it was Waterloo. That Wellington won, and he did it just because he stopped. He didn't fight until the Prussians arrived, because if he had fought without the Prussians, then he would have been slaughtered. So that's a story as I remember it.
But Napoleon was a universal empire. Like, he was a universal empire. What's wrong with Napoleon?
Because, well, he was disruptive. He disrupted the balance of power in Europe, and he caused the Napoleonic Wars, and then he didn't even win.
No, but Hitler also lost. Hitler lost terribly.
Yeah, they can't wait, these Europeans. They can't wait to consolidate their power and say, maybe it's for the next generation to do. It's like, I want it all. And they overreach themselves and crash and burn.
But why you never say that? But like, I don't know why you have such a disrespect for Alfie. Like, why do you think? Well, that was Hitler's nickname when he has infatuated with his niece, and his niece always called him Alfie. But anyway, yeah, and also like her bizarre murder plot. Like, that's the whole different story. But I just don't see why you still have so much respect for the dude. Like, he fought a war that he would eventually lose against multiple enemies, and every sort of wise German statesman, including Bismarck, always said, never fight a two-front war as Germany.
Yeah,
so
Bismarck was a better chancellor.
Bad military leader. He was a megalomaniac and a narcissist, and the only thing he did was to drive Europe through destruction, right? And he was bad and stupid, and he brought.
He could have used his time as a dictator to convert the Germans to Islam.
Well, he was sympathetic to Islam.
Yes.
Which doesn't surprise me.
If he'd done that, then.
But why are you not so critical of him? I just don't understand your sort of sympathy for him, of like this sort of.
Okay, the narrative of this, it's like Germany is okay. It was always competing with France, right? And then Germany just had more people and had more land, and didn't see why it shouldn't, have a bit of Lebensraum, right? With the fact that the British had their global empire, and the Germans just wanted a bit of living space, and they thought they'd get it from the Russians. Why can't Britain leave them alone and let them?
You say disruptive. You say Napoleon was disruptive, but Hitler, nah, that's not a problem. That's weird. I mean, it was more disruptive, and it was also just complete utter murder, pillage, rape, and torture. Like, I mean, what they did to Poland, killing the intellectual class, putting people in camps, gassing Poles as well. Terrible.
War is a cruel business.
Well, you don't have to fight war like that. I mean, no other army started to fight like that. That was the Nazis.
Well, I'm sure lots of other terrible things happened before in Europe, but it's basically imperial rivalry that started the two world wars, and there was
I don't
maybe
think
no need
no.
for Britain to be so aggressive. Maybe not.
What do you mean imperial rivalry? No, like
Yes, sir.
No, we are in Europe. It's not that Germany made a lot of claims to much outside territory outside of Europe. What he did was to invade Europe in itself. Like he jeopardized the balance of power in Europe. That's what he did.
Yeah, but
And
he wanted
plus,
to be friendly towards Britain, and I don't see why they couldn't have struck a deal. But anyway, it was
why would they struck a deal with? Why would they struck a deal with a country?
Why not? Why not? It's like the royal families were linked. The Kaiser was a nephew
you think
of Queen
Hitler gives a
Victoria.
fuck about the royal family?
Pardon?
You think Hitler gave a fuck about the royal family?
No. But I'm just saying that Anglo-Saxons were originally Germans, were they not?
So you also think it was sort of right for the Nazis to incorporate the Dutch into their empire and make them a part of the Reich?
Well, of course, this would be the sort of thing that how many times, by how many empires has Belgium been part of? How many? Lots, right? I can't even remember.
You mean, well, Belgium was part
Yeah,
of this
and Holland must be so easy because it's so flat. People just walk in, right? So it doesn't surprise me that Hitler did what he did to the Dutch, because you just have no defenses.
Moral? Is it moral?
Is empire moral? I guess it's the more vigorous nation wins. And at the time,
that's not the question. I'm just asking if it's moral.
Obviously, it wasn't moral because Hitler lost. But if he had won, then it would have been moral, I guess. I mean, that's how historians look at these things.
Well, is that true, or is that just a sort of alt-right?
No, it's not even alt-right. I mean,
No.
Because I have no way of judging whether one imperial war is better than another imperial war, and we can only judge it through its success. And if it wasn't successful, then it shouldn't have been fought. So that's an easy answer I can give you.
Okay, but why don't you say Hitler was a catastrophic failure and a loser for a dumb? Like I don't understand why you.
Okay, it's like, yes, he was a loser, but somehow because he was artistically trained and he chose Nazi symbolism so carefully, it still, even now, has a potent hold on the imaginations of people all over the world. Just because of the branding of it.
Yeah, but it's the ultimate evil. It's like when Genghis Khan first started to attack the Muslim world, and his successors, like they were so shocked about the brutality of these people that sort of engraved this in the memory of the Muslims for generations. Like how terrible it was.
I mean, they are,
If you're the worst, of course, if you're like the worst serial killer, you're gonna be remembered. I mean, everybody remembers, I don't know, Billy the Kid and stuff like that, and who do you have, Jack the Ripper? People remember these people, not because of positive reasons, and they're still in the imagination. What do you think about Hitler's treatment of the Jews? You mean, like, you think it's what was moral to kill 6 million of them?
Of course, I'm not going to defend that. What kind of Nazi do you think I am, Conops? Honestly,
I don't know. I mean, like,
don't really.
I still don't know if you're a Nazi.
Do you think you're talking to OV or something? Perhaps
No.
you're getting a little tired.
No, I'm not so sure. Like, I think it's interesting.
I don't know why you think I'm an anti-Semite when I keep saying that I think Jews are part of the solution. And if only they would
you also said that
what they are supposed to believe.
You said you weren't sure that anybody died in a gas chamber, did you?
I don't know. Well, I mean, whatever is the official narrative, I suppose I will just, say that must be the one I have to subscribe to.
Do you believe
I haven't done any independent research on the subject. To me, I'm more interested in the psychology of people who deny the official narrative than the actual narrative itself, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so there is an actual narrative, there's a true narrative, and there's a false narrative. Do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, it sounds logical.
And so, what is the true narrative, and what's the false narrative?
Well, I guess the true narrative would be the official narrative, wouldn't it, Conops?
Why is that the case, Claire? Why is it true?
Well, I don't know, because it's just safer to believe in the official narrative, because if you don't believe in the official narrative, you're going to get into trouble.
Look, like, everybody can read through the lines now, right? If you just say it's just safer
you
to believe
in the official narrative, don't you, Conops? That's what you do. You believe in the official narrative because you don't want to get into trouble.
No, I believe in the official narrative because there's a lot of evidence. I showed you last time. Like,
it actually means very little to me. I mean, you can quote a whole bunch of stuff at me. But it doesn't.
There's a lot of eyewitness reports for the Holocaust. Okay. I mean, indisputable. That's
I think I'm going to end the stream now because you are in danger of becoming a bore.
No. You don't think this is boring?
Is there anything else you wish to discuss before I close down this stream, which has been going on for nearly 6 hours?
True. No, I just wanted to. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, why do you say, like, I believe in the narrative that it's safe to believe in, or that I'm allowed to believe in?
Well, I have to say that, don't I? Because I might get cancelled or called names if I don't. And this is the reality of living in Europe, the land of the free.
Okay, but can you sort of at least say then that the thing that you won't say, like, there's a reason why you don't say the other thing? Like, and if the laws were different, would you say something else?
Well, I wouldn't even be thinking of looking into it because the whole thing bores me.
I think that's a cop-out.
It does bore me.
It doesn't bore you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to Mr. Irving so many times.
Well, I didn't go there because I was particularly interested in Nazi history. But I found out a lot about him. But I mean, he's an excellent raconteur. He tells great stories.
Mm-hmm. But you know what?
And obviously, I wanted to know what was going on with him, and why people liked him, because I've always found it interesting the way white people are triggered about Jews, and this was something I wanted to discover for myself.
But
as a kind of ethnographer.
Yeah, but if you believe that what sort of Holocaust deniers believe, you must believe that in some way Jews are capable of creating a conspiracy and letting everybody believe it. So that, in fact, makes you an anti-Semite.
But there's no other way. You already know I believe in the official version. I'm just concerned that, people in Europe and America can't question it. That I find is very suspicious.
Okay, but there are lots of things that you can't question, right? Things that are true, right?
It's true that there are Holocaust denial laws, and it's also true that these laws cause anti-Semitism because the perception by Gentiles in the West is that Jews have special privileges against having their feelings hurt. But I'm saying, actually, the British government is more invested in the narrative of the Holocaust because then it makes their sacrifice worthwhile. It's like,
True, but we
gave up our empire to save the Jews. And this is what we must now believe.
Do you think theoretically Jews have enough power to make the world believe in a story that is not true?
Who knows? But I'm saying the British are more invested in the Holocaust than Jews themselves.
Oh, I think that might be right. Although I actually don't know. But yeah. So, do you think that that it's possible that people who made this story up, like, I mean, there's been some exaggeration about the numbers and stuff like this?
Is it possible? I suppose it's possible because they're still being disputed. You are being a bore at Conops, and I think I will close the stream down just because it's a little late and I am a little tired.
Give me one of these.
Because you are a bore. I mean, this is not the subject of late night discussions.
It's not me bored. It's just I wonder what your position is because I never get it.
I do not have sufficient information. You only have a view if you read all the books and then think, oh, I've read all the books. I might as well come to a conclusion about this or that.
You can have an opinion on the freaking First World War and who started it, and I mean, it's not like this is a much more challenging subject.
No, because it's full of technical stuff, like
not full of technical. You don't even have
to be and stuff that I'm never gonna see, and then I just think it's wrong. But it's
you wrote a whole article. You wrote a whole article about the Wannsee conference.
Yes, and that's because it was an exercise of textual interpretation, which I stand by. Actually. I stand by.
You still stand by. You also know that. By. Okay, so you know about Eichmann, right? He was a part of that.
I'm going to close the stream down because you'll be. If you wanted to say anything about that, post comments.
You wrote that article, and I want to know. Like, I just want to know one thing about because Eichmann wrote that.
Did he? Okay, I didn't know that.
He was one of the people who was actually presiding over the meeting, together with Heydrich, and later on in 1965, he was caught by the Israelis, right?
I really am a bit vague about the whole thing.
Okay, but so
that's why I don't get so excited. It's like, oh, all these names. I'm supposed to get excited about them. I'm not because I don't really know.
No, but it's very important because he was very important in that meeting. So he gives later on in Israel. He says what these meetings actually what was discussed off the record, right? So he's on tape. And then you say, Claire, that this could be transportation and not genocide.
Oh, okay. I don't know the significance of what you said. I don't really understand it. It's a bit late, and if you're
come on.
No, you're just not. I'm just not going to rise to the bait because I can't. I'm too tired. I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours. I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours.
Like, this is why I respect Domingo. Like, he's a Holocaust denier. He's like frank about it.
Is he?
You're a Holocaust denier.
Is he? I wasn't aware of that.
Well, I think you are because you make sounds like if you are a Holocaust denier. You say you have similar talking points.
I haven't denied any Holocaust. I'm more concerned about the Holocaust being a provocation to anti-Semitism.
You've never affirmed it. You've never affirmed it.
I've said I must subscribe to the official.
You must subscribe to something, and then you're just saying.
Yeah, because I don't even have sufficient information to say, aha, it didn't happen, or the numbers are less, or whatever. I really I have not looked at the primary sources. I haven't looked at them.
Well,
I haven't read books about it. I'm
Vance
going to close the stream down if you're going to be a bore. And even if you're not going to be a bore, I'm going to close it down.
Primary source? Yes, absolutely it is. It's a primary source. So you have looked at the primary source and you've written about it on your blog.
Yes, yes, I did indeed write about the Wannsee Protocol. Yes, I did.
So you wrote about the Wannsee Conference, and then you don't go. You don't talk about Eichmann telling.
No, I don't. I actually examined it as a document on its own merits, and I don't know all the stuff that you're talking about.
Well, you said that the people in the camps were. In the German camps were similarly emaciated as people in the Japanese camps.
Yes, I did.
Suggesting that there was some kind of parity between the two, and that the two camps were roughly the same. And as you know, in Japanese camps, there was no gassings.
Basically, they worked their slaves to death. That's what they did. Bridge over River Kwai and all that kind of thing. Yeah, they basically made slaves of prisoners of war and worked them to death, as the Germans did.
What was it? The Japanese goal to kill the people in the camps?
Not really. I mean, they just thought, since we have captured you and you are a prisoner, you'll have to do some work.
And was it the German goal to kill the people in the camps?
It was probably to make them work, right?
So you think I
don't know what work they.
So you think that the goals of the Japanese prisoner camps were similar to the ones in Nazi Germany or Nazi Poland?
The Japanese were working the bridge over River Kwai. Didn't you see it? You must have heard of it. Yeah, right, there you go. So I guess in any war that there's work to be done, and you captured soldiers. Sorry, you kept members of the enemy, so you're going to make them work. You're not going to kill them because it's still useful to make them work, and that's what we do.
But so but you know that in the Japanese camps, if you were a child, you wouldn't go into the oven, right?
What?
If you were a child, or if you were an elderly lady, you wouldn't go straight into the oven.
Where would I be going to if I were a child?
You would just go in the camps. You'll be in the camps. There were lots of camps, for example, also in Indonesia. Not very nice camps, but you wouldn't be killed immediately. That's not
immediately. Just later.
No. You got sometimes killed because of the condition, but that was not a deliberate policy of extinction. That the Japanese.
I'm going to close this. Would you have any last words?
Come on, why is this topic? Why is this?
I am a little tired, but if you have any last words, please say them now. I'm not going to be talking about concentration camps because I am a little too tired to concentrate now.
All right, Claire, I hope one day you'll just admit it, come out and say what you are. It's not illegal in England, in Britain, if you don't insult anybody with it. So I think you can just be honest to everybody, and it will make everybody a happier person. So with that, I will say goodbye.
Good night. And my main concern about Holocaust denial laws is that it is a provocation to further anti-Semitism, and that is really what I want to talk about, and not waste time talking about details of what the Germans may or may not have done while referring to primary documents that I probably am not sufficiently interested in to talk about or to investigate. So thank you all for listening. I hope some of it has been worthwhile. And thank you for listening.